I mean, you gotta read this article. It's too much. It'll make your head spin. Yeah, Red.
Yeah, they should have took her and sent her down to SeaWorld for the MRI for the whales.
Hey, do they have an MRI machine for whales?
Yeah.
I don't think they do, Red. But it's a good idea.
Right.
Thank you.
They must have something for animals, though.
Yeah. Well...
She could get the horse MRI.
Yeah. That would make a family proud. Driving the daughter into the water.
Yeah.
It's an underwater MRI.
On one of those cranes, like, you lower someone's body in.
Yeah.
Right.
Nothing like a little humiliation right before you die.
Yeah.
I think that's the way to go.
Fly you into SeaWorld.
Yeah.
Give you an MRI. Well, I thought that was something else. But, I mean, there's a million things to talk about, but I have to take a break. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, Robin. This is how we make our living. But unfortunately, I must take a break.
You have to stop.
Yes. But when I come back, I'll be on fire.
All right. Because I want to ask you about another case, because I don't see any way of resolving another case.
What is that? Oh, okay. Wait till we get back.
Yeah.
But don't forget. Keep it in your mind. All right. We'll be back right after these words.
I love you, Howard.
You make me break out. Howard Stern Show. Boston's alternative. WBCN. Have you ever went? WBCN.
You're listening to a man with less self-control than Michael Jackson in a daycare center. Howard Stern.
It's funny. Here I am goofing on the lawsuit about the MRI, that the 500-pound woman couldn't find a MRI and they're suing the hospital.
Yeah.
I'm getting tons of calls that there are MRIs used with obese people. And that they have an open MRI, which means you don't...
Doesn't have a top.
Doesn't have a top. And they also have... Glenn, what, you're a veterinarian?
No. I'm having the bad dreams.
You're having bad dreams?
Yeah.
Way to go, Johnny.
No, it's about, like the guy who killed his wife and he doesn't know about it.
Oh.
It's kind of related to that. And I'm wondering...
hold on. I don't know what... Hold on. Guys switching topics on me. But evidently there's some sort of... some vet called us and said there are cow MRIs that are used with the obese.
Where's that?
Why would you MRI a cow? I mean, who cares?
Do we really care about the cow that much?
Yeah, I don't know that I believe that. Maybe in India they got cow MRIs because they're more important than people in India. Everybody's starving.
They don't have people MRIs.
No. They're like, I'm going to get an MRI for my cow. It's my grandmother. So that's that. That's that. Okay, a couple of quick things. Number one.
The case I can't figure out is the one where the kid was stolen by a couple and taken to Mexico or New Mexico or someplace, and they raised him. It was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And now they've turned themselves in. They're on trial. And, of course, the family that the kid was stolen from wants to prosecute these people.
Right.
But the kid is 21 or 22 years old, and he's in court supporting the family who stole him.
Well, of course, as he knows them as parents.
Yeah, I mean, his actual parents are strangers to him.
Yeah, but so what's your point?
My point is, why bother to prosecute these people?
Because they did a horrible crime against these people, and absolutely they should be prosecuted. I mean, we're going to let kidnappers go? Because it sends a message to other kidnappers. You're eventually going to pay. I mean, come on, of course. You got to prosecute.
And they're two people
who cares? Two people steal your child, and you're not going to prosecute? Absolutely. The years and pain and the suffering. First of all, the people probably have no money, so they got to do something to them. Make them pay.
Maybe you could sue them and have them work for you for the rest of their life. But, putting them in jail?
What are you going to do for you? No, of course you should put them in jail. That's an absolute must.
So it hurts your child because his parents are not in jail.
Oh, come on. He's 21. He'll get over it. Parents are creeps. Should know it.
Apparently they did a pretty good job for him. He lost them.
Well, we'll see. Hey, anyway, no, you have to. Of course you have to prosecute. Gary Garver's on the phone, Robin.
Seems stupid to me.
Gary Garver is our reporter out in Los Angeles. He has a quick story. He went out to cover an event last night. Gary, what was the event?
It's called the Hall of Fame Awards Dinner.
What's that for?
It was for multiple sclerosis.
Yeah, and it's mostly athletes, right?
Yeah, it was athletes and a few celebrities.
And we worked really hard on questions, We always do for this thing. Fred and Benji write questions, and Gary and me, and we all sit down and we try to work up some good questions for Gary Garver to ask. And what happened last night?
Well, I got David Hasselhoff was the first interview. You know, didn't go too well.
How come it didn't go well?
Well, I mean, you know, I asked him who was the biggest prick in Hollywood, and he's like, this event, you know, this wasn't cool to be at this event and ask those type of questions.
All right, that's funny.
So that's cool. But then Adam Sandler did the whole line, and I was right next to the Slovakian reporters. I don't even know where the hell they were from. And he spotted me, and he just, like, totally waved us off. You know, I guess he knew who I was.
What's with his phone connection?
Yeah, where are you calling from?
It's like...
Are you in jail?
These phones suck, man.
What phone are you on?
I'm on a phone in the main studio. And my phone doesn't work. I've been trying to get my phone fixed for two weeks in my studio.
This is a radio station.
Yeah. This is the radio station. Can't fix the phone.
I'm telling you, it's ridiculous.
You got any other phones there?
Yeah, you want me to try another phone?
Yeah.
All right, hold on a minute.
Because I could hardly hear him with that noise.
It's just so funny and distracting.
Gary, we all sit down and we try to work up some good questions.
Now we're listening to ourselves.
Howard?
Yeah.
Is this better?
No.
No.
Oh, man.
All right, listen.
These phones suck. Anyways, Adam Sandler had me thrown out.
The bottom line was Adam Sandler had Gary Garver thrown out of the event.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Gary wanted to tell everybody that.
Anyways, if you can, could you talk to Jack Silver and get these phones fixed?
Sure, I'll spend my day on that.
It's unbelievable.
What's that you say?
I said, this is unbelievable. I've been trying to get this thing fixed for 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, so what do you, so what's with Adam Sandler?
He got me thrown out, Howard.
He recognizes you now, huh?
Yeah. He's a pussy.
He is, huh?
He's a big pussy.
I say...
What, Howard?
What's with Adam Sandler?
I can't hear you. What?
What's with Fred?
He can't hear over the noise. He can't figure out.
No, he can't figure out what's going on. All right, thanks, Gary.
All right, take it easy, Howard.
All right, bye-bye.
All right.
But stop doing the noise halfway through the bit.
Right, now we can
It was
all
getting good.
hear you.
Yeah. And then I become obsessed with Fred. And how come he doesn't know to keep doing that? All right, anyway.
Well, that's a shame. Adam Sandler loses, well, whatever sense of humor he had. I didn't really get him. But he's losing that, I guess.
Yeah, well, he threw out Gary Garver, and that's very upsetting. All right, here's a bunch of tapes. Here's a quick mention of Mark Wahlberg was on TRL, the show on MTV, and he mentioned me.
What'd you do after the show? How late were you out?
Well, I didn't stay up too late because I had to go on Howard Stern at 7 this morning.
Oh, right.
You know, for my daily ridicule, but yeah, but it wasn't that bad.
You got to do when you come to New York,
yeah,
you know that.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, good.
All right, there you go, a little mention. Seems like they quickly changed topics from Howard Stern.
I don't think they want to discuss you over there.
Yeah, nobody wants to discuss me. When my name is mentioned, people get nervous. A lot of people are voicemailing us with relation to our coverage of Hank the Angry Drunken Dwarf's funeral. And there are some people who think we did a terrible job. There are some people who think we're doing a good job. And there are people who call in about it. We don't even know what they're saying.
All right.
Hey, this is Hank. I'm dead. Why don't you dig me up and pour some booze with me?
All right. Now, here we go. Here's various voicemail regarding Hank. Number one, Hank comment, Crazy Alice called in. She was so distraught about the death of Hank.
Hi, Benji, this is Alice and KC, Baba Booey. Fred, this is Alice. I don't know Hank that well, but the little moment I had with being with him, he was a very nice person. And I just woke up at 9 o'clock a.m. California time. I heard them talking about Hank, but I didn't know he was gone. You may think I'm a little pussy because I always talk rough and mean most of the time, but there's a soft part of me, too, because it brings back my sister. Every time somebody died that I know or see on TV, it brings back missing my sister. I just wanted to say I miss him, and I'm sorry. And I'm sorry for his family. You take care. I guess I'll see y'all later. Goodbye. This is Alice.
nice to see Crazy Alice has a heart. You know, everyone thinks she's so tough, but...
And that went straight through to the heart.
Yes, it did. And Crazy Alice then called again. I don't even know what this one's about.
Hi, Benji. How you doing? Thank you for calling the last week. And John called me, too. Can you tell him?
Oh, I know this about. She's angry with High Pitch Eric.
Oh.
She feels he's not handling himself properly during the Hank death tribute.
What he wanted. This is Alice. Right now I'm looking at George Clooney movie and just trying to relax, getting ready to go to the internet and see what's on my computer. But I wasn't listening to the radio, stereo. I got a big stereo. I heard that High Pitch Eric was out there just using Hank and his family law just to get to Howard Stern. When you tell that fat boy that's not the way to respect the dead. Is to use an innocent man, having done nothing to him, to use it is to get on the show to get close to Howard. And I believe, inside of my soul, I believe High Pitch Eric got a crush on Howard Stern. Maybe he want to fuck Howard Stern, too. So you get this message to him, to me, okay? And y'all take care. This is Alice, and thank you for trying to get me up there, but I couldn't deal with another loss anyway. This is Alice. Bye-bye.
Well, Alice, critical of High Pitch Eric and his tribute to Hank. So that's some of the controversy that's swirling around this, and everyone is chiming in now. There's a lot of thoughts about Hank.
Yeah, tell me something, Gary.
This guy feels that we don't know what he feels. We can't figure it out. We know he's angry, and it's something to do with Hank.
He acting like such a dickhead because Hank died. You and that big-nosed prick boss of yours, Howard Stern, he's acting like a real typical Jew about it. And all of a sudden, the guy's talking about the man that's dead like he's a piece of shit now, right? That's how you treat the guy, you know. All these are a bunch of hard-ons. All these, a bunch of low-down, rotten, low-life, disgusting bastards are. All of you motherfuckers over there. You think everything's a joke, but you're a bunch of low-lives.
All right, there's a guy who's upset with us, but we're not exactly sure why, unless you can figure it out.
I think he was way too upset to even...
Capitalizing on a man's death. You should have helped him. And to play that stuff that, oh, this is Hank and I'm dead, is disgusting. Utterly disgusting. This is Hank and I'm dead. You guys are creeps.
Hey, this is Hank. I'm dead. I'm in a coffin that's so big that I can dance the disco in it.
Well, thank you, Hank. And there's a guy who objects to Hank's final IDs. Yeah. Hank's attempt at being funny, even in death.
Hi, this is Hank, the angry, drunken dwarf, and I'm dead now. So I wish I was still alive so I could tell you all to go yourselves, you bunch of assholes.
And also, the final Hank voicemail that we received is from that guy, and I think you remember when he was on the show, he stuffed his own daughter. He's very much behind this movement to stuff the dead, to taxidermy the dead. And he called in. He wants to stuff Hank.
Hello, Gary Delabate. This is Anthony Zipper.
And this guy is very weird.
Creepy.
You recall myself and my daughter Callistra were guests of yours last Halloween. And as you may recall, Callistra was one of Hank the Angry Dwarf's greatest fans. She's devastated by the news. And we both want to express our condolences and to suggest that the greatest tribute one could make to Hank's memory would be to have him become a client of the Humanistic Taxidermy Society. As you know, it is a non-profit organization dedicated to the proposition that all Americans have the right to seek alternative and enlightened forms of post-life attention to that provided by the barbaric, antiquated, and outmoded customs of entombment, ground burial, and cremation or burial at sea, and ashes scattering, etc., etc.
See?
We hereby offer our services to...
You want to stuff Hank.
Preserve. For all time Hank the Angry Dwarf, and keep him for all the world to want to remember him. Thank you so very much, and I hope you pass this news on to Mr. Stern, Miss Quivers, and Hank's beloved next of kin.
Well, there you go. This guy is the real deal. You saw him. He stuffed his own daughter, and now he wants to stuff Hank. He's trying to get a hold of the body.
Well,
Stuff Hank.
Already buried.
Oh, that won't stop him. High Pitch Eric is on the air, upset about the voicemail received from Crazy Alice.
Yeah, why did Alice leave that kind of voicemail?
Well, she obviously feels that you were using the death of Hank to get on the show. I didn't feel that way, but Alice feels that way.
I don't feel that way either. I did it for someone who I love as a friend.
I felt you were paying tribute. After all, you did in real life, when Hank was alive, you put him up in your apartment.
You annoyed him.
You annoyed him to death.
I mean,
You're probably mostly responsible for his misery.
I mean, I was out there for like 3 or 4 days with Joey Boots, and we did it for someone that we love as a friend.
Well, I think it's because you had nothing else to do.
Me
You
too.
did get him some attention. So.
Right.
No, I had plans which I canceled,
Right.
so I could do this.
What plans did you cancel?
He planned to be on the computer.
All right.
I was supposed to have play a basketball game full court. Basketball.
Hey, you would have had a heart attack. You would have been joining Hank.
And I was supposed to play roller hockey, too.
Well, anyway, whatever it is, the controversy continues. Thank you, High Pitch Eric.
Thank you.
All right. Well, there it is. That's a little update on everything about Hank, the Angry Drunken Dwarf. Hank was buried on Saturday. The widow Goodstein told us that he was there.
Oh, he says, oh, you should see the emails. And Hank merchandise is selling like hot.
Is that true? Who told you that?
Doug, the widow.
The widow Goodstein? On the website.
The website keeps crashing. They had to take it to a bigger company to have a bigger server to handle the volume.
Always in death, like Alia, who her record, do you know her record shot up to number 1?
Mm-hmm.
It was like number 16 or something.
It was pretty low on the charts. I don't even think it had been in the top 20.
You know, I felt bad for her. So Afro Man's new album came out, and it was like number 10 or something. They were hoping for a higher debut. And the thing is, he has a hit song. The problem is, I guess it came out in that Bob and Silent J soundtrack. And a lot of people got the song there. Oh. So Afro Man struggling on the charts.
As usual.
Yeah. See, it's not fair. Well, maybe Afro Man will sell more albums. That's such a great song. I love it.
I have to listen to the rest of the album, see what else is on there.
Yeah, I haven't listened any further than that one song, but it'll be one day. I'm going to sit down and listen to the whole thing, because it's important to me.
Did you see what happened to Whitney Houston?
Roll another blunt.
Yeah, before you get to that, though, because I want to get to that for sure. As long as we're talking about Afro Man and the debut of his album, a lot of people are writing song parodies to this song, as I did. In fact, Afro Man wrote a song parody about me. And,
I was gonna clean my room.
Yeah, okay.
Until I got high.
Anyway, so this guy sent us a song parody about Casey. Everyone thinks Casey's gay, including me.
He's the only one who doesn't.
So this guy, one of our listeners sent this in, and here it is. I'll give him a little bit of a spin. It's very homophobic, this song.
Ooga.
Ooga.
Faggot.
Oh, my.
Fag.
Very rough song.
Fag. My name is Casey Armstrong, and I'm a gay guy. I wear this homo facial hair, because I'm a gay guy.
Referring to his beard.
Well, I still wet the bed, and I know why. Why, baby? Because I'm a gay guy. I'm a gay guy. I'm a gay guy. Right, baby. Faggot. I go to the tanning parlor, because I'm a gay guy. Yeah, baby, you ain't my homo. I turn down beautiful chicks, because I'm a gay guy. I'm gonna steal my wallet. I failed the polygraph twice, and I know why. Why, Casey? Because I'm a gay guy.
Get it?
I'm a gay guy. I'm a gay guy.
Later this week, we're going to have an exclusive interview with Joan Rivers, who just lost her dog, Spike.
We'll be the first.
Also, the founder of the Blackjack team, because we want to ask him some questions about that. Also, we're going to play Guess Who Had the Most Plastic Surgery. Coming soon, Jason Alexander with his new TV show. John Stamos with his new TV show.
Wow. Did you see what they wrote about John Stamos' new TV show?
No.
I think it was something like he's found a way to go from being, like the mild-mannered, or the silly hunk on TV to the wimpy tough guy. They just don't like him.
Oh, they give him a bad review?
Yeah, it was like he's going to be a wimpy, detective or something.
The wimpy detective.
Yeah, the wimpy detective.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Well, I like John.
He's a good guy. He's good looking. I mean, he can do this swashbuckling kind of thing.
Yeah, he's like a male model detective. That makes sense. A guy that good looking, he can be a detective.
Sure, he's he's worried about crime, isn't he?
Yeah, guys who look like that always go into dangerous work.
I thought that was funny.
Yeah, he's a little too good looking. That's his problem.
Everybody hates him. He's so good looking, people hate him.
He's a model. Yeah, that's what it is. The reviewers can't stand him because they're all ugly. But he is married to Rebecca Romaine, who is one of the most beautiful chicks on the planet.
They're the most beautiful couple.
Oh, if I could see her naked.
You can, can't you?
Where? Where could I see her?
She must have been photographed somewhere.
Oh, my God. I want to see her naked in my apartment. That's where I want to see her.
I think the girl on this show, Thieves, his new show, looks just like her.
Yes, that's what they say.
Right?
Is that right?
Yeah, well, I'm going to watch the show out of loyalty to John, even though he's a wimpy detective.
I will definitely. I think he's actually a thief who has to help the detectives solve crimes or something.
Stop, or I'll throw my headshots at you.
Of course I know how to get into that building.
I'm going to go under the yellow tape and see if I can solve this crime.
Stop! There are lasers in there protecting it.
Yeah. Poor Hank is dead. He'll never see the new John Stamos or Jason Alexander show.
That's right. He's going to miss both those debuts.
Hey, this is Hank.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Whoa.
I hope you guys cremate me and put me in a vodka bottle.
Right.
Now, there's an alternative.
Every once in a while, what were you saying? You wanted to say something about Whitney Houston. Go ahead.
They say she was a no-show at Michael Jackson's concert last night. The other night, Friday night, I guess, when she showed up, everybody was saying she looked very strange and stiff, and they were wondering what was wrong with her. And then last night, she canceled at the last minute for no reason. And now in the paper, they're saying, some friend says Whitney has a terrible drug problem and won't do anything about it, and the family doesn't know what to do. Her publicist, however, says Whitney is under stress from a family situation, and when she's under stress, she doesn't eat.
I'm going to tell you something. Everyone keeps saying, have you seen the pictures of Whitney Houston? She looks horrible. I opened up the paper today. She looks good. And I'll tell you what's going on. I do, and I'm going to tell you something. Everyone is jealous of how beautiful and thin she looks. I'm telling you. So you finally find a woman in her 30s who isn't busy consuming everything that walks.
Except maybe something that's bad for her.
Oh, my God. She looks terrific, Whitney Houston.
Don't get on the Whitney diet.
Everyone's jealous of her beautiful body. I'm telling you.
So silly.
You should see the picture of her in the Daily News. I opened it up.
I saw her. She looks terrible.
No, she doesn't. She looks terrific.
Sick.
No, she looks fine.
She looks sick.
She's just not overeating. Everyone is so conditioned now to think that fat people look good. She's nice and thin. She's lean.
Oh, stop
She looks great.
Don't be a shock jock.
No, I'm not being a shock jock. I opened up the paper to ask Tony. She said, "Oh, there's a terrible picture of Whitney Houston." I opened it up. I look.
Where?
Where's the bad picture? The woman's nice and thin. She doesn't look anorexic to me.
Fine. When she collapses, I will say, well, now you look really good.
No, she hasn't collapsed so far.
She
John,
didn't show up last night.
John, you're on the air. Well, she never shows up anywhere. She's on CPT. Yeah, John, go ahead.
How you doing, Howard? You were blamed in the Daily News last week for Mariah Carey's demise. And there was a letter in the People section that says, "Poor Mariah. I'm not surprised Mariah Carey had a breakdown with a monster like Howard Stern telling the country on a daily basis she's a fat horse, can't sing, doesn't care about her fans, and is dumb. How is she supposed to go out there and do her job?"
Well, number one, that letter's an outrage. I am blamed for everyone who has a problem.
Yes.
You notice this? When people die, who was it that did our show? Dana Plato. People actually try to say, oh, you were the reason she was having a hard time. So this woman had a history of such hard times. In fact, it was quite the opposite. She came to us afterwards and said, this is the first happy day of my life in a long time, and I feel great. Even her manager came in and said that she was raving all day about how wonderful it was. It's a coincidence. She died that day.
Where were you when she first had problems?
Yeah, exactly. I think I was watching TV with her with Gary Coleman.
Robin, did you see the article on her in the back of Allure magazine with the step-by-steps of her day?
Who?
On Mariah Carey.
No.
Oh, you got to get this magazine. It's unbelievable. Everything she does. This is me with Tommy Mottola, and look at how scared I am. Look at my face. You could tell I was in hell. It's unbelievable.
Well, listen, I mean, this girl has a huge history of being somewhat odd. It's been covered up, I guess, for years. And then in our society, again, the same with all these lawsuits, they want to blame someone for people having problems.
It's never their fault.
I have no power to cause problems in Mariah Carey's life.
You know, they say in the paper today she might be getting out of the hospital again.
Yeah, she's getting out today.
Go back in tomorrow.
Again,
Right.
very quick for someone who has a problem bad enough that you want to mandatorily put them in the hospital. To let them out so quickly is surprising.
She should be in the hospital for at least 5 years. You really care about her.
If she's that bad off, why don't you keep her a little while?
Stephanie, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, what's up, Howard?
Hey.
Sorry. A friend, actually, my ex-boyfriend used to go out with Whitney Houston's personal assistant.
Well, listen, I don't know.
What's that got to do with anything?
It's got to do nothing. She looks terrific.
He's a crackhead.
Who's a crackhead?
Whitney Houston.
Oh, come on. You don't know that.
Yeah, I do.
That's
you
rumored.
did crack with her, I guess.
No.
All right, so then stop it. Shame on you.
No.
The woman looks terrific, and if she's a crackhead, she's the best-looking crackhead I've ever seen, and I'll bang her hard, and I'll give her some crack. How's your crack?
I am.
How dare you.
Well, Whitney's got one, Rooter. She shouldn't have to go into the hospital.
Mark, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard.
Yeah, she looks terrific. Mark, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard.
By the way, I saw Whitney Houston in Los Angeles a year ago. Yeah, shut up for a second. I saw Whitney Houston in person about a year ago at a hotel I was staying in, and I spoke with her and Bobby Brown. And I got to tell you, she looked fantastic now.
I wouldn't trust your judgment on anything.
She's beautiful. I mean, I can't even begin to tell you how gorgeous she is. And the fact that she's nice and thin, it's ridiculous.
You're being ridiculous.
Go ahead, Mark. You're on the air.
Hey, Howard.
Saying it the way I see it, yes.
How did Hank the Angry Dwarf die?
How did Hank die? He laid down in his sleep. His mother found him about 12 or 1 o'clock in the afternoon when Hank didn't awake. He had a package waiting for him. God knows what was in the package. I saw the coroner's report. There was no autopsy done, but the certificate of death. The death certificate says that Hank died from natural causes, induced by alcoholism and
seizure.
Yeah, a seizure and this dwarfism. I forget what they call it,
chondromalacia or something.
Yeah, chondromalacia.
Or something like that.
Chondromalacia
Stuff we couldn't pronounce.
There's bad stuff in your knee. I don't know, but he had some sort of dwarfism. So that was the effects of dwarfism, drinking, and the seizure.
He must have just been a big rum ball in the act.
Yeah, because I was watching your show that day when he was on there.
Yeah.
And you gave him that breathalyzer.
Yeah.
And he was pretty drunk. But, I just wanted to check, see what he died of, and so on and so forth.
Right.
So, but...
Thank you.
Okay, Howard.
That conversation deteriorated.
He doesn't know how to wrap it up.
What did he say at the end? Charlie, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Hey, man. I was curious. That taxidermist guy with the stuffed daughter?
Yeah.
How old was his daughter? Like when she died?
She was
what was she, 12?
12 or something like that.
That is so creepy.
Yeah, he walks around with her. In fact, he brought her here in a suitcase.
Well, no, you have to realize he's aging her.
Right.
He gave her breast implants, right?
Yes, and then she had plastic surgery.
Yeah.
That's so wrong. That is so wrong. And so, like, he sent, like, condolences from her to Hank's family
right, yeah.
in that message?
You know, he feels the daughter contacts him. He didn't want his daughter buried. He loved her so much. Then his wife was on the phone accusing him of having sex with the daughter, and it was a whole thing on the air here. And when we saw her head looked like styrofoam from being, emulsified.
It doesn't look like the best techniques were used.
No.
That is so creepy.
But she had a nice body. I'll give her that.
Hey, man, up here in Seattle, KISW, everyone loving you.
All right, thanks, bro.
Thanks, man.
Right, later. Up in Seattle, everyone loves us, Robin.
Good.
Yeah.
I feel the love.
All right, and King of All Blacks, we'll give you the last word before... Oh, he's not on there. All right, let's go to Scott then. Scott, you're on the air.
Hey, what's up, Howard?
Hey.
Just give you a shout-out from Houston, man. I'm up here from Houston, and first time I got to hear you on the radio. This is pretty cool. Hey, that Mariah Carey thing, I've been kind of busy out of the country. What's up with her going back in the hospital, man? What's up with that?
You want me to redo the news for you because you've been out of the country?
Yeah, you got to update me, I guess.
Okay, thank you. You go read the newspaper. You got to be up on current events. Robert, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard, what's happening?
What's happening, man?
I came across this book. I thought of you when I read it. It's 6 Weeks to Words of Power, and it has these tests at the beginning. It tests your knowledge on words of power. I wanted to see if I can give you a little quiz.
What does this mean?
You want to give me a quiz?
Yeah, just like to test your vocabulary, I guess, to see how knowledgeable you are with words of power.
Words of power?
Yeah, there are 10 questions. There's 5 tests. The test 5 being the hardest. And it says that like only 3 people out of 100 can get all 10 on the 5th test. And it's pretty interesting. I thought of you when I read it. I wanted to see if I can give you a little 10-question quiz.
All right.
I would test you once. The 5 being the hardest, 1 being the easiest.
Okay.
Which one you want?
Well, I don't know. What do you want to do? For the hardest?
Well, let's do the 4th one, because it says right here, the pressure's being put on you now. The words in this group are still more difficult. If you do reasonably well with this test, you can rank yourself as having a superior vocabulary.
All right.
All right, first one. It's 10 words, and I'll give you A, B, C, and D.
I'm a genius. Of course I'll know all of this.
I doubt it. I bombed on it.
Oh, he's thinking he's like you.
Nah, I was a genius. We all know that.
Go ahead.
All right. First word, contravene. A, to obstruct or prevent.
Oh, this is so boring.
I know. When he said it, I was like, I don't think we're going to really get through this.
No offense, I probably have a crummy vocabulary, and it'll only prove that I know nothing.
Yeah.
And contravene already is too hard for me. And that's the first one. So I think it's just going to be a big, long, dull bit.
Yeah, we'll forget about that. But hey, you see any good
So I'm going to contravene this call.
Yeah.
And
you see any good movies lately?
All right, let's go with that. Have I seen any good movies lately? Let me think.
See Jay and Bob yet?
He wouldn't like Jay and Bob.
I wouldn't like Jay and Bob.
But I loved it.
I like Kevin, but I don't like Jay and Bob. I never liked Jay and Bob. I don't understand Kevin Smith's movies.
Yeah, I like about half of them. I thought it was pretty good. It was funny seeing Ben Affleck make a complete fool of himself.
Kevin Smith wrote a good screenplay for Superman. He never produced it, though.
Yeah, they canned it.
They canned it. It was good. But I told him I liked it. What else? Have I seen any good movies? Let me think for a second.
I got to tell you, did you say your daughter went to see Sexy Beast, the Ben Kingsley film?
No.
No, because I thought she was trying to see something you can hardly see anywhere.
Wow.
That's one of those films that is in about 2 theaters in the city. You will never think of Ben Kingsley as Gandhi again.
Really?
He is so good as this bad guy.
Well, I don't want to see that. I only want to see mainstream pictures. I don't want to see any art house pictures. I've had it with that.
Yeah, I saw that actually, Robin, and I was wondering where they came up with the sexy.
I don't know who the Sexy Beast is, but it's a great movie.
I don't care. I want to talk about... What?
You know what looks really good that's coming out is The Count of Monte Cristo.
Yeah, well, you know what? There's some movie coming out that I read was supposed to be good. Like you know what? I did see a good movie. I saw The Others. I thought that was good.
Yeah, that was good.
I thought that was going to make more money.
And you know what? I find that I can't stop watching What Lies Beneath.
That's a great movie.
That came out with Michelle Pfeiffer and...
that was a great movie.
Underrated. Such a good movie.
Yeah, Harrison Ford and Michelle Pfeiffer. I love that movie.
It was good. It wasn't great.
No, it's really good.
It's well done. What else did I see that was good? The others?
You didn't go and see Rockstar?
Oh, he rushed
come on.
That was quality cinema.
That freaking preview looks boring.
It was quality cinema.
You're being dishonest, aren't you?
No, I really liked it.
Oh, you liked it?
Yeah, Jennifer Aniston made out with a girl in it. It's got everything you need.
Really?
Yeah, good rock and roll.
Yeah?
Yeah, great soundtrack.
Made $6 million.
Yeah, tied for third.
She makes me sick.
Who, Jennifer?
Yeah, she's on the cover of the new Rolling Stones. She looks horrible.
She does. She looks horrible. She absolutely looks horrible. He's right. And
kids reading Power Word things in magazines.
I don't care what he's reading, but he's absolutely right. Jennifer Aniston looks horrible on the cover of Rolling Stone.
She has like a man face.
She has a man face, and you see she has a nice body, and they wrap these, like, she's wearing a belly shirt, but she has, like, pieces of cloth wrapped around her belly, and it's squeezing it so tight, it looks like fat coming over the belly. I mean, who would pose for a picture like that?
Yeah, it looks horrible.
She's supposed to be all sexy, and she's looking chubby, and she's not even chubby.
How do you make her look chubby?
Yeah, that's what my point is. And the guy who took the pictures is Herb Ritts, who's supposed to be the greatest photographer ever.
What's he up to?
The ones inside are great, Howard.
They're not that good, man. She has a dog face in those. And you know what's wrong with it? I figured it out. She's wearing a wig, and the wig isn't right for her.
You don't like that?
You think that's a wig?
Sure, that's a wig. She cut her hair short for Friends. She's got long hair. That's a wig.
Well, then he must be right. Rockstar is an out-of-the-box smash hit, 4 stars, from Mike Sidoni.
Who's Mike Sidoni?
WOKR-TV.
Yeah, no. I'm a big fan of that guy.
The Rockstar got bad reviews.
No, I always love it when they take these guys you never heard of and put them in the ads.
Well, Mark Wahlberg's getting some good press off it. They're saying that at the very least he did a really good job.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We've had him on the show. He's a friend of the show, so he's a nice guy and everything. I don't know about the movie didn't get good reviews.
Audiences will get up and cheer. That's enough.
I did, Robin. I was cheering at one point. I looked like an ass.
So, I don't know,
You know what? I saw Musketeer yesterday.
How bad is it?
I imagine that the box office will drop off greatly for that this next week.
It was real bad?
It's awful.
Yeah, so I don't know. They're making a lot of bad movies.
And the sword scenes, they got one of these, chopsaki guys to do the choreography of the sword fights. And it looks like one of those bad Chinese films where the guys are having a ridiculous fight where they run up and down ladders and the ladders tilt and all that stuff while they're in a bakery fighting over the restaurant. That's what it looks like, because there's sword fighting and the ladders are seesawing back and forth.
Right.
It really looks comical.
Well, let me tell you something. I don't know. The theory I have on why so many bad movies are being made is that there's a lot of bad movies that make tons of money.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
When you got, like, those horrible Jackie Chan movies making a fortune, and you got, like, even, like...
The Mummy movies.
The Mummy movies. And so people who make movies are like, you know what? I think if I make a bad movie, I'll make a lot of money.
George of the Jungle, all those Brendan Fraser movies.
Nobody knows what to make. So that's why so many bad movies are being made. Real quick phone call from Tommy, and then I got to take a break, and then we'll get going again. Tommy, go ahead.
Hey, guys, what's up?
Hey.
You guys watch Monday Night Football last night?
I didn't, but I heard the Giants got creamed.
Yeah, they did. Too bad, but another horrible season of Dennis Miller. Jeez, when are they going to cut this guy with his vocabulary?
I think the reason that they're keeping Dennis Miller is the executives are embarrassed that they made the wrong decision, and they don't want to admit it.
Hey, you're 100% right. It makes Al Michaels look good, too.
Yeah, I mean, Robin, that's got to be it. The guy I think the guy who made the decision is, what the hell's that guy's name?
Ebersol or somebody? No, it was that other guy.
Olmeyer?
Yeah, Don Olmeyer.
It was terrible last night. Every time he says something, the other guys don't even respond to him.
Oh, they don't. They let him just hang
Don't even
there.
say anything back to him.
Did you guys see Dan Deerdorf? He's a fat slob. He just lets himself hang out.
Dennis Miller isn't like in the right setting. He's a funny guy. The thing is that this is just not the venue for him. It's football. I want to hear experts talking when I watch football. I love the coverage on the tennis, for example. John McEnroe talking about tennis, and that broad, she's good too.
I forget her name.
Barillo?
Carrillo,
right. Marianne Carrillo, something like that. See, that's good. I don't want to hear a guy making his lame jokes, especially these cerebral references that nobody gets. I mean, it's making him look bad. It's making ABC look bad. It's not adding to the ratings. It
detracts from the football.
Yeah, last night he said something about the vicissitudes of Denver. I don't know what the hell was going on.
And I think ABC doesn't want to admit they made a mistake. It's too embarrassing to them. I really believe that. It's like, hey, you know what?
But why would Dennis Miller continue? He doesn't mind the ridicule and the...
I think it's the first mainstream job Dennis Miller's ever had, and they're probably paying him a fortune.
Yeah, he goes from Bordella of Blood to Monday Night Football.
Yeah, I mean, look at Dennis Miller's career. He's that HBO show, and that's a good show, whatever.
That gives him a good buzz.
It doesn't pay a dime, though. HBO is infamously cheap. Miller's doing it because he had a failed talk show, and this is something he can do. He was doing movies like Bordello of Blood. You're right. They're the worst friggin' movies on the planet. I mean, the guy's career was over.
Him and Corey Feldman, right?
Yeah, this is a network job. They're probably paying him $500,000 at least, maybe $1 million. Who knows?
At least on Monday Night Football, we don't have to listen to him say babe. He ends everything with babe, like Sammy Davis Jr.
Well, let me tell you something. This is the best gig he's ever had, so of course he's going to stay with it. All right, I got to take a break. Thanks. When we come back, I'll get to everything, including a guy who's had the hiccups for a year. I read about this dude in the newspaper.
He really is still... I mean, how often does the hiccup
Oh, you'll hear
happen?
it. It happens every minute.
Really?
Yeah, it's over a year now, this guy.
Can't cure it.
Can't cure it. We'll be back right after these words.
You're listening to a man who farts when he's bored. Howard Stern. Boston, WBCN Boston.
We're going to do a tribute to my late wife, who really is the great Martha Ray. How do you keep the song from fading too fast? How do you lose yourself to someone?
Sorry. Love that guy. Here's a guy named Brian Regan. You're going to like this guy.
I like watching fishing on TV. You ever? That'll make you worry about yourself. You ever watch fishing on TV for like 15 minutes and then just go, boy, I better get a life. I'm watching fishing. I'm not even fishing. I'm watching fishing. Too lazy to fish. I'm taping fishing to watch again later. Come on over, I got a fishing tape. No, a new one. And at the end of the fishing show, they roll credits. There are like 90 people involved with the two guys fishing. What are they all doing? And one of the credits is film editor. This poor guy. He's got to watch all the footage that's not exciting enough to make it to that final show. That's got to be hell. He's got to sit there all day just going, no. That was just the worm when you put the worm.
Next to the Jackson family last night at the Michael Jackson concert. Is that right, Scott? How'd you get to do that?
A friend got me a comp, and I was in the seats on the very side. Were any of you at the concert the other night?
No.
Michael was right on the side of the stage. There was a whole section with like him and Liz Taylor, and I was in the exact same section, on the exact opposite side. I guess he wanted his family on the opposite side of the arena. So I'm sitting there, and a couple of funny things happened. Well, it's interesting because when I was sitting there, I didn't realize I was surrounded by his family members.
You're in the box with him.
No, I was in the box across the stage from him. There's like a box on the side of the stage left and the side of the stage right.
What's the difference? You were sitting near the Jackson family.
Right, but opposite Michael.
All right, what did you see?
Anyway, well, the way I found out I was sitting near the Jackson family was they're running videos between the performers, and they ran a video where Michael looks like a skeleton. It was some video called Dose, I think. And so I said to the woman next to me, I said, "Boy, what do you think looks weirder, that Michael and the skeleton up there, or watching him across the way?" And she said, "Do you realize where you're sitting?" And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "This whole section is Michael's family." So I said, "Oh, sorry." And so there were all kind of like weird vibes for the rest of it.
You mean they don't realize that he looks peculiar?
Well, I said to her, I didn't mean anything bad. It's just that, I think he just went a little too far with the surgery. And she's giving me like a weird look.
Yeah,
They realize he pays the bills is what they
like you're weird for noticing that he looks odd.
Exactly.
You don't say anything about the guy paying the bills.
All right, thank you.
But there's more that happened.
Well, what happened?
When Michael did Beat It and one of his other big songs, the whole back of his pants split and you could see his underwear. And so I think they were taping a lot. I guess they did pretty much the same show that they did, the other night, except Whitney Houston wasn't there and Brando wasn't there.
Right.
And but I know they couldn't use any of that footage because his pants split, and it was hilarious because anyone on the side of the stage could see it. I don't know if you could see it from the front. And two other funny things, because I had my binoculars, so I could see Michael's face directly across the thing, like for the entire show. he seemed incredibly bored with just about all the performers until they came over and were like, kissing his butt. Except for two, there was some kid who's like a 10-year-old little blonde boy singer named Tony Gilpin or something like that. He performed. He did like one of Michael's early ballads. He actually sang it pretty well, but Michael looked like he was going to shoot his you-know-what across the stage.
This is Billy Gilman he's probably talking about. You know
that little high-voiced kid?
That's perfect that he would be there.
Yeah, well, all I know is they had a party at Tavern on the Green, and Michael Jackson at the after party was, like Van Halen used to rock out with chicks. Michael Jackson, they say, was surrounded by about 6 10-year-old boys. White boys.
Yeah, after you do a nice tribute to yourself, you surround yourself with some kids.
Yeah.
Macaulay Culkin was with him also in the booth, and this is an interesting part. When the Gilpin kid was singing, Macaulay Culkin was nowhere to be found.
Jealous.
It was a weird thing because it was like,
Why?
It was like it almost was like Michael that wanted to be alone watching his new Macaulay. You know what I mean?
You might be reading too much into it, but who knows?
There's plenty to do.
This guy could be jealous. He's sitting with the Jackson family, and yet you needed binoculars. I would imagine you had close seats.
No, when I got there, I didn't realize I was going to get such a good seat. I brought binoculars thinking I wasn't going to have such good seats.
Yeah, that makes sense. Your story makes more sense than Gary Condit's. All right, thank you.
But there's more stuff too.
Oh, all right. So far it's been a real winner. Go ahead, yes.
The other time he really lit up was when a kid named Aaron Carter was on.
Right.
Do you know who he is?
Yeah, he's the little brother of the NSYNC guy.
He is horrible. He's like worse than NSYNC.
Everyone on that show is horrible. Liza Minnelli singing.
Liza Minnelli was. It was the one good thing aside from Michael.
Once you go to a rock concert, see Liza Minnelli singing.
There was one good thing aside from Michael, which was Gladys Knight. She can still really sing. But
look at who shows up at this thing. Like, people are afraid to even be associated with him. Only freaks are his friends. Elizabeth Taylor is a freak. Marlon Brando is the biggest freak on the planet.
Yeah, he got booed, too. Why did he get booed?
Because he was in the middle of the concert. They rolled him out on a chair. First, we got to understand something. The thing was so poorly produced that people were sitting around waiting 10, 15 minutes between sets. Because they were taping a TV show, you're paying $2,500 to watch them tape a TV show. Then all of a sudden, finally something happens. There's this big, bloated fat guy that nobody recognizes sitting in a chair.
Rolled out on a couch, not just a chair.
Yeah, on a couch. They roll him out, and he's staring at the audience, not saying anything.
All confrontation.
And then he goes,
I want to tell you, I waited 1 minute. I sat and stared at you for a minute because when this minute went by, there are 1,000 children around the world who had their feet hacked off. And you have to...
And this is how we started talking. Yeah. Imagine you're sitting at a concert and this guy's talking about getting children's feet get hacked off.
You just said a big fat guy was rolled out on a couch. I didn't know it was Dominic Barbara.
If they started pelting Brando with food, he would have probably been psyched out.
He got booed.
He probably hoped they would be throwing tomatoes at him.
Yeah, well, all I know is it was pretty bad, and it was just an god-awful show. So they started booing him. They're like, hey, shut up. Nobody wants to be here hearing about, who are you, Sally Struthers? So he's a freak. That's another friend of Michael Jackson's. And Liza Minnelli, who's the freakiest.
Macaulay Culkin.
Macaulay Culkin,
who's the godfather of his kids, Paris and France.
And where were
they
at this concert?
What'd you say?
Paris and France.
Paris and France, head for the hills. If you were Paris and France, you'd head for the hills.
Hey, Howard, can I mention my website real quick?
Do you have to?
I'd like to.
All right.
Can we hear more of these stories on there?
What's on the website? Because you're a fascinating man. The way you weave a story is incredible.
It's at www.mediaattack.com.
Never mind. All right.
Mediaattack.com.
And what do I see on this website?
Well, you'll see, I don't know if you remember years ago, you actually had me, you did 2 hours on one of my phone calls to the Larry King Show with Jesse Helms.
Oh, okay.
I'm the one who called him in. I congratulate him for everything he's done to help keep down then I said the N-word on the air.
Right.
And this is about 6 years ago. You guys did 2 hours on the show and had me on about it.
Really?
Remember?
I would love to hear that again. I don't remember it.
There's a lot of good stuff. It's me attacking politicians in person and calling them on shows like Bill Clinton and Newt Gingrich and Harrison Ford, celebrities.
All right, MediaAttack.com. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
You know...
Yeah, I was thinking that they should have strung a net right at the door of Madison Square Garden after, while the concert was going on, and then catch everybody in it as they try to leave, because they've all got problems.
Crazy Cabbie and Angry Black had a fight here on the show, if you remember, a couple of months ago. How could you forget? And one of the things Angry Black got out of it was the opportunity to do a radio show here on our station. He wants to go into radio. So they let him do a disc jockey shift here at the station. And I got to tell you, it proves my point that anybody with zero skills can be a disc jockey. Because I was listening to the tape. He sounds as good as any of the other jocks.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's fine.
And he just started doing this.
This was his first air shift ever.
You're telling me he sounded as good as the guys who are here all the time?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. That's exactly what I'm telling you.
Darn.
Now, listen to this.
Down with the sickness. Shelly Angry Black with you. Yeah, that's right. The naysayer said I wasn't going to be here. But I'm here, people. Here's Godsmack, K-Rock.
I mean, that's what all the other dudes do. That wasn't bad, right?
No, it's not. It's certainly better than some of the college-level stuff I've ever heard.
Yeah. Sounds good to me. Here's another break. You decide.
Don't forget to go to KRockRadio.com now to download Nickelback's acoustic How You Remind Me from the Kane and Cabby Show. And don't forget to check out the photos also for the tribute for Hank the Angry Drunken Dwarf tribute. We're going to miss Hank. I hope when he's up in heaven, God gives him longer legs, people. Angry Black, K-Rock.
It's as good as any of the other jocks.
That was pretty good.
I know everyone wants to put it down, but it's like, hey,
Well, we got it hoping there'd be something to goof on.
Well, that's why my dad sat me down when I told him I was going to go into radio, and he said, listen, any idiot can go into radio. He goes, for God's sakes, he goes, what'd you go to college for that?
You don't have to go to college to be on radio.
Yeah, he was like, what are you, stupid? He goes, first of all, you're going into a profession that any idiot can do. Where's your leverage? And he goes, he says, I know some announcers who get voiceover commercials. He says, you don't have a voice like that. Which he's right. I mean, I don't get voiceover work. And he said, so what are you going to do?
Well, you showed him.
I did show him, but here is Angry Black, who up until a few weeks ago was a telephone repairman, I think.
Are you beginning to see what your father was saying?
Yeah. My dad's right. Listen to this.
New K-Rock music. By the way, people, Sum 41, second show added. K-Rock presents Sum 41 with unwritten...
Like, I don't know what Big Black's talking about.
Yeah.
Angry Black, rather.
I'm having a little trouble understanding him.
But listen to any station. You never know what the jocks are talking about. They talk over the music. No one ever pays attention to them. It's a sound.
October 13th and 14th at Irving Plaza. Tickets on sale Friday, September 14th at noon. The October 13th show at all Ticketmaster outlets and Ticketmaster charge by phone. K-Rock.
Yeah.
Maybe we need a program director to tell us what this is.
Like, if I was a program director, I'd hire him.
Yeah, I'm wondering what Steve Kingston has to say.
Although I don't know what I'm doing. I was a program director early on in my career, and they say I hired the worst jocks.
See?
Anyone I ever hired, I don't even think went on to in the business.
Never distinguished themselves.
No, I used to hire the worst guys. I just hired guys who I knew were going to show up. So I'd hire bad guys. Good guys don't show up when you're paying them $4 an hour.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Steve is the genius. He's the program director, and he grabs all the guys here and takes them into rooms and tells them what they're doing wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe he should evaluate this.
Oh, please.
You got to sit in on one of those meetings where Julie Slater sits there with her newspaper and, go through what she might talk about that day, and Steve gives the thumbs up or the thumbs down.
Good Lord.
Man.
It's painful.
You're kidding.
No.
He does that every day?
Yeah, as you got to go see him every day.
Wow.
And even when John was talking more, John doesn't talk as much during the show.
Yeah, thank God.
John would have to go in there, and John would have to go through the whole you know, Steve go, what are you going to talk about today? Joe go, no, exactly. What are you going to tell me exactly? First break, what are you going to talk about? And
He's trying to get him focused.
Yeah.
Well, I could see that.
With John.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, when you come in here, it's like you've been sold into slavery. He'll take your name away. He'll tell you what to say. He'll tell you when to be here.
He gives you a new name.
Yeah, he does.
You're Toby.
He renamed, when he was at Z100, he renamed half those guys.
Yeah.
Howard, when you say PDs are like acting teachers, they're disgruntled morning men.
Yeah, they're guys who never could be good disc jockeys.
Right. That's what I've run into.
Well, hey, listen, who cares? Everybody's got an opinion. That's what PDs have.
He's not doing that to Kane and Cabby, is he?
I think so. I mean, I don't know.
Don't get me wrong, though. I think Kingston's a genius.
Looking for a job, Vinny?
Well, I'm just saying.
Right.
Never want to shut a door.
So there's the Angry Black radio show, which I don't think was too bad, if I may be so bold. I think it sounded just as good as anybody.
What time was it on?
I think overnight.
2 to 5 a.m.
It could have been on 6 to 10. It would have been fine. Because sometimes when I go out with Booger, like I saw Booger Saturday night, and Booger's like, very full of himself, he's got his radio gig, and I see he's walking around like he's a superstar, and I'm saying to myself, Angry Black could replace you. Just calm down. Because Booger spends more time just kissing Steve Kingston's ass than he does actually on the... Yeah, he's like Steve's best friend. Like if Steve all of a sudden wants to go out at 2 o'clock, like Booger has to go out.
Oh.
Yeah. He has to be Steve's friend in order to keep that job. It's not worth it.
Well, maybe what we ought to do is pull a Booger air check and then play the
Angry
Booger
Black
and Angry Black and decide if there's any difference.
Hey, Gary, pull a Booger air check. To see if there's any difference. I want to see the difference between the professional and the guy who had his first radio show. I want to know if there's a difference.
I got to know something here.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be a good comparison. That'll be a good bit. I like that. We have the Beetlejuice quiz coming up. What about the guy who hiccuped for a year? We got him on the phone?
Somebody gave him a glass of water.
Yeah, where is that guy? I see him on the schedule for 7. Give me an update.
He's late?
I don't know. Hey, Robert, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard, what's up, dude? Check it out, man. My girlfriend's a virgin, and remember you guys used to talk about that Ultimate V stuff?
The Ultimate VR. Gary, just stand there. Wait. What is the update? You couldn't wait a second?
I thought you were onto a different thing. I don't want to bother you.
Well, I am onto a different thing, but I still need the information.
The update was we were going to wait till after this break. Casey said we were going to wait a break so you could take a look at the notes.
I don't need a note. The guy's been hiccuping for a year. What kind of notes do I need?
I'll put them up.
Well, now it's too late. Wait till after the break. For God's sake. Yeah. So you were. What about Ultimate V? Gives you a hard on. Go ahead.
Yeah, I totally can't get it up, right?
Yeah.
And I tried everything else, right? And I've been looking for this Ultimate V stuff, and I can't even find it anywhere.
Dude, every girl's going to tell you she's a virgin.
No, this chick is. Trust me, dude.
I don't know if that's the point of the story. How old are you?
29.
And you can't get it up?
No.
How long has that been happening?
What'd you think,
I was
you're
on
gay?
medication for depression and stuff, and that totally screwed me up.
Are you off the medication now?
Yeah, for a year.
And you still can't function?
Well, I can, but I want to be certain, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know, dude. I would just do her. Well,
yeah, but if I fail, she's going to be like, dude, you suck.
So what?
She's a virgin. What's she going to weigh you
She doesn't know anything.
Tell her you were great.
You want to know what I would do if I was you?
What?
And I swear I'm not joking, and everyone's going to laugh when I say this. You do it with the lights down low. Keep a corn cob next to you.
Oh,
I'm not kidding.
A corn
Buttered
cob.
corn.
Get one. Buttered corn.
Well, you need some lube. Keep a buttered corn cob next to you, and if you for some reason can't perform, just use the buttered corn cob, and she'll think it's you. She doesn't know the difference.
Bad trick.
Hey, maybe I've done it.
The crying game.
So you think I should forget about the Ultimate V crap?
No, Ultimate V is fine. From what I understand, it works because Ronnie did it, and he said it was it was good. It gave him a boost.
Well, is he feeling like when he does get excited, it's not that?
No, I can get it. I can do it. It's just that
You're nervous that you won't perform, but let me tell you something. As long as you have the corn cob there to rely on, I'm being serious.
She'll never know.
No, you're having performance anxiety. You don't have to perform well. She doesn't know any difference. She's never had a guy.
When was the last time you were with a woman?
Oh, like 2 months ago.
And you did fine?
She was like a slut. I didn't care either way.
Yeah.
But you did fine.
Well, yeah, but I mean, she was nobody to impress anyway. You know what I'm
saying?
So
you're having performance anxiety because you want to impress this girl.
Yeah.
Well, then you'll never succeed, even with Ultimate V.
You don't think?
No, because you're too uptight. Just go do her. Pretend she's a whore.
Pretend it's the 50th time or something.
Right.
Well, I guess so. All right.
She's a little whore who just hasn't had sex yet. That's how you got to look at it.
She's a future.
She's a future whore.
Hey, Howard, would you even notice if Fred died?
He's got problems. He's got a problem with his wang, and he's picking on me.
Sorry, man.
All right, well,
thanks, Howard.
I would just do her and keep the corn cob on your handy.
All right, man. Party on. You rule.
Thank you.
Bye.
Be careful with that corn cob.
Wait a minute, though. He's coming in with a cold corn cob.
No, buttered corn. I said, but don't go nuts with that corn cob. Imagine she's like picking corn out after. Like, what the hell happened to me? Sex is really nasty. I'm growing corn down there. All right, we'll be back right after these words.
Let's go to line 4. Who's this, please?
This is Hank, the angry dwarf.
Yes?
Why don't you go have sex with yourself?
Oh, okay. Thank you. I hope your parents get married someday.
Oh, you.
Well, thank you for the bleep.
Stay tuned. The Howard Stern Show continues after these on BCN. Set 104.1.
Hi there. The middle finger of the broadcasting community. Here's a sensation which must be heard to be believed. Howard Stern Show.
I said, give back my picture, you scumbag. You're a real f***ing scumbag. You know that? You don't? Me, you gonna go down, motherfucker. You know that? You understand? You understand that? You better have my shit. You know, your brain's gonna be coming out off your f***ing head, because I'm gonna f***ing rip it off. My balls is nice and big and pink. Pink ball. I got a balls named chocolate balls. Me, I got the biggest head. Me. Legs don't mean size. I got long f***ing legs. I got big f***ing legs. Shoe size don't mean shit. I would have threw you out of the ring a long f***ing time ago.
Hey, that guy is up for a few FMEs, and for those of you who are wondering when the FMEs will occur, I think it's going to be I think it's in 2 weeks, the FMEs. Our annual award show. There's a lot of work going into it. The guys are working hard. I must tell you, it's going to be a big show this year. I think Beetlejuice is up for 7 FMEs.
Wow, the most nominated?
Yeah, he is the most nominated. He's got to bring home the gold tampon this year.
I hope he's not upset.
Hey, also, the Beetlejuice quiz later on in the program today. I keep promising to get to that. I'm going to do it. Tonight on E, the Queen for a Day contest to win sex at the Bunny Ranch with Dixie Cups. Check out Dixie Cups. Pretty good-looking whore.
What?
Yeah, Dixie Cups. See a quadriplegic, a fat guy, and John the Stutterer fight over Dixie Cups. It's a very sexy episode. Find out tonight at 11 p.m. on E who wins.
You know, there was a new study done, I think in Sweden or someplace like that, where they said the elderly do a lot better if you provide them with porno and prostitutes than if you give them medication. You know, so the elderly who are agitated, you should actually go and get them some sex.
Get them some whores.
Pay for it if you have to.
Who is Seth Dowell? That's the question everyone's asking.
That is what I'm asking.
I mean, people are also asking the other question, which is, what does Bigfoot look like on the Millionaire Show that Robin taped over the weekend? When is your episode specifically going to air? You don't know?
I have no idea. But it's every Monday night, starting September 17th. I mean, I'm in all the shows.
Yeah, you're in them, but I want to see when you go. Who is Seth Dowell is the other question people are asking. Seth Dowell, Robin, is the guy who has been hiccuping for a year. He's been on The Tonight Show. He's been in People magazine.
Is that right? He's making a whole career out of this.
Yeah, and my theory on hiccuping... Hi, Seth.
Hello.
And Seth can take medication to control his hiccuping, but for purposes of interviews, you usually don't take the medication. Is that right?
Right.
So the chances are we'll hear you hiccup.
Yeah, I don't take any medication anymore. I'm off of them.
Seth, how often does the hiccuping occur? I mean, is it every minute?
Now it'll happen 2 or 3 times a day for about 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh, really?
Oh, so it's not going on right now?
No, it's not quite as bad as when I first started.
Do you figure this is like a Tourette's or something?
Somewhat, it was.
Oh, you see, I thought you were doing it all day.
I was at one point, but with the help of medication, I've been I'm not as bad.
How old are you?
21.
What kind of medication do they give you?
They've given me muscle relaxers, Valium.
Yeah, because you sound really low-key.
It's 5 o'clock in the morning here.
No, I know, but I mean, man, dude, you sound like they got you totally doped up.
But he says he's not taking medication anymore.
Oh, he's on something, aren't you, Seth? Dude, you got to be on Valium or downers of some kind, right?
I was for a long time.
Because, dude, I mean, you get me sleepy.
When did you stop taking the medication?
Last week.
Oh, it's only been a week. It's still in your system.
What do they give you, Ludes?
I was on a muscle relaxer.
Where do you get those? I mean...
Sounds good.
Yeah. Where do you... What kind of muscle relaxer? What's the name of it?
It's called Xanaflex.
What does that do to you if you're just like a regular guy?
It put me to sleep all day.
Does it get you horny?
No.
That's what Quaaludes used to do for me. Well, you should have seen the pigs I banged. So, Seth, you got on the Tonight Show with Leno.
Did you hiccup for him?
I did.
So you're not going to hiccup for us?
Let me get a glass of water, and that'll start them for you.
All right, good.
Really?
Yeah, because this is kind of a downer.
Well, isn't that the opposite of what should happen?
My audience wants to hear you hiccup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did. Ripley's did an interview, so that's coming out shortly.
Can you go get a glass of water now?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Who wants to hear a guy who hiccups, not hiccup?
Yeah,
not
hiccuping.
Nobody wants to interview Seth Dalvey and hiccuping. See, I was going to make the case that because this is so exciting in his life, that it's almost...
He won't stop.
Yeah, that it's keeping it going in some psychological... Oh, there we go. What happened? That goes on if you drink water?
Yeah, that's usually what kind of starts it now.
There you go. Are you just doing that, or it's really going on?
No, it's really going on.
Wow. Sounds violent.
Yeah, these are pretty bad ones today.
What are you in college?
Yes.
What school you go to?
I'm going to a community college out here, and I'm getting my prerequisites done for pharmacy.
So how can you work this? I see you got a website, hiccupguy.com, but can you work that into some sort of money off of this thing?
I've been trying. I haven't really gotten too much out of it.
Yeah.
Not a lot of call for this.
There's a lot of interest. I mean, it's been going on over a year, but I don't think there's a way to really...
Nobody's going to pay for it, though.
What do you want to do when you get out of college?
Become a pharmacist.
Oh, that makes sense. You certainly know enough about sedatives.
You've taken them all.
Taken all the sedatives. So, and what do I find on hiccupguy.com?
You just find a lot of main remedies that I've tried and some of the shows that I've done.
And why do doctors think you're doing this?
They don't know. Doctors don't have a clue.
You a good-looking guy?
I think so.
Yeah, everybody thinks they're good-looking. You know, I look in the mirror and think I'm good-looking. I look in the mirror and I think I'm good-looking until I see a picture of myself.
Well, what does that mean?
Well, when I see the picture, I see what I really look like. Everyone who looks in the mirror thinks they look good.
But what does the picture do that the mirror doesn't?
It somehow gives me a real take on what I look like. The angle I see myself at looks good to me. What?
Hey, Howard, I swear this is true. I have the best cure for hiccuping, and it works
Stutter.
Every single time.
What?
I swear, you take a butter knife and
stick it down your throat?
No, or a fork or a spoon. You hold it in your mouth and you drink a glass of water. I swear to God, it works every time.
You hold a butter knife in your mouth?
Yeah, or like a fork or a spoon, and you put it between your teeth like that, and then you drink water. And I swear to God, it works every time.
Really?
Every one of my friends goes, that can't work. It works every time.
Well, maybe.
Your problem is stuttering.
Yeah. Why don't you work on that instead of hiccups?
You guys, next time you have hiccups, try it. I swear to God, you're going to go, God damn, that John was right.
Do you get every kind of advice from everyone about how to cure hiccups?
Oh, yeah. I've tried that one several times.
Oh, you have tried that?
I've got one for you, Howard. I was with a girl once and they went away.
There you go.
Well, rush over to this guy's house.
Maybe
the girls, I hear that semen actually can cure hiccups.
I swear, it's a true story.
Well,
I didn't enjoy it. It was like being with Otis from the Andy Griffith Show.
You were just trying to help her out. That'll give you oral sex, girls. That'll cure everything. In fact,
boyfriend is
I don't know if this guy wants to go and do that.
Did you read this article a serious article about how semen induces weight loss?
No, I did not read that. Where did you read
the
that?
qualities in semen actually help you lose weight.
Where did you read it?
I read that.
Playboy?
No, I read that in the New York Times.
That explains Casey and Ralph.
Right.
A lot of things.
It's good for everything.
It really is.
So who are you on the Tonight Show with?
The Rock.
The Rock and who else?
And the musical guest was Eden's crush.
Yeah. Is any of this, I guess, fame worked itself into getting laid?
Unfortunately, no.
Yeah.
That's been the hardest part about having these damn things.
No girls.
No girls, yeah.
What are you wearing right now?
You think it's all in his head, Howard? You think it's just a...
Yeah. What are you wearing right now?
T-shirt and boxers.
Take off your boxers. I have a cure. I have a really good cure for you. What do? Do you live at home still?
I do.
Yeah? How's your mom? I'm thinking this is kind of a dull interview. Maybe I'll get your mom on the phone. Is she a MILF?
No.
No? She's not that hot?
No.
Why don't you take off your T-shirt and relax? Well, anyway, listen, I wish you luck, Hiccup Guy. And go to hiccupguy.com and, I guess, learn more about hiccups. All right, so it wasn't a good idea interviewing you.
Sorry.
You know. What did Leno ask you?
We just had fun. We tried a bunch of different remedies. And
Oh, I see. Oh, that's a good idea.
I was a little intimidated when I was going to be interviewed by you.
Were you nervous going on Leno, and then, like, all of a sudden, like, you have to hiccup? Does that make it stop?
No.
All right.
You're really trying.
Hiccup Guy, the movie.
Hiccup Guy.
I'm in a... they're not as bad as they were because of the help with medication.
Yeah, I wish I'd gotten a hold of you for when they were really bad. All right.
Call us in a couple of weeks after the medication is worn off. Maybe they'll come back.
Yeah, if they ever come back real bad, can you call us?
I sure will.
All right, thanks, Hiccup Guy.
Sorry.
Later. Sorry. Hiccupguy.com. Yeah, I knew that was a little flimsy when I booked it. I just thought it'd be funny to hear him going off. And
He's not going off.
Yeah, I just thought it would have been good. What do I know? Hey, anyway, they all can't be gems. Seth Dowell, Hiccup Guy. Vinny, you should give him some of your semen. Maybe that would help.
I'm telling you.
All right, listen to this one, and you tell me what you think of this. A couple of months ago, I had a woman on who claims to be a matchmaker. Yeah. Like, she'll hook you up if you can't find a date. And I forget why I interviewed her. She had some sort of special, like, she takes years to find the right mate. She almost guarantees you if she hooks you up with a woman, it's going to be the right. It'll be your soulmate or whatever. And, you know, I think that's all a bunch of crap. It's just a money-making proposition. So I put her on the air and I said, hey, find someone for me.
And she thought she'd have no problem.
Yeah, and she sounded like a bit of a character. And she said she got 7,000 responses of women who really wanted to meet me. And now she's...
Even that, I think, is a low total.
Yeah, so do I. And then she said, her computer crashed. Her website crashed.
So she could only take the 7.
But now, like, instead of... We've been trying to book her to come back here with the women that she found. But instead of coming back on our show, she's just going around doing newspaper articles and bad-mouthing me.
What do you mean, bad-mouthing?
I mean, it's not really professional. She's talking about how no one wants to go out with me, how she's only found 5 women, and I'm seeing their pictures in the paper. They're not even hot. I mean, they're pretty bad. And one of them...
you wouldn't even consider these women if she brought them to you?
Well, I don't know, maybe their pictures are better. There's a black chick who looks kind of hot. You know, light-skinned black chick looks pretty good there. But other than that, and like, she's going, like... If the story is that she can't find any women who want me, why isn't she doing it here? Why isn't she getting on the air?
Why didn't she call us?
That's what I'm saying. Why is she going around doing newspaper interviews about what a loser I am? I mean, that's kind of unprofessional. Does she always go around doing that? Like, she's using me to get in the newspaper.
Publicity for herself. But what kind of publicity is this? She's got a client she can't find dates for.
All right, so here's an article from the Orlando Sentinel, okay, which is a pretty big newspaper. It ain't easy finding a queen for the king of all media. First,
it's a pretty big article, too.
Yeah, it's a huge article, all right? It's like the front page of the living section. First, you have to locate women who are not repulsed by Howard Stern.
Oh.
All right, now granted, I'm the #1 disc jockey in Orlando. And I'm not saying every woman wants me, but I've met my share of women who want me.
Not this woman.
This woman sucks as a matchmaker if she can't find a woman for me, because I seem to be able to find women.
You can find plenty of women.
Yeah, I found women. I dated women when I got divorced.
Please, there's no dearth of women. There are women calling every day wanting to go out.
All right, listen to this. First, you have to locate women who are not repulsed by Howard Stern. Then, weeding through that small subset of the population, you must find women who actually want to date the long-haired, loudmouth disc jockey. I got to tell you, groans Deltona matchmaker Marie Massa, her voice weary and scratchy, the sound of too many long nights spent with too many cigarettes. It was hard. I got 7,000 emails and only 15 women wanted to meet Howard Stern. This, Massa announces in her heavy New York accent, she did not expect. First of all, the woman's totally ridiculous occupation. You know.
Yeah, she's lucky to be making a living at all, she is.
I called her as a goof, and it was kind of funny because she's such a loudmouth. I thought more women would like him, Massa murmurs. Well, this is real professional. So I employ her to go find me a match, and now she's bad-mouthing me.
Yeah.
Nobody wants me. Shows you how bad she is. How come I haven't had any trouble meeting women?
Maybe it's her.
Yeah. You ever think that she sucks? When Massa dialed Stern's radio show nearly 3 months ago and volunteered to find a wife for the recently separated shock jock, she never envisioned this scenario. Not many nice women want to meet Howard Stern, she says. Not the women I'm looking for. Forget the hundreds of doctors and lawyers she wanted to introduce the shock jock to. Forget even the more likely scenario, hundreds of strippers, gold diggers, and transsexuals who she expected would want to meet the wealthy entertainer. Of the 7,000 people who contacted Massa, most wanted to know more about her matchmaking services. They wanted to know if Massa could find a suitable, respectable spouse for them, but they did not want to meet or mate with Howard Stern.
What strip club is she going to?
Yeah. While this may not be surprising to the average radio listener familiar with Stern, this revelation astounded Marie Massa. Boy, this woman hates me. Linda Shreves.
Who's this?
She's the woman writing the article. You know. Anyone else knew that no one would want to go out with Howard Stern.
She already knew this.
Yeah.
Massa was surprised.
Instead of a collective ooh, the sound that Massa heard,
oh dear.
Listen to this article, was P.U.
I think the woman writing this article wants you. She's trying to keep everybody else away.
Can you imagine? I mean, what an article. Do you ever see anybody gets negative press? I think Jeffrey Dahmer got nicer articles.
Yeah, and he got more dates.
The search that she promised to do in 1 month has taken nearly 3 months. It all seemed so promising in the beginning. Days after Massa went on the Howard Stern radio show in June, the emails came zipping in, threatening to overload her system. For 2 months, she manned her computer reading the thousands of emails sent to her. But in July, a virus infected her computer, ate hundreds of emails, and devastated her Howard Stern records.
Oh. So how does she know what she lost?
Yeah, I mean, so why are you bad-mouthing me? Frustrated and angry, she kept trying. Massa, after all, is a professional. Oh, yeah, she's bad-mouthing me in a newspaper. Undaunted, she held an audition at the Roxy nightclub in Orlando. Now she's working this into like a whole gig for herself.
She got a nightclub gig.
Hoping to snare some comely beauties with brains, of course, who would want to meet the guy who trademarked the name Fart Man. The response, nothing. Nada, zippity. Except a drag queen who, when asked if she would like to meet Howard Stern, pulled down his or her pants. Next, Massa hit the beaches, trailed by a video crew.
Of course.
Hoping to find some bikini-clad babes interested in meeting Stern. Struck out. Discouraged, Massa returned to her emails, combing through them. She came up with 5 possible matches. Stern himself issued only 3 requirements. The woman should be 24 to 30 years old, should be 5 foot 8 inches or taller, and they must be, he said, slender. Yeah, I don't care about anything else. Massa being a professional. This has already said she's a professional 3 times. Professional what? A professional matchmaker? How do you become a professional as opposed to an amateur?
Where's the board that certifies you?
Massa, being a professional, immediately tossed out his age and height requirements.
Oh, you don't even get that.
This happens to me every day in my business, she says. I take it upon myself sometimes to bend the rules and do what I feel in my heart is right. So now she's going to bring in some hag.
A short head.
Yeah. Besides, she feels certain that when Stern meets the woman she selected, he will be astounded by their brains and beauty. And besides, she adds with a wink, he'll never be able to guess their ages. Massa's lucky, and we use those terms loosely. Finalists include Sheba Winston, a model and entrepreneur from Altamont Springs, who, among other business ventures, runs a protocol and business etiquette school. So why is she not bringing them here? Why is she announcing this to the newspaper?
You got to read about your dates in the paper.
Is that black chick Sheba? Because she's pretty cute.
Let me see.
I think she's pretty hot.
Yeah, Sheba Winston's the black chick.
She's the hottest one.
She's the good-looking one.
John will date her.
What's the matter, John? You want my date? Massa learned about Winston at Euston's, a Winter Park restaurant where Massa was skimming the waters for eligible women. Anyway, so she found her there. Massa said Winston was intrigued with Howard Stern. I find him very interesting, and there's something very animalistic about him that makes him very attractive. Who describes this girl describes herself as 30-ish.
39.
Winston knows Stern's reputation, but she assumes most of his on-air blather is an act. I find him to be a little bit raw, but I think a lot of that is just for TV. I think behind closed doors, he's probably a lot tamer than he appears to be. There you go. There's a girl who wants me. So why are they bad-mouthing me? There's a girl who wants me, attractive girl.
But how many people are on her database anyway?
I don't know. But why is she bad-mouthing me in the paper? Talking about what a loser I am, how hard it is for me to find people.
Are you going to talk to her about that?
Yeah. So she's making documentaries.
Those weren't our cameras. She's got her own.
Yeah. Hey, Gary, why don't you get this broad who's a publicity-seeking matchmaker on the phone? She only wants publicity.
All right. Is she married, Howard?
No. I don't remember.
She's probably not even married.
No. Wait till you hear her voice. Yeah, you wait.
Too busy.
You wait till you hear her voice. You'll see why no one's married to her. Ann Hawthorne, a registered nurse who works for the Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville. I don't date that much, says Hawthorne, but I did tell Marie that I'm very attracted to Jewish men. I'm not Jewish, but there's some kind of attraction going on there. Well, that's kind of freaky.
So now you've got somebody who wants a Jewish guy.
Yeah. Why don't you go for a rabbi? Like Winston, Hawthorne, 45, didn't go looking for Stern. Instead, she had gone out with one of Massa's other clients, so the matchmaker called and asked if she'd be interested. 45? How'd he get divorced to date a 45-year-old? Hawthorne, who Massa describes as a classy lady, has plans for Stern, and they include prayer. Yeah, well, that's what I want. I'm planning to say a Hebrew prayer over Howard, hoping to provoke a change, she says with a laugh. Well, that's good. That's good, to change me.
All women want you to change.
Here's another broad who wants me. Mary Holloway, director of special events for the University Club of Chicago. Holloway, who used to do legwork for the gossip columnists for the Chicago Tribune, also worked for former New York Mayor David Dinkins and television personality Bert Wolfe. But her fascination with Stern stems from his show, which she has listened to for years. Well, this is good. These are girls who all listen to me and like me for the radio show.
She's a good matchmaker.
Yeah. She does stand 5'8" and fits my physical requirements. She refuses to discuss her age.
Uh-oh.
Saying that she's over 29. It's already too old.
Well, you said 30 was your top, right?
Yeah.
She's got 1 year in her.
She says she's intrigued by me. Jacqueline Osteen of Tampa, vice president of a company that sells fertilizer to golf courses.
Oh.
Where's the broad? Is she on there? What?
I got her answering machine.
Yeah, well, how come she's going around doing interviews?
She's doing interviews, that's why.
The whole idea of the bit was to do it here. She can't find any broads to date me? What kind of insulting article is
it? Was the last girl that she hooked you up with, was a fertilizer salesperson?
Yeah.
I could see you going to those conventions and fitting in.
And the girl goes, I don't know, Howard Stern. I'm trying to leave my mind open, she says. If you said to me you're one of 5 women who are going to meet Russell Crowe, I think the same thing. I don't know anything about him yet. Oh, that's fair enough.
A lot in common with Russell Crowe.
She goes, of course, Osteen, who's 48, isn't deluding herself. My measurements are 38, 24, 36. That might have something to do with why I was picked. And then the final broad is Robin Fox, a professional singer from Tampa. Fox may be the best candidate for Stern's attentions. On stage, she captures the audience's attention by wearing a day-glow pink wig and a transparent spacesuit.
Oh.
Known to fans as Barbarella or Vamp, she had a hit single, I See Stars, that stayed on the Billboard charts for 48 weeks in 1999. When it comes to men, Fox 30 is a single Jewish woman seeking a nice Jewish man. I ain't looking for Jewish broads necessarily. I mean, what is this?
Well, she's looking, so that's why you're getting her.
I really am looking for a boyfriend. Anybody that's handsome, and Howard Stern is hot, see? I'm checking out the rabbis here on Long Island, Fox says, by telephone. So she's looking for rabbis or me.
Okay.
When Massa initially reported to one of Stern's producers, she hesitated to tell the truth that only 15 women were interested in meeting Howard Stern. Oh, come on.
She was going to hurt our feelings.
I'll tell you what, give me
she told a newspaper instead.
Yeah, so she's so worried about my feelings that she's going around bad-mouthing me, making videos about what a loser I am.
Give me a week.
Yeah.
I could bring 10 women in here who are top caliber.
That's all right. You don't have to do that.
No, but I'm saying...
I think it's funny that a matchmaker...
Right.
A professional matchmaker, supposedly, which there's no such thing, can't find a woman for me. And then badmouths me in the newspaper telling everybody she can't find a woman for me.
Have you ever known anyone who's actually gone to one for real?
No.
Or who's gotten married off of one?
No, of course not. You're not going to meet a woman that way.
Tons of matchmakers. They must be marrying somebody.
I think when you go to a matchmaker, you might as well paint the big L on your forehead.
Well, there's some guy suing one.
I like this.
He didn't find him anybody.
No date has been set yet for when I'm going to meet the women, and Massa and Stern's producers are still haggling over who will pay for the airline tickets.
That sounds right.
That sounds like
That's us.
what they will face in New York is another matter. All are willing to appear on the radio show, but they have limits: no disrobing and no lewd behavior. No one asked them to disrobe.
You're looking for a date.
Right. I'm not even looking for a date. I got a girlfriend.
I know, but this is the premise here. You're looking for a date, not strippers.
Are they being used as part of a stunt? Particularly when Stern is already romantically linked to a woman. The point is, no, I'm being honest, but if anything happens, I'll date one of these broads if I like them. Right?
They have to steal your heart.
Yeah, that's right.
You're not married.
Am I going up there and taking off my clothes? No, says Osteen, but I'm intrigued. I'm excited, and you never know. This might be my 15 minutes of fame.
Gary, get your checkbook ready.
We'll get a couple of broads to take their clothes off. Yeah, right. I like the matchmaker going around using my name and getting in the newspaper.
Yeah. But I don't understand what kind of advertising this is for her. I got a client. He's a dog. I can't find him dates.
Yeah.
Who's going to call her?
Gee, what a wonderful woman.
If you can't find dates for Howard Stern, what are you going to do for me?
Yeah. You can't find dates for Howard Stern, a famous dude?
Yeah.
Well, how are you going to get dates for a regular guy with a regular job?
I don't think this is good advertising for her. She's not thinking straight.
Andrea, you're on the air.
Hi.
Hi, baby.
How are you?
All right.
Good. So talk to me.
Talk to you? I thought you called me.
I did call you. Howard, I want you to take me to Scores.
All right.
Will you do that?
Why would I do that?
I don't know, but...
All right, I got to go. This is silly.
This is not Howard.
Yeah, this is Howard.
Oh, it didn't sound like you at first. Listen, Howard, I was on your show in 1987.
Do you have the hiccups?
No. But I was on your show in 1987. I danced for Joe Piscopo in a contest that you organized.
Boy, that doesn't sound like me.
Tell me she's over 30.
You danced in a contest for Joe Piscopo?
Yeah, Joe Piscopo had a concert at the Beacon Theater. This was in August of 87. And you asked girls, this is when you were in New York, and you asked girls to come down to the studio. And I came down. This is when I was 19, so it was a while ago. I'm now actually 33, but I don't look it. And, you picked me, and I danced at the Joe Piscopo show, and the next day I came on to the show, and we, had a great...
I can't take that. It's just so boring. Oh, my God. Jesus Christ. Can you believe it? Well, anyway, there's my story in the newspaper, that I'm a loser and that a professional matchmaker can't find a woman for me. Talk about a nutty scenario. What's up with that?
I really don't know what she's thinking. It's not a good idea.
Yeah. And by the way, Robin is going to be on Millionaire, the TV show with Regis. She taped it over the weekend. I got to say, it was the most interesting show yesterday, hearing about your taping. I loved it.
Can I ask you a question, Robin? Does anybody not make it to the hot seat?
No.
Every celebrity goes.
Everybody's guaranteed to get
So you last?
I'm not saying.
Doesn't sound good.
Keep watching.
But Bigfoot is her buddy. And Kathy Griffin was on here yesterday and did say that Robin's segment was the best.
Howard, my friend was one of Robin's, lifeline, so he stayed home all day Saturday.
It ruined everybody's
Then all day Sunday. Like, I don't know.
I know. And didn't get called, right? Because Fred got called. I know that much.
Yeah. Everybody's weekend was ruined.
Here's another bit of show information you'll want to hear. You know, I've been sort of saying that I would love to see E-Television.
Howard Stern exclusive.
I would love to see E-Television do a Hank the Angry Drunken Dwarf true Hollywood story.
Yeah.
And John Reiber from the E! Network is here today. I have a meeting with him later. And he says that they are, in fact, doing an true Hollywood story on Hank the Dwarf.
Wow.
I wonder if I get John Reiber in here to tell me some details.
Howard Stern exclusive.
Well, look at this. John, what is your title now at E?
Senior Vice President, Original Programming.
Wow. Is your job safe?
Yeah, I think so.
Not what I hear.
I don't know. It's early in the day. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that support.
The E has changed a lot. You know, Mindy Herman now is the... What is her title?
Mindy is the president of the company, E-Networks, which involves E-Style, E-Online, and any new networks we launch.
She runs everything?
She runs it all.
Wow.
By the way, E-Style, on E, they have the Style Show. I was watching Patricia Field's Beauty Week, or whatever it is.
It's Fashion Week.
Fashion Week. Great show. He's got good programming.
He's got great programming. We have great stuff going on, and Mindy's doing a great job. You know what? Things change, but she's doing a great job, and the company's really moving forward.
Yeah. No,
Okay, John, okay.
yeah, John, easy.
The Vinnie Favale of E.
Yeah.
Hey.
No, you know why
You
John's
wanna know
nervous?
something?
Every person who worked under Fran Shea is almost gone now.
You're kidding.
And John was hired by Fran Shea, which I don't like to say too loud.
The Shea administration.
You know what? There's never any good in correcting Howard, but I have to correct you. I was actually there before Fran.
Oh, you were?
Yeah,
smart to say that.
So why can't... Is it always a girl that's got that has to run E?
A girl?
Yeah, E is like a planet of women. And John Reiber, who I thought was gay when I first met him, because I figured, well, the guy's got to be gay if he works at E. Because they only like women over there, so they got a guy who's... But John Reiber's 100% all man.
100%
Got
all
married
man.
a second time? What did you bang your wife? You already... She's pregnant or what?
No. We're not planning on having kids.
Oh, you're not?
I have two great kids. In fact...
From your first marriage?
Yeah, my son just started high school, and they both live in Seattle, and they're very excited that you're on in Seattle now.
The kids live in Seattle?
Yeah.
So when do you ever see them?
Well, they come down during all breaks. They come down for long weekends. They come down for the summer.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, I see them a lot. I talk to them every day.
Believe me, that's enough.
Why didn't you get Fran's job? If Fran left, then wouldn't you move into her position?
Well, you know what, John, what I'll do is I'll get you together with Mindy, and she can explain to you.
Do you think Mindy will allow you to stay at E? Because Mindy has cleaned house. Let's be honest.
Really?
Mindy has cleaned house.
Everybody we know is gone?
Everyone we know is gone. Fran is gone. Marta's gone. Everyone's gone.
You're kidding.
Mindy is... got everyone on the chopping block.
It's like a coup.
People don't realize what's going on over there.
You know what, Howard? I've been there almost 14 years, and I think people are afraid to get rid of me because they think I come with the building, so I'm pretty safe.
Because I have predicted that you will be the next to go. And I love John. If John goes, I go.
Yeah.
Think you make a lot of money, Howard?
Who, John?
Yeah.
John makes a good living.
Like over 200,000?
Oh, please.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's good. Between with the alimony and everything else, I don't know what he's clearing.
I was going to say, he had to get married again because people were wondering about
Yeah, no, he's 100% man. Seriously, you're very, you know what, John, I always thought you were effeminate.
Okay.
I did.
You know what, it's interesting. This happened last time I was here. You said you thought I was effeminate, and really that's because I'm polite. And I guess when you're polite in this town, I was born in Seattle.
No, you're effeminate.
You know that.
He's one of those straight guys who sometimes... Do you ever have men hit on you? Be honest.
No.
You don't?
No.
You're a good-looking guy.
I have no one hit on me, male or female. I don't have that problem, yeah.
Well, either you're Canadian or you're gay.
Okay.
But anyway, no, he's 100% all man. Yeah. But I figured if he worked at E, he had to be gay. You got to admit, it's always all women. They hire women.
It's a very diverse company. There are a lot of females there.
It's not diverse.
Diverse, there are a lot of females.
No.
You're the only guy.
Him and Scott.
Him and Scott Irons here. I still have questions about Scott, too. Hey, anyway, so listen, John, you have exciting news for us. E is actually going to do a Hollywood tribute to Hank the Dwarf?
Well, you know what, Howard, you may have been joking yesterday, but when I heard you say that, it's actually a great idea. The thing about Hank that I didn't even realize was the fact that he had so many friends who were, you think about Hank, running around drunk, you don't think that he would have friends or a life outside of what you saw here. And as we were doing all this tribute programming, and you took a lot of calls, and we heard a lot of people talk about Hank, I think it's a great story. I think the fact that you made him a star, and so many people got to know him, I think it's a great true Hollywood story.
Well, not only that, he did work in Hollywood. He did an episode of Son of the Beach. He did several films. In fact, this is a guy you might want to interview. There's a guy who sent me an email from Troma Pictures.
Actually, you know what? I'm friends with Lloyd Kaufman, who's president of Troma.
Yes.
And he sent me an email as well saying that Hank is in Citizen Toxic Avenger 4.
Yes.
Which is coming out this fall. He'll give us all the behind-the-scenes footage. He'll give us all the film clips we want.
There's actually a film on Hank.
Boy, I don't know if we can clear it from Son of the Beach, but I tell you, this outtakes of Hank trying to walk 4 steps and throw up, that really is some of the most riveting. I watched every outtake.
You wanted to put it in the show.
Well, you hear Tim, first the director's going, Hank, take 4 steps and then throw up. All right, I can do it. Then he takes 1 step and then does the throw up. No, count to 4, Hank. And then Tim comes in and starts telling him to count to 4. It's great.
Hey, John, maybe you could run it back-to-back with that one with the guy with the claws for hands.
Lobster Boy.
Yeah.
Did you do a Lobster Boy?
Yeah, we did a Lobster Boy. Through Hollywood Story. Great. And we did Hervé Villechaize.
Oh.
Great triple bill.
Yeah, there you go.
Hervé Villechaize, Lobster Boy, Hank Weekend.
Ooh. Maybe Scottie Pippen, that one.
How do you figure Scottie Pippen?
Rodman?
The kid who grew up, he did commercials. and then
Scotty Schwartz.
Schwartz, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Right, and wound up in porn, sure.
Yeah, quality. Robin.
Let's see, this guy says, for decades, Troma's strictest policy is that no drugs or alcohol will be allowed on any set. Can you imagine for those horrible movies?
Oh, my God, you have to drink if they hire you.
When Hank arrived, I informed him of this rule and that I would not permit him to drink while working on Toxie 4. He was very cooperative and graciously agreed, never complaining about anything. I wanted to pull a real performance out of Hank and allow him the opportunity to do some genuine acting.
That would be a first.
Why didn't he make that happen for the other actors in the film?
He never got a performance out of anybody else.
I believe we succeeded in doing this. I believe Hank was appreciative of this opportunity. So there it is. They're saying that Hank, in fact, on the set of Citizen Toxic, a movie no one will ever see.
Hey, you know what?
Hank didn't drink for a whole day.
I watched the movie, and Hank plays God. And he actually does a great job. I mean, he's Hank, but it's pretty funny.
It is.
Good job.
Didn't he work with the guy who played Bela Lugosi, Martin Landau, at one time?
Yes, he worked with Martin Landau. That's correct.
They should interview Martin Landau.
Yeah, Martin Landau, in fact, flew Hank in because he was so enamored with his performance.
Absolutely.
Now, Howard,
and then we haven't heard from Martin Landau since.
The one thing, Howard, is, of course, you're going to have to be interviewed for this show.
I might actually let my guard down and be interviewed. I'm just afraid I'll cry.
Uh-oh.
You should cry.
I should start crying.
Yeah, you should just blubber the whole time.
I'll get an onion. I'll get an onion to make myself cry. You know what I mean?
Yeah, break down. You know, you can't talk.
Yeah, I did that on my movie.
Turn off the camera.
Did you really have an onion on your movie?
Yeah.
But did you keep it like in your hand and just...
No, what I did was, like Mary McCormick was a real actress, and I was doing work with her. And in a couple of scenes, she had to cry, and she could turn on the tears. I go, man, that's fantastic. I said, I have to teach myself to do it. And she was like, no, you have to have training, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, yeah, I'll show you. So I got an onion. I had the scene where my wife has the miscarriage. I jammed the onion into my eye, and I start to cry. I hid it behind my back. I don't know how she didn't see it. She goes, man, you are really good. I go, yeah, there's nothing to it.
Yeah, she's saying it took me years to learn how to do this. And you just did it.
Yeah, I did it with an onion.
And you were crying like a baby.
Yeah.
You were like really blubbering. She couldn't believe you produced so many tears.
Yeah, and I never even told her that I had an onion. I waited like 2 years to tell her.
She was so upset.
Yeah.
It made her cry.
Unfriggin' believable. So, maybe I'll cry during the He True Hollywood special.
Well, we'll interview everybody who wants to talk about Hank. And I think it'll be a great show. It'll be on before the end of the year.
Wow.
You ought to interview the Widow Goodstein.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
He'll probably make a pitch to host it, but we'll see.
You should interview Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice has to be interviewed.
Because he was at war with him. They had a terrible fight. Do you know this?
Only what I heard on the radio. But
it's awful.
Absolutely. We'll talk to everybody.
It upset everyone.
Yeah, they were always fighting and making up.
Yeah, but they did make up right before Hank's death, which is good to know. So anyway, there's the news that there will be an E! True Hollywood story. John Ryber from E!
Howard Stern exclusive.
Is here to announce it, and also to announce that he's not gay. Right.
I am once again sticking to the fact that I am not gay.
Ever have any gay experience, John?
Oh, yeah.
No, you know what?
Come on.
I was... John.
All right.
Let him talk.
I was just telling somebody the other day that, my son just went into high school. He's 14. Mm-hmm. And when I was 15, I said, when you're worried about your kids in that environment, when I was 15 one night, I was hitchhiking to get home.
Uh-oh.
And a guy picked me up and started asking me all kinds of questions while we were driving, and he made a pass at me, and luckily, I hit him and got out of the car. And I just thanked
Wait a minute, you're rushing the story.
Did he touch you?
What did he say?
Well, he asked me about what it was like being in high school, and he asked me about, a lot of girls, and then he reached his hand over towards my lap. And I got to tell you.
He grabbed your weenie?
No, he just reached his hand over.
Right.
And, I was already on edge, because nobody asks these kind of questions.
Right.
And I hit him, and...
While he was driving?
Yeah, and
you could have been dead.
And he pulled me over and he pulled the car over, excuse me.
Yeah.
I did tell somebody, I said, look, we're still dating, but I keep it to myself.
Right.
No, the fact is he pulled the car over and he let me out.
He did.
And I just think, I was really lucky.
Right.
Because you never know.
You could have been killed.
Where did you hit him?
Well, I hit him in the arm because I knocked his arm away.
Right.
How long after?
How long did you let his hand linger?
Within the week, I broke it off.
Did you hit him because you were scared you might have feelings for him?
No.
No.
You know what? The thing is, I love women, but thanks for asking.
All right. Yeah, I know you have a very lovely married wife.
I have a great wife who, if I can
What's
just do
his
a
name?
quick plug.
What's his name? Oh, you terrible.
Hedwig.
No, my wife is right now in production with a new show for syndication called Eliminate, which goes out in syndication next Monday. And the WB is airing a primetime version that launches in October. So,
well, congratulations. That's good for her.
And she is a female. Thank you, John.
Right. Here's some other news that you might be interested in, Hollywood news. Kathleen Turner, Kathleen Turner, the actress, who's really a mess, to look at, I think. She was beautiful when she was young. But we read that she did a play in London where she was naked. Yeah. We couldn't imagine people watching. Well, now she's going to come to New York and be naked in a play, and we're going.
Oh, the same play. She was a sensation in London.
I want to see that tuchus.
And now
The Graduate,
they say
right?
she's going to do it here. Yeah, The Graduate.
On our phone is Sheba Winston. Who is Sheba Winston, Robin?
Oh, I know who it is.
Winston is your girlfriend.
Yes.
That's right. Sheba Winston is the girl.
Howard Stern exclusive.
Sheba Winston is one of the girls the matchmaker was trying to hook me up with.
Make that Sheba Stern.
Sheba Stern.
Good morning.
Sheba, you the black chick?
Yes, I'm the African-American girl, yes.
Yeah, you were the only good-looking one in...
Already you're having an argument with your wife.
Well, thank you.
You were the only good-looking one in the whole damn picture.
Well, thank you very much. I was actually asleep this morning, and a friend called me and said, Howard is talking about you. Get up and turn the radio on, and that's what I did.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say good morning, and how are you doing?
I'm doing fine, and thank you for at least being one of the 5 women in that article that would go out with me.
She did have nice things to say about you.
I'm sure that it was probably a misprint there, because when I talked to Marie this morning, in fact, she's trying to reach you now, and she was very upset over how the article was printed.
Well, it's totally unprofessional.
Yeah, well, she's a very nice lady, so I hope that you'll be able to forgive her.
Well, we'll see. I'll see.
Yeah.
Now, when are you...
Does this young lady have braces or something?
Oh, Sheba? Sheba, do you have braces?
No, I do not have braces, Robin.
Oh, okay.
No. Maybe because I don't have a Southern accent?
What's the matter, Robin? Putting down my future girlfriend?
No.
Jealous of my relationship?
I am jealous that she might get to date you.
And you look kind of thin. What are you, a model?
Yes, I am a model.
Where have we seen you model?
Let's see, maybe 17 magazine years ago. Recently, I did a poster for Bike Week. I drive a Harley.
I see.
And I was the first African-American girl to do a poster for Bike Week in Daytona Beach.
I know what you mean. She sounds like she's got a little bit of braces or something.
Something's there.
No, I don't have braces.
You got a tongue piercing?
No, you know what it is? No. I'm too classy to have a tongue piercing. This is my morning voice. It's early for me. It's just like 8:30 or something.
Later in the day, you sound different?
Yeah, I do. Yes, I do.
So I guess I'm going to meet you soon if they ever figure out how to bring you in, and then we'll see how we hit it off.
Okay, that would be fine.
And you're very tall?
No, I'm not really that tall. I'm about 5'7".
How big are the breasts?
My breasts, they're about 34C.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah,
John, this is not your date.
Well, he's trying to help me out.
Oh, please. You're
Robin,
supposed to be talking to her. I'm just fine.
It's true. I should be asking the questions. How big are your breasts?
They're very beautiful. You're a very beautiful woman.
Thank you. Thank you.
You are a very beautiful woman, Howard.
And did the matchmaker put me down when she talked to you?
Oh, no, not at all.
What did she say, as a matter of fact?
She just said that Howard was looking for a girlfriend or a wife or something. I don't know exactly what she was saying. And she says, would you like to be one of the girls? And I said, you know, he seems like a nice guy. I would love to meet him. No, she never put you down.
I mean, she didn't say, would you like a date with a monster?
No, never. No. In fact, she kept saying, you know, he's probably a very nice guy, Sheba.
And you got a great body, huh?
Well, of course, I'm going to say that because I love myself.
Right. Well, I see, we're different on that. I don't love myself.
Well, I love myself, and I have a feeling that you love yourself, too.
Do you wear mini skirts with little panties underneath?
Every chance I get.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I like
Now,
that.
are you dating?
I do go out to dinner. I'm not seriously involved with anybody. I was in a 6-year relationship with a young man, and we broke off about 3 years ago, so I just haven't been able to find anybody that I thought was worthy of me, shall we say.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm in my 30s.
And have you...
some winters and summers.
What?
No, never mind, it's a joke.
Early 30s?
How old are you?
What's the difference? I'm a guy.
Hardly matters.
Hardly matters, does it?
It makes a difference. I think
I look like I'm in my 30s.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I
That's all
look
you need
like
to know.
I'm in my 20s.
I'm 47, but I look like I'm 32.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, a woman that tells her age will tell anything, but I will say to you that I'm very attractive. That's all I can say.
All right.
Do we have any children?
I do have a poodle.
A poodle?
Oh.
Romeo.
I don't mind that.
Romeo, he's a 10-pound toy poodle. He's going to be 2 years old. October the 22nd, I'm having a big birthday party for him, and you all are invited.
Okay.
Was it a difficult birth?
I adopted him.
All right.
You got cellulite or anything?
Yeah, any cellulite on that frame?
No.
Good, because I won't put up for it.
No cellulite.
Not going to make...
I don't like cellulite on men either.
Uh-oh.
Oh, please. You're in trouble.
Anal,
Hey,
John, that's how let us work that out.
Romance unfold
Easy.
naturally.
This is a nice girl. You're into anal? Are you up for all kinds of sexual experimentation?
No, I'm not.
You're not?
No.
Well,
You'll change that.
Well, don't worry. I'll work you into it.
No, I'm not kinky in any way. I'm sorry.
Are you bad? Because I'll have to spank you.
Well, I can be a bad girl when I want to.
Oh, you're going to be very bad.
I can be very bad.
We're going to have dirty, filthy, rotten sex.
Oh, no.
Now, let me ask you, what kind of black woman are you? Do you think O.J. was innocent?
Let's just say this. I would like to think that he is innocent, but, you know, the cards are kind of stacked against him.
All right.
I pray and hope for his own sake that, because I do believe in God, I pray that...
Oh, you believe in God, huh?
Yes, I believe in God.
We're going to have to straighten you out.
I'm a Baptist. I was born a Baptist, and I would die a Baptist.
So with the O.J. thing, you know he's guilty, right?
Well, you know, I don't know that, Howard, because I wasn't there when it happened. And
there was no video.
There are so
you weren't
many
there.
things that can change in a situation, but he surely looks guilty. That's
You
all
look
I
a little
have to
white,
say.
too. Do you have a white parent?
No, I do not. I have Cherokee Indian blood, though.
I knew you were a Cherokee Indian. I knew
What are you doing with Cherokee Indian blood? Give it back.
Yeah.
Why not? Oh, I love my heritage.
I'm only...
Robin, put a line through her name. She thinks O.J.'s innocent. She needs a videotape.
I would like to think he is, because, you know, you just never want to think that anyone would do such a heinous crime, you know?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'm not against Chocolate Thunder. I like the whole idea of it.
Oh, really?
Chocolate Thunder? You mean Jungle Fever?
I wouldn't mind a little of your Chocolate Thunder.
Why don't you check out my website? It's ShebaWinston.com.
What is it?
ShebaWinston.com.
All right, I'll take a look at you.
Are you naked on there at all?
Are you nude?
Oh, no. Nude for Sheba is for my significant other, my boyfriend, my husband.
That would be me.
But, you know, I really shouldn't say that, because it depends. You know, everything has a price, I suppose.
How about a grand?
Andy.
Wait till she gets
Yo,
there.
Howard, what's up, buddy?
What's up?
This lady's nothing but a moocher.
Why?
I think she's 37 years old. She's hideous. She's a pig.
How do you know that? I saw a picture. She's hot.
And you know how? Think about it. You know the lady called her up and asked her to come on and then back up the other lady so she wouldn't look bad.
You don't know that. Don't talk about my girl like that. Finally got a girl who wants me, and absolutely, honey, you come here. We'll have some fine anal.
Ew, no, that is disgusting.
I'm just testing you to see how far you go.
The woman was right in that article. She went, ooh.
You know, they're not lying. All right, baby. I can't wait to meet you.
Okay, you have a very nice day.
Bye, all right, we're going to have a lot of good love. Bye, Sheba.
Bye.
That's Sheba, everybody.
She's not for you.
How do you know?
She seems a little like, you know.
She's the queen of Sheba, and I'm the king of all media. It's a perfect match. All right, we got to take a break. When we come back,
you can't tell over the phone.
We have exciting prizes to give out and Beetlejuice quiz to go along with that. Also, well, I'll surprise you with a couple of things right after these words.
It's such a terribly exciting event.
No, not you again. Howard Stern show's pretty good.
The thunders begin to clap. The lightning is beginning to shine. The rain is beginning to come. This is upsetting the whole world.
The Howard Stern Show. 101.1 WBCN. BCN.
A couple of quick things I tried to play for you on the air the other day. I don't know if you heard it. The interview we did with Danny Almonte, the 12-year-old who turned out to be 14 years old. He was a pitcher in the Little Leagues for Bronx. We got a hold of him.
So why did you tell everyone you were 12 years old?
She got good professional, you know, so got good family too. Don't worry about that.
And did your father put you up to it?
Yes, so. Yeah, she did.
Do you want to say anything to your father?
F*** you.
Why do you want to say that? F***
you. F*** you.
And do you have a message for your fans?
F*** you. Tell him f*** you.
Why do you say that, Danny?
Tell him f*** you. Don't worry about.
What are you so upset about, Danny?
I don't care. I don't give a f***. I want to touch it no more, right? Hey, let me alone, please.
Oh, that's great. One final message for your fans.
Hey, $1 more. $1 more. Give me $1 more.
All right, there he is. Exclusive interview. Also, I don't know who did this interview. Oh, Stuttering John ran into Kid Rock and Pamela Anderson the other day outside their hotel, and he quickly brought out his microphone and interviewed them.
Kid, Pamela, Stuttering John.
Stuttering, mother John.
Why aren't you guys...
What? Come on, ask me a question.
What's going on?
We've been trying to get in touch with you guys.
Bullshit.
No, Gary called your agent.
You know my number, motherfucker. 8675309.
Hold on, listen. No, honestly, how can we get you guys on tomorrow?
Huh?
Tomorrow. Hey,
pray to God that I'm not drunk and I can get up in the morning.
Are you guys in love?
Huh?
Are you in love?
Would you be? Of course I'm in love.
So, Pamela, are you going to change the name to Pamela Anderson Lee Rock?
Lee? Where the f*** you get the Lee from? What, are you watching too many Bruce Lee movies, motherfucker?
Is he as big in the pants as Tommy, Pam?
Much bigger.
Pamela, so wait. How can we get you guys on the show tomorrow, seriously?
Tomorrow.
Friday.
It's the weekend.
We're not getting up in the morning, dude. I love you, Howard, but I'm not waking up at 6. Look, there's Urkel.
Like 5 in the afternoon, because that's when we're getting up.
Can we call you at like 9?
That's a good way to get your ass kicked.
Is it possible to get groupies now, kid, that you're dating Pam, or?
Yeah, it's still possible, but well, yeah, it's possible. But I'm not indulging.
So, are you guys having sex in the bathroom just to spite Tommy?
Who?
What?
You know, didn't you guys have sex in the
bathroom?
What bathroom? What are you talking about? Are you talking about today?
Did you guys have sex in the bathroom?
I was on the airplane, actually. Too much information, sorry.
Hey.
Oversharing.
Thanks, guys.
Ask me how much money I have.
All right, no. Oh, okay. How much money you have?
It's none of your damn business. I'd care for you to stay out of my personal affairs. Thank you.
Pam, do you call Kid or Bob?
Big Bob.
All right, thanks, Kid. Come on the show.
All right, there it is. Someone's having a party. Got Pam Anderson.
Fun.
Kid Rock, not a bad guy. You know what? Hey,
God bless him.
God bless him. If somebody's got to have her, let him have her. Kid Rock, man. Look at that guy doing Pamela Anderson. What must that be like? Think about it. I mean, being in bed with that much woman.
Would you...
I couldn't even handle it.
I don't even know what to
My head would explode.
I'm just...
I wonder what it's like to be a part of her body.
Why are they...
To be joined with Pam in one coital moment.
It just seems to me odd that, you know, like they're doing it everywhere.
You know, I can't tell you how I'd behave if I had Pamela Anderson,
maybe
so I'm not...
it just makes you do that.
I'm really not going to put them down.
I'm not putting them down. I'm wondering.
I'm not going to attempt to explain it. Because I know if I had her, and Lord knows, I would do her everywhere. And
maybe
really,
that's what it is.
And I swear to you, if I could do her, I would be honest with you and tell you how long I lasted, because I don't think I'd last more than 10 seconds.
But that's the first time.
Yeah. I think it would take me like 20 times to calm down and then be able to make love to her properly.
Well, then she's going to throw you over.
Yeah, I don't even think I'd get an opportunity for a second time. That's happened to me, by the way.
What?
Well, you know, since my divorce, I've made love to some women. And,
wait, what are you saying? You...
Some of the women were so hot that, you know, I was so excited that I went off too fast. And I could...
How fast?
One stroke.
Oh, Howard.
I'll be honest.
What do you do then? You grab the corn cob.
Yeah, I have a corn cob next to me. How about so fast?
Oh, no.
And I'm like, wow.
And what did they say?
I apologize. I said, listen, you're very hot. You're getting me excited. What can I do?
But what do they say? They're
go
all
again.
Up and
I go again in 10 minutes, and then boom, right again.
Oh, no.
3 strokes.
Stop.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then what?
And they generally leave. Yeah, go ahead.
Yo, dude, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
When I was in college one time, I finished even before I was in the party.
Right, yeah, I hear you.
So then I was like, oh, wait a minute, this is wrong.
That's never happened to me, but it just about happened to me.
I was like, this is wrong. We just can't do this.
And I'm 47. In high school, that happened to me. When I was a senior in high school.
Right, I remember that.
Yeah, I was with a blonde, and then she was the hottest thing I'd ever seen. You know, for me, for Howard Stern. And I remember and everything was done. And I remember saying to her, I said, I can't go through with this. I said, you're talking about your boy. Meanwhile, I was done. She had no idea.
Did you have a bag on?
Yeah. And I just went, oh, the bag, the 12 bags wouldn't stop me.
Because they couldn't tell if you had the bag.
I'm the horniest guy in the world. And I just said, you know, I don't think we should have sex because you're just crying about your boyfriend and you keep talking about him and blah, 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 blah. And she was like, oh, I don't believe this. I go, well, I just don't want to do it. Meanwhile, I was all done. And it was a great way to cover.
Nice.
You remember I met a girl.
And how about this? I took matters into my own hand twice when I got home, before I picked her up at school.
It never seems to help.
No. I came home. I did it to myself. I waited an hour, did it again. Then I went and picked her up at her high school. I was a senior. Brought her back to my house. My mom was at work. We had some cocktails and some pot in the garage. Bam, got her into my bedroom. That was it.
But wait a minute now, as an adult, did you try... You knew these girls were hot, whoever they were. Did you try relieving yourself beforehand? Like before you picked them up?
I didn't think I needed to.
Oh.
But I tell you.
Obviously you did.
And have an accident. Terrible accident.
It's tough, man. I had a girl, I was working her for a while. She's really hot.
And you want to make good love to her?
And I wanted, and it was like I've been working her for a while, you know. So we're at my apartment and we're making out, and she says, "Do you want to move into the bedroom?" Which is really sexy. So I said to her right, because that means like come and bang me.
This is it.
I said to her, I got to warn you, you're really hot. I've been dying to do this with you. I'm not going to last very long this time, just so you know.
Oh, that was cool.
I told her right up front. She understood. And I didn't.
You didn't.
Barely made it to the bedroom.
Yeah.
Yo, I could tell you a crazy sex story, too. I was in college. I was on bottom, and we were getting down, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're going to it. So we'd turn over, and as she's turning over, she hits her head on the dresser that was like right back in the bed.
Yeah.
And she's like out for like 20 seconds.
Oh, wow. You knocked her out?
Yeah, no, this is weird. She hit her head. She was crazy.
Yeah.
So then, so I'm like, what do I do? I mean, I think like I'm a rapist or something like that, right? So,
what do you do?
I'm like smacking her in the face like, hey, are you okay? Are you all right? So finally she got up and, I finished.
Wow.
That's nice.
Hey, I know a guy.
What would you do if a girl passes out? You have to stop, right?
No. You want to know something? I know a guy. He's with this chick.
Yeah?
They have sex twice. She's so hot. I know the chick. So she falls asleep. They were drunk. He falls asleep. He wakes up in the middle of the night. He's looking at her naked. Thinks she's so hot. He's trying to wake her up to have sex with her again. Can't wake her up. So he pleasures himself while he's looking at her. And, how do I explain this?
Oh, dear.
Well, let's just say her butt was very messy.
Had a map on it?
Yeah, right. Yeah. And then he just fell asleep. So when she woke up,
Oh, no.
she was like all messed up.
Oh,
she didn't know.
no. And she had no idea.
Yeah. Ralph, you're on the air. Ralph, hi.
Well,
did you ever hear that story?
Yeah, I think when I told it to you.
I was going to say it sounds like he knows it pretty well.
Go ahead.
That time we were out with Pamela Anderson.
Yeah.
At that strip club around that time.
Yeah. I've been kicking myself in the head over that. Do you think I could have
You should.
You think I could have gotten her?
I'm not just saying this to make you feel better to kiss your ass, but she was into you. I mean, she just kept like, I can
really
sum up a situation. She kept like staring at you, and she's telling you these stories that are just like, she's just rapping to you.
But then, so then we started kissing.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I was kissing Pam Anderson.
Yeah, you were.
How was that?
It was great.
With tongue?
What? I don't really remember. I was pretty drunk.
Wait a second. You kissed Pam Anderson, and it didn't occur to you that you could close that deal?
Yeah. I'll tell you why. Don't think I'm lame. I'm telling you what happened.
You gotta be lame. You gotta be lame.
It wasn't like that. Ralph, you were there.
Get used to the idea.
No, Ralph, you were there. Here, Ralph.
Yeah.
Tell the truth.
What?
She was not into me.
Dude, I think she was.
Yeah, I don't. I know when a chick's into it.
You are lame.
Listen. No.
It was like
she was into having fun, and
she more or less told me she wasn't into it.
What?
Why? What did she say?
How did she tell you?
He's making it
I'm
up.
good. I'm good with this stuff.
Please.
Did you taste Kid Rock?
No, this is before Kid Rock, dude.
This is Tommy.
This was Tommy. This was Tommy.
This was Surfer.
Tommy was in jail.
You know what I think, man? She is really an intimidating girl.
She is.
I think you backed off.
Maybe I did.
You backed up because
I'm telling you my feelings. I felt that she wouldn't have gone for it, and I didn't want to embarrass myself.
Well, that's it. You backed off. You didn't even try to make the play.
You should at least grabbed her.
I did.
Grabbing distance.
There was a lot of grabbing going on.
There was plenty of grabbing going on.
See, and he says he couldn't do anything.
But you know what, Howard?
She was unconscious at the time.
She had passed out.
She passed out. What's the matter, Ganji?
You are so gay.
Oh, okay.
Ganji,
you don't even go there, dude. Dude, I've gotten laid a lot more since my divorce than you in your entire single life.
You are making out with Pam Anderson.
It wasn't like that.
And
dude,
you couldn't close
you were in bed with your ex-girlfriend, and you couldn't bang her.
What was it like? What were you kissing her like your grandmother? What was it like?
It was like everyone was goofing around and everyone was kissing everyone, but it wasn't going. It wasn't going any further than that.
Wait a second.
It wasn't going any further than that.
Everyone was kissing everyone. Was Ralph kissing Pam?
Ralph was doing some stuff to Pam.
You didn't get to kiss her.
No, while I was kissing her, he was rubbing her legs.
Yeah, but she didn't ask for that.
It was way weird. I just had to get out of there. You were there that night.
Right.
You saw what was going on.
You could have done something.
I might have kissed Ralph that night.
It was nice.
She was there. She was ripe for the plucking.
Well, you know what? You want me to be honest?
What?
Yes.
I've had Tommy on this show, and you might think that...
shut up.
Stop. You liar. She was married to Tommy and confused.
Nobody's going for that.
Yeah, she didn't want me. She didn't want me. Trust me, Robin, I know when a woman wants.
Don't make us list the codes you've already broken.
Howard, you know what it was?
What?
You know what it was? It was you had to get up the next day, didn't you, for work?
Yeah, I did.
And you
And it was
bailed.
late. I bailed.
Don't you skip work?
No.
You should skip work
No,
for
it wasn't late.
Can I tell you
Wait a
something?
second.
Yeah, I'll tell you what it was.
We started the broadcast at noon.
No.
And you know what, too, Howard?
I'll tell you exactly what it
You know
was.
how you can tell she's into you, too? They're like, oh, we're all going to get, like, you were leaving. Then, like, oh,
She's not into me. I'll tell you why.
We're all going to go now. And then they left and went somewhere else. They were still looking to party, but when you left, they were like, oh.
You were the party. They only wanted
Now, let me tell you, I'll tell you the truth. Here's the truth, bottom line.
Truth.
Pam and I were hanging. and also her friend
Natalie.
Natalie was there.
Yeah.
Natalie's fun, too.
Natalie was a lot of fun, too.
Oh, I could tell you stories.
Oh, wait a second. What did you do with Natalie? Anything?
I didn't do anything.
I definitely know he's not Natalie's type.
I'm not Natalie's type. She's into black guys.
She made it clear that that wasn't her type?
No, she's just, I know her type.
Oh, yeah.
It's big black guys. And believe me, I ain't Pam's type either. Because
Oh, get
here's how
out.
I played it with Pam. We were screwing around, just kissing us, and nothing heavy. And it was getting late for me. I had to go do the show. She wanted to go to another club or something like that. And I was like, I ain't going to another club. So I said to her, bottom line.
What?
Bottom line, she knew where to find me. She knows my number.
Oh, see, that's ego,
Hold it a second. If she wanted it, she would have.
Engraved invitation.
Yep.
You got to pursue a girl like that a little bit.
Nah, I don't. Ralph, you know me. Do I pursue anyone?
No.
Right.
But for her, you got to pursue.
What? You don't want Pamela Anderson.
I ain't pursuing her.
Swallow your pride and go back at her
I am
door.
not going to pursue
He's
her.
going to wait till Pamela Anderson asks him.
That's right.
And you know when that's going to be.
That's it.
That girl doesn't do that.
Well, she can do what she wants.
When she can't have guys asking her.
You know what the problem
I'm
is?
the man she can't have.
The problem is you say you don't pursue anyone, neither does she.
That's right.
Yeah,
Not
so
yet,
you get there.
So Kid Rock wins. What can I tell you?
He did the ask.
He's the better man.
Do you think he worked hard?
No,
to
I
get
think
there?
he asked when
Well,
she
he-
showed some interest.
No, I don't think he worked hard at all.
I met Pamela at
Pamela.
Natby once out. I swear I could have dated her.
Well, there you go.
Why didn't you?
Because I wimped out because I thought she was too big for me.
She's
too
hey,
famous for me.
maybe I thought that too.
John and I, let me just say this. John and I hung out with her one night for a couple of hours, and I didn't see any sparks of any kind.
No, I don't mean there. It was like.
You know what I'm saying? A couple.
Were you rubbing her leg, John?
No, but she stood there, and I said hello, and she said hello, and we were both in Vegas.
Oh, wow.
I'm telling you.
Oh, she wanted it.
Wait, if I
She
would've
was
said,
about to say,
You know what, dude?
she would have said yes.
Pam is a friendly girl, and that's where you can't get confused.
Yeah,
you
I
can
heard-
tell when a woman wants you, and you can tell when a woman's just being friendly.
Yeah,
but she
I heard
likes
she
the
was
rock
into
and roll
Beetlejuice, too. I heard she came on to Beetlejuice.
Yeah, right.
You know how I know she wasn't interested in John? We sat with her for 2 hours, and they were talking about their kids a lot. That's the way you know.
That's how you get in.
Hey, I should make I don't mean to interrupt the fun, but this is a breaking news story, a serious news story.
What?
A plane has crashed, hold it, into the World Trade Center.
You're kidding.
The World Trade Center is on fire, which is
What is going on?
Really? Let me look out my window.
It's the tallest.
Just heard you right there.
Was it like one of those private planes?
Thank God you're
Oh,
alive.
dude.
Do you see it?
Dude, it's just hot. Oh, my God. I got to go out on my roof. This is incredible.
See ya.
The whole thing is on fire.
Yeah.
You're right.
I mean, not a little fire.
No, it's huge.
Oh, it's huge.
Yeah.
If a plane hits a building.
I gotta run.
How did that take so long to happen?
I'll call you back.
Right,
Did
I
you-
know.
did
I'm
you-
always amazed.
Because, a plane once crashed in the 40s. A plane crashed right into the Empire State Building, like right in.
Right.
What kind
But
of
what
plane?
kind of plane? Was it a private, stupid plane?
I don't have any more details. I'm following this story.
I hope this wasn't one of those, like, terrorist kamikaze attacks.
You know what? He's preparing to
Let's get back to you and Pamela.
sit in on for Dan Rather. That's why he's being very serious.
Yes.
Taking over
This is
that
my
slot.
audition. We go now to Sandra Rodriguez, who is on the site at the World Trade Center.
Hello.
Sandra? Hello, Howard. The fire is going very rapidly. Yeah, I'm going to be taking over Dan Rather when he retires. Hey, Howard. But it's a very serious story. I mean, I'm sure there's... but fortunately, it's early in the morning. Maybe not too many people are in the building.
Yeah, hope not.
You know what? That's a financial building. Those people get in really early.
Yeah.
I mean, they really do. It's like
For the international market.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, what do they do there, though?
I'm not sure if the plane is... Like, a portion of the plane isn't actually stuck into the building.
It looks like something's
Where?
hanging out there.
You see on the left-hand side of your screen?
Yeah. I got you.
I don't know if you can see it.
Good Lord.
Oh, they just pulled back for you.
Yeah,
See that?
Is that a helicopter?
I think it's a helicopter that's hovering around to see what's going on.
No, I see what he's saying. The
Yeah,
one,
right up
okay.
It's a piece of the plane hanging off the building. I don't know if that's smoke or a piece of the
Can't
plane.
really tell.
Dude, it's really smoking. Man.
Yeah. Huge fire.
It's like Towering Inferno, because once it gets
Yeah.
started, what happens?
Imagine being
They
trapped
built
in there.
it better than that hotel.
Well, how are they going to get? They're not going to get hoses up there. They're going to have to rely on the sprinkler
Sprinklers
system.
and all that?
And you know how well they work in the
Yeah,
city.
but these stairwells are all...
You can't drag a hose up there? Wow.
Don't they have a ladder that goes that high?
I don't even know how you begin to fight that fire.
Sand.
What do you want to know about Pam?
Okay, so then you're...
So we were hanging out.
Hold on, wait.
We were at Scores.
You're kissing her.
At that
it wasn't like a big makeout. It wasn't like that.
But she wasn't pushing you away either.
No, she was just being a little bit playful. But
so
Did you feel her breasts?
What?
Did you feel her breasts? Be honest. Come on. Did you feel?
You know, God's honest truth, I don't remember.
That's a yes.
I don't remember.
No, you would remember if he
I don't think I did. No, I don't think I did.
Like, did you pull her butt close?
I felt her butt.
Oh. How then do you not close?
You were just inches away.
Closed.
You were inches away from the big
You
Y.
banged it.
What?
You were inches away.
I did not.
You did it?
No, I didn't. I never banged Pam Anderson. Never.
Did you? Okay. Do I have to go through the whole list?
I swear on my kids' life.
Did you get hand relief from Pam Anderson?
Does he have his fingers crossed?
No, I told you what I did. I'm being honest. Pam, I think, would admit to this. I'm not telling anything out of school.
Was it clear who initiated the kissing?
I'm sorry?
Was it clear who initiated the kissing?
Like, did you initiate it or did she?
She did.
How'd she kiss?
Oh, you idiot.
You weren't there. You don't even. Well, actually, you were there. You don't even know that.
You're such an idiot.
Why are you shaking it?
I've never called you an idiot. And believe me, there's some cause for it. You weren't there. I know how to assess a woman's situation. I was not there. I was far from there.
You had the winning lottery ticket. You threw it away.
I invited her back to my place. And she wanted to go to a club.
You didn't invite her back to your place.
I did. I was there.
You just said you told her where you would be.
I'm telling you, I said, hey, maybe we should all go somewhere. And when a girl could take that and say, okay, let's go. But she was like, nah, I want to stay with my friends.
She wanted a little foreplay.
No.
She wanted to go out to the club with you, drink it.
Whatever. I didn't have time to work it.
You didn't have time to work it that
I'm not going to sit. Hey, want to know the truth? I wasn't going to sit there and work it all night. I wasn't going to put in the time.
How'd she kiss, by the way?
Oh. It was fine. It was a peck. It was nothing. It wasn't anything serious.
I take back my idiot.
Yeah, it's nothing. It was nothing serious. Believe me, if I saw the glimmer of hope, if I saw the second of any kind of opportunity, I would seize it. I never turned down
It does sound like a Ganji story, though, doesn't it?
It does, but it's not.
You know what a good litmus test is? When you kiss a girl, and if she touches you when you kiss her...
There was no touching. It was very playful.
She wasn't touching you?
But if she doesn't touch you, you get nothing. That's how it works.
I know the difference when someone...
Was she sitting on your lap?
No.
At this time?
No.
Where was she?
She couldn't sit on my lap. Natalie was on my lap. And she got a little jealous, that's all.
And so she leaned over and started kissing.
She gave me a kiss.
Howard.
It was not leaving a tongue. It was nothing.
Oh, dude.
Go ahead, Tom.
You got to watch your monitor. They're going to play back. There was just an explosion.
Let me see.
Oh, no.
This is. What happened, Tom? What do you know?
I mean, all I know is that apparently a plane. I've heard Channel 2 describe it as it looked like someone was driving a drunk driver driving a car, flew into the building.
Was it a terrorist attack?
Look at
It's
that.
unbelievable.
It's a huge hole.
To see what's going on at the World Trade Center, and about. There's
wow,
an
look at
that
that.
just happened 20 seconds.
It's even lower now, the explosion.
Looks like a movie.
It is. Yeah, it does. It looks like a movie special effect.
I'm telling you, it's Pam Anderson's jet.
Oh, stop.
Vinny, what are you talking about?
I'm not trying to be making a...
This is not even a joke.
Wait, hold on. Is the other one catching fire now?
Gene Simmons is involved.
What was the Gene Simmons thing?
Gene Simmons blew up.
Wait a second. Let me see that again.
Pull that up again.
Is it in both buildings?
Does it look? Yeah, it looks like the other buildings are caught now.
Well, yeah, this is going to be massive. Yeah. Are there people in the building? There's got to be people in the building.
But I mean, I don't know who said it was Gary or John, but you're right. I mean, how does the fire department deal with this?
I don't know.
Well, they said emergency crews are rushing to the scene.
That's a hole like the Oklahoma City hole in a building. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think there it is. There it is.
That's a heart.
That's flames, man.
See,
that's
really the second
building.
building. So.
Oh my God.
No.
No. It's the one on the
second building's on fire.
That's right. The one on the right has a hole in it.
There's a hole in it. The other one's the one that exploded.
No, I think it was the
back. That's a reflection.
Of the first building.
That's a reflection.
At least I hope it was.
I do too.
So anyway, Pam Anderson.
There was just a rumor. Somebody just called and said that on CNN a second plane just crashed into one.
Stop it.
A second plane.
That's two different buildings.
They are two buildings, and that is lower.
So it's a terrorist attack, isn't it?
That's what they're saying.
It's got to be.
Somebody just called in
Oh,
with that.
my goodness.
Oh, no.
A second plane might have crashed, and a second building is on fire.
Why does everyone go to the World Trade Center?
What do they do there?
It's a big target.
Landmark in New York?
Well, it's the biggest landmark in New York, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Next to
It's the tallest.
Oh, my God.
And it's a place where people can be killed. Like, you can't take down the Statue of Liberty. Nobody's going to be killed there. Hey, maybe I should put the sound on.
Yeah. I mean, we got Channel 2.
Yeah, give me some sound.
What's all that
Hold on.
that's flying in the air? You see that?
Looks like papers or something.
Well, yeah, there's going to be a lot of debris and stuff.
And this will be a good opportunity for me to act like Dan Rather.
Yes, you can practice.
Because I'm going to be
when they call.
Does this scare you?
Yes. Yes, it does scare me. We're totally too lax in this country. Trying to tell you. Tell me if you're ready.
Would you see that movie Swordfish, Howard?
Now at the scene, we should tell you that approximately 40,000 people work in the World Trade Centers between the two towers. Each building 110 stories tall. And joining us on the phone again is John McLennan. He works at 200.
I hope it's not Captain Jenks.
And has witnessed some of this unfold.
As have we, just before 9 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. Hello? Just before, John, you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Just before 9 o'clock this morning, an unbelievable event happened, catastrophic event. A plane crashed into the World Trade Center Tower number 1. Not more than 3 minutes ago, a second explosion happened at Tower number 2. We're being told that it could have been another plane, although what we saw was just an explosion. And again, Michael, you said 40,000 people work at World Trade Center. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We're efforting. Reporters on the scene are trying to get down there. Marcella Palmer, namely, as many others that we have called in and heading down there. We're trying to get people who have been eyewitnesses to this to call us so that we can hear what they know and what they've seen. We're hearing that it could have been a Boeing 737 or an Airbus from one of our witnesses.
So it was two planes?
We're not still sure.
So you think it was two planes?
Exactly caused
They're not
that
sure.
explosion on the second World Trade Center tower.
They don't know.
But if it was one of those size planes, those are huge jets.
We have no confirmation on the injuries, as Lisa mentioned. We have no knowledge as to how many people involved. However, our producers are telling us now that we do have some videotape of the second plane, and you can see it there.
Where? I didn't see it. Whoa.
This is crazy.
We're under attack.
Going into
And
buildings.
from our vantage point, clearly difficult to tell.
We're under attack.
What type of plane that is, but it's a horrific scene.
All right, we've just been told also, Michael, sorry, the New York Stock Exchange is being evacuated, as is, I'm sure, much of Wall Street, if not all of it, as much as possible. But the New York Stock Exchange has suspended trading for the moment.
It's war. Come on.
Everyone tries to
All
get
right,
out
we
of
gotta
the
go.
area.
This is Pearl Harbor.
Right, we got to go bomb everything over there now.
We got to bomb the hell out of them. You know who it is. I can't say, but I know who it is.
That's crazy.
This is more upsetting than me not getting Pam Anderson. What is that, Tom?
There it is. Yep, I see it.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
Going into
what are you saying, Tom?
I've never seen anything like, obviously.
Me neither.
Nobody's ever seen anything like that.
Oh, my God.
So that's a suicide mission.
Yeah, suicide mission.
They're doing it over here now.
We can't put words in the FAA's mouth or any flight.
I know who's doing it.
Tower information.
There's no way a 737 would do that.
And on what seemingly is a relatively clear New York day, 2 plane impacts. One you just witnessed there, saw on tape.
It's a suicide mission. Yeah. We're at war.
Look at that.
But who are we at war with?
9, the second one.
Is this our Chopper 2 picture?
Not long after 9. This is, I believe, picture from Chopper 2. Jim Smith, are you up there?
Yes, we are, Michael and Lisa. We have been forced to stay about 5 miles away from the World Trade Center. A flight restriction has been put in place, but right now we are looking at live pictures. The tower on the left, that is tower number 1. And we can tell you that we can still see the flames and smoke coming out of that, as well as the tower to the right. That is tower number 2. You can see the damage to that about the middle of the building. Just incredible what we are witnessing here from about 5 miles away from the World Trade Center.
Jim, I don't know if you were able to see the videotape that we showed moments ago, and if you have any information at all as to what type of plane and what carrier may be involved.
Well, we did not have that as of yet, Michael. Unfortunately, we were unable to see.
The attacks occurred 18 minutes apart.
Baker is right now talking with air traffic control. We're trying to determine what exactly happened here, what type of plane, to be exact, was involved here, as well as the carrier involved.
We're showing people, again, that videotape that was shot just moments ago of that second plane making impact into the second of the trade centers. Again, both 110 stories tall, 40,000 people working between them.
Dominic is on the phone. He seems to want to say something. Yes, Dominic. Oh, he's gone. What is it, Joey Boots?
Howard, hey, I'm down on West 4th Street. We heard the first explosion. We went outside.
We're watching the smoke come out. There's a hole in the side of the building. All of a sudden, maybe, I don't know, 10 minutes later, there was another plane flying around, and that disappeared into the building also, and you had like a third explosion after that.
How big did that plane look?
The second plane was a decent-sized plane. It looked like it would hold maybe 50, 60 people.
Really?
Yeah, let me tell you something. Like, we're looking on TV, and the World Trade Center is so big that it looks like a tiny
plane. From here, you couldn't even believe the sight. I mean, I've never seen anything like this before. We heard the first explosion. It rocked my friend's apartment, and he lives West 4th Street, and that's downtown, and we could see the Twin Towers right from here. There's smoke billowing out of the side of the building. There's a hole in the side. Then we saw the other plane flying around after we were out there watching it for a few minutes, and that plane disappeared into the building, and it blew up.
They're flying right into the building.
This is them towelhead bastards.
Well, we don't know who it is.
We don't know yet, but I got a feeling.
It could be...
you can't say that, but I can say that. It's about time we take these towelhead bastards and throw them out of the damn country.
Well, don't overreact
We're too
yet.
nice to people,
Let's find out who it is. We're going to find out. Once I find out...
Then we'll get crazy.
Then we'll get crazy.
No, I got a lot of friends that work in that building. I'm sitting here watching it burning right now.
I know, Joey.
The attack happened, and I just
you know people down there?
Now.
You do? I do, too.
My father used to work in that building.
Who does?
My father used to work in that building.
Yeah, I know. We know tons of people down there.
Mr. X used to work in that building.
Yeah, I know that.
My wife used to work in that building.
Let's go to Mike, who works in the building next door. Joey Boots, stay on the line. Yeah, Mike.
All right. Howard, how you doing?
Yeah.
It's crazy over here. It's like chaos. It's like the Armageddon.
Of course.
The first plane we didn't see. But
you ought to get out of your building, dude.
All we saw was fire. Then the second time, we actually saw the plane circle around and then smash into the building.
Plane.
We're under attack.
Could you see
there are people flying planes into New York City and crashing into buildings.
It's chaos. There's people all over the place.
What did you saw the plane?
I saw the second plane.
What did it look like? Did it look like a commercial plane?
No, it looked like maybe one of those Airbus type things, like an MD-80.
Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
Howard, anybody else that's out there listening now that's working at New York City landmarks, take my word, be on the lookout right now, because these guys, they like to do these in multiple numbers.
There could be more coming in.
That other bombing, they're going to bomb a whole bunch of sites. Make sure everybody takes watch and
There's the Air Force.
Howard.
The Air Force is stunned. What?
On a more serious note, you're a big pussy. You didn't touch Pamela Anderson?
No, we're back on that. Dude, I'm telling you.
We can talk about that anytime.
Yeah, you can brag on me tomorrow. I'm in the middle of organizing a military action. Thank you.
Like, how do you combat this, though?
You know how. Reagan stopped them.
No, but I'm saying... Go in there and you teach them a lesson.
We know where these people are.
Yeah.
We know exactly where they are. We need to send some cruise missiles over there right now and just start bombing the hell out of them.
Today.
We're always worried about the innocent civilians who live around.
You know what? Innocent civilians, so what? They shouldn't be living by these guys, supporting them, all that crap, okay?
How about this? We won't do anything.
What about
We won't do anything. You wait and see.
Trust me, you will.
GW better get on the stick.
GW, you listen to this right now. You better bomb the hell out of those towel heads.
Howard, what was the end result of, after the whole World Trade Center bombing and all the trials and everything else, how many guys...
Nothing happened.
Nothing, right?
Nothing.
Oh, no, that's not true.
Well, some guys went to jail. Yeah. Big deal.
Like 4 guys.
Where's this
Obi? Do some strategic
where's Obi Bin Laden or whatever his name is?
We never declared war on.
Hey, Howard. They tried to get Bin Laden in 3 different places. Remember that?
Oh, come on. We can't get Bin Laden. Then there's something wrong in this world.
Hey, Howard, I just talked to a guy. He just went by with a fire scanner. So there's multiple casualties.
Of course.
It's 9 o'clock. Everybody's at work at 9 o'clock. They timed it just perfectly. The opening of the stock market, everybody going to work.
How do they get a plane? I don't know.
2 planes.
How fast it's spreading out?
2. Oh, the whole building's going up.
Those buildings are just going to be, they're like matchboxes now.
Yeah, but everybody else
let me go back to the news report for a second. Let's hear what's on the news.
That was planned by a terrorist group, or it can be just that the air traffic control system completely crashed. This is going to take a lot of investigating.
The air traffic control system.
Like a crazy air traffic control system.
Hold it. Visually, no, it's a clear day in New York. There's no way 2 planes crash into the World Trade Center.
They're a legitimate news organization. They're not allowed to say what we're thinking, which is obvious.
Evaluate some of the injuries. They will.
I see that second plane flying around there. It disappeared, and then there was an explosion.
You know what? Today is primary day.
I mean, it's pretty sensible to me what happened.
Medical service ambulances are also on alert. Remember, when there was the prior crash, there were 1,000 injuries.
I can't believe I'm seeing this either.
Today is primary day, Howard, and it also means that we're losing our mayor, Giuliani, and I really think he should declare, like, something and just stay in office.
He should declare a state of emergency. And
we can't afford to change.
You see all the stuff falling? Now debris falling to the street below.
Yeah, anyone in that area ought to get the hell. You guys, are you really a Joey?
Could come down.
No, that's far enough.
He's far enough away.
You're far away?
No, I'm down on West 4th Street. I'm fine. But I'm hearing on the radio they're talking about the plane is inside the building. There's multiple casualties. Howard, these towelheads, I'm telling you, we let them come to this country. They're here illegally, a lot of them. We don't even kick them out.
Well, we're letting everybody in here illegally.
Could the plane have been, like, loaded with explosives or something, you know?
Sure.
I mean, come on. What would you do if you wanted to bomb something? You'd laid it with
just sticking a plane,
explosives?
just flying a plane into there would blow up the whole thing.
You know, I don't know how true it is, but I think while we were on vacation, I read in one of the newspapers that they are actually, like honoring the families of these suicide mission guys they have over in the
PLO does that after they blow up an Israeli, town.
The family gets compensated.
Yeah, the family is treated like heroes.
Is it Hamas or Hezbollah?
Hamas.
Hamas.
Joey, thanks.
All right, Howard.
Bye-bye.
See, now, shouldn't there be, like, planes now flying over, dropping water and stuff? Isn't that the only way they're going to, like, put it out?
Maybe that's how they put out forest fires. Maybe that's how they do it. I don't know anything about it.
It's inside the building, though,
At that point, that's like jet
right.
fuel,
I mean,
electrical.
Yeah. Hey, wasn't that building, like, taller than, what is that building there, the big building?
Empire State.
Oh, my God.
Wasn't it taller than it was before? Look how much it's disintegrated.
Oh, you're a nutcase.
You know what? You got to go talk to horses in the winter circle.
Oh, my God.
You are such a nutcase.
No, I'm serious. You didn't see that?
Howard, how could you live in New York and go, what building is the Empire State Building?
You see that building over there? What is that?
That's the Empire State Building, Casey.
Casey's going to be like, as long as they don't hit the girl holding the torch.
Right, the girl holding the torch.
Hey, Howard, why's my hand bigger than the World Trade Center?
Yeah, because
they don't look so big.
Because it's on TV, dude. Nick, you're on the air.
Really why?
Yeah, I just called to tell you that the other guy you called and said it was the towelheads may be wrong. The State Department yesterday issued a terrorist watch for all Americans in Peru due to the extradition of the drug lord Daniel Ochoa to America.
Wow. Well, let's bomb them, too.
Let's bomb everyone.
But that's a bad idea. Either that or it was Jackie the Joke Man.
Let's drop A-bombs. Oh.
But you see how it's spreading the building to the right, Howard? It's like it's already going down like the middle.
Well, don't forget. I mean, this thing's going to burn. You can't stop that kind of burning. It's going to burn the whole building down.
I mean, it looks like it's the one way. One is 2/3 of the way up. The other's about halfway up.
Yeah.
God knows what it looks like inside. I mean,
110 stories.
Can you imagine being above or above that?
Oh God,
that's a nightmare.
Oh God,
you know what it's all. You know what happens? The worst thing that happens in these fires is the heat. It's the smoke inhalation.
Yeah.
It's the smoke inhalation. That's how you just choke to death, which is horrible.
How freaky will that be? That probably won't be part of the skyline of Manhattan anymore.
Oh, stop it!
What do you mean?
We must have that.
Well, you're not going to have it. It's gone.
But how freaky?
Put it back.
What's that stuff that's coming out of it?
Smoke.
Black smoke.
Not smoke.
It's called smoke.
The white thing coming all the way down. Is that like a ladder?
More smoke.
Oh, you are so crazy.
Smoke. It's a fire.
Look
it's
at
a flying shark, Casey.
No,
it's fire.
No, the thing that just came out. Do you see what I'm talking about?
No.
That's fire.
No, the white thing that just... See, it's coming down right now.
In between the two buildings?
Yeah.
What a journalist.
There is something... I can't see. My eyes are so bad.
I think it's smoke from the back of the building.
No, it's white smoke.
It's Spider-Man.
Yeah, white smoke.
It looks like somebody's moving.
It might be some
what is that?
That's bigger than a person on the building.
Yeah, I think
looks like somebody climbing down.
Hanging bed sheets, man. I'd do anything to get out of there.
Yeah, what is that?
There's something going on there.
Okay, you need about 2,000 bed sheets.
Let me put the sound up. Maybe we'll figure it out.
Radar from Boston to see if there are any unusual flight plans or any unusual planes that show up on the radar screen, and they can trace it back. They can do that pretty quickly, but again, the FBI, possibly even the Secret Service, would be called in on this to try to find out what's going on. Remember, it's a manpower issue. You need to get as many people as possible.
Yeah, black smoke.
Smoke from the back of the
billowing. He's supposed to speak very shortly. He's going to be...
Hey, Matt, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
I'm watching the Fox Network here, and I just saw a thing on a thing that said that FBI is almost verified that there has been hijacked early this morning before the crash.
Really?
Oh, so they hijacked the plane.
Oh, my goodness. Oh,
man. There was actually 2 planes.
Yeah, right. 2 planes.
And it's actually ridiculous. Watch it on a film. Watch it on TV now. It's just...
Oh, this is so aggravating.
I don't understand how all of a sudden one day it's beautiful, next minute, no, everything's just ruined. What's that? Oh, here comes the plane right now.
Oh, God.
Second.
Wait,
I am,
showing it again?
Yeah, I am speechless.
Yeah, I mean, what do you say?
What do you say about this?
Can't say anything.
You know what? I just feel like nothing will be done. It's just
No. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
you
think
could
there
say,
would be such an outcry that
God.
something has to be done.
They've attacked the United States. It's war. It's war.
We don't stand for this.
Wasn't there an attack when they on the
World Trade Center?
On the World Trade Center? Why did we never go to war over that?
We didn't have to go to war.
Because this is a plane?
They had all those guys lived in Libya at the time, didn't they, Tom?
Yeah, I think so.
And didn't we bomb them? We didn't even declare war. Remember, we had the whole thing about France not letting us fly over their airspace.
Yeah.
We went anyway, and we bombed them.
Yeah, not enough.
And then what happened?
And then they did
stopped.
this for a while. They've been doing all kinds of stuff. And the Israeli intelligence...
You let them build up again.
Israel would take care of the problem for us, but we're now all of a sudden we're worried about how the PLO feels. I mean, let's get real.
I thought that was stupid in the first
Yeah, let's just get real.
Wow, that's a good sized jet to hit the second time.
Israelis could kill everyone over there. They got the manpower, they got the bomb, they got everything.
Loosen the reins.
Yeah, let them do their thing. Let them do it.
Didn't George W.'s father have the chance to go all the way when we went to war? Just go right in and kick
the Bushes don't have the chutzpah. They don't have the balls.
Notice they didn't do this when Reagan was
No. You need a guy who didn't grow up rich.
Guy who can
guy like me who will bomb things because he's angry. I love to bomb.
I mean, part of that was, you got to remember, the UN and the whatever the writs of war that they had said it was to get Iraq out of Kuwait, and that was it.
Yeah. Bush pulled the plug. He had one more day, and he could have finished the whole job.
Oh, no question.
His calculation was that he'd rather...
worldwide sentiment would be against us, blah, blah,
and
blah.
also, he'd rather keep that guy in office than have some other guy take over.
Yeah, because the guys behind him supposedly are worse.
Yeah, Dominic, go ahead.
This is no different than Pearl Harbor.
Absolutely.
That's right.
There'll definitely be a war, but you're looking at the wrong country. This comes out of Palestine.
Of course.
Not out of Iraq.
Oh, I don't know. We don't know anything, so.
No, we didn't say anything about Iraq.
But do you see the way that plane goes into the building?
Yes, those guys are happy to die for their Allah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
now
those are some crazy people.
Encourage it. Their parents encourage
Well, that's what I say. How do you negotiate with people like that? You can't.
No, it's really, and also the whole argument about whether Israel should be there or not is ridiculous.
And
they're there.
Drag Jesse Jackson back here and pummel him for even talking with that Yasser Arafat.
Now, do you think the plane was full of people?
I'm hoping.
No, I don't think so.
Well, they said if it was a hijack plane, probably was.
Right,
What do they care who else is on the plane?
Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
Casey, that's the Empire State Building.
Hey, thanks, pal. I got that.
Why does it look tall?
But those buildings haven't sunk, Casey.
And Casey, the reason the Empire State Building looks bigger,
shorter.
you're looking at a flat screen and it's closer to you.
No, the Empire State Building's on like 34th Street.
Right.
So this is all the way down there.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's why I asked what the building was, because, how would you see it in the same picture?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
How they say things come in threes.
What?
Things come in threes.
Yeah, this is Hank dying.
Hank and this.
Spike.
Hank, Aaliyah, and this.
Hank, Spike, Aaliyah, and this. It's 4. This is pretty awful.
Wow.
I've never seen anything like it.
This is the most catastrophic thing.
Does anyone else kind of feel
Since
like...
Pearl Harbor.
Do you feel inside like almost scared?
Yes.
Almost.
Absolutely.
I am.
Yeah.
I just feel bad for whoever's in that freaking building. If anyone's stuck on top, forget it.
That's the weirdest thing about working in the city is that New York is always we're always a target.
I know.
Giuliani said that he's made this city terror-free. Less deaths than ever before in any administration.
Well, he has. From each other.
You're not going to blame him for this.
What does Giuliani get to do with this?
What are you talking about, Dominic?
Well, but the point is that really you have no control over any of this.
This can happen anywhere.
You would have to treat everything like the World Trade Center and the Statue of Liberty like a military base. You'd have to put planes around it.
Already.
But now let me ask you something. Now the World Trade Center has a sprinkler system, right? So that it's not going to be able to.
Well, that ain't going to do anything.
Well, that's for regular fires, not an explosion.
This is an airplane driving right into the building.
You know how much fuel is on a plane?
Exactly.
They have no
loaded with jet fuel.
So there's nothing that can be done then.
No. Listen, when they build it, they don't plan on planes driving into it. No,
well,
they don't.
If this was a movie, would you believe it?
No, I mean, it would be great special effect.
Dude, see, I thought this was going to happen on Y2K. That's why I stayed home. And you should have seen when the fireworks came out. I was having like...
You know what? This is our worst nightmare. You knew this was going to happen one day. And it's happened.
Well, it's because we never settle anything.
You know what?
Right.
I got to tell you.
And we don't face the fact that and I'm not saying it's the Arabs who did this. I don't know yet, but I'm guessing. The Arab world has to be taught a lesson. That we are the boss, and you are going to be our dogs, and you have got to be spanked.
Will you do me a favor, please?
Yeah.
Will you not be the leader of these thoughts right now?
Yeah, it's true. And I'm not being the leader of the thoughts. I'm saying I don't know who did it yet. It could have even been one of our own people.
Could have been the guy that could have been the Peru guy, like that.
No, it could have even been
like the Oklahoma.
Yeah, it could have been like one of our own people. It could have been one of our own people. But you want to know something?
It doesn't. It sure doesn't look
I don't
like
want you to be
it. It doesn't feel like.
One thing seems like
it doesn't feel like it is right.
One thing seems like an isolated incident. Two things seems like a well-planned.
Oh, clearly.
You know,
yeah.
and
people over there aren't thinking rationally.
But it was a
They never have.
They never have.
And to sit down and try to talk to them is crazy.
Mostly the Arab countries,
as crazy as they are.
The oil-rich Arab companies don't take in the Palestinians. They don't want them. And, you know, if this is a case of that, it's time to end the misery for the world.
See, I don't think the airport's checking off anyway. I mean, you can
if somebody hijacks a plane and drives it, how you know?
Yeah, when
how are
they
you going to
put a gun
prevent that?
to your face, you do what they said.
No, I'm saying, how do they get a gun onto the plane?
Plastic guns?
Mm-hmm. Oh, they got a billion ways.
Nah, they probably got this plane. They could go to a private airport and get a plane. I don't think this is a commercial airplane.
Well, it depends on what size it is.
Yeah.
Doesn't it strike
you guys? The second one was a big plane.
It's odd that there are no choppers circling yet.
I don't think they're letting anybody into the airspace.
They got to make sure, you know, of what's going on.
Would you chopper up there?
The Channel 2 chopper guy said this. It's a
there's an embargo. Yeah.
Right.
Down there in the financial district.
It's down.
Closed.
It hasn't opened yet. It's closed, but futures 150 points down already.
Of course.
Hold on. Let's hear this report.
Everything will go over after
the Chopper 2. The first impact in Tower 1 happening just before 9 o'clock this morning. The second impact that we had shown you videotape of not too long ago.
On our cameras here.
And we were able to provide that image for you. The second impact, though, happening about 18 minutes after the first impact. And here's another look at it on tape. Hard from our angle to tell what type of plane or to really discern anything from that other than the obvious. So we're continuing to contact the FAA as well as the Port Authority, all airline carriers. We've heard reports that the FBI now investigating possibilities, we want to emphasize, of a possible hijacking and
or suicide mission, that's also a possibility that we're being told is being looked into.
All reports from the Associated Press as well. We understand that George Bush, the president who was in Florida speaking to children, as
on vacation
a moment ago when he was notified of what had happened, is scheduled to speak sometime soon. As
he's on the phone to his dad.
He was out speaking to children, which is where
the Associated Press only reporting that the FBI investigating, as is their job, any possible evidence of foul play.
Okay. Of course, it's difficult to find out information because the Port Authority is based at the World Trade Center, and Marcia Kramer's been trying to get in touch with them.
The authority has closed all their bridges and tunnels coming in and out of the city.
Wow.
What that means is the George Washington Bridge is closed, the Lincoln Tunnel is closed, the Holland Tunnel is closed, and all airports are now closed.
Wow.
That's regarded as a security measure. Remember, when you take a look at the possibility of terrorist attack, our bridges and our airports and our tunnels are regarded as prime targets. So to make sure that there isn't any other further disaster, they are closing all the bridges and tunnels into New York City. So to repeat, the George Washington Bridge, the Lincoln and Holland tunnels are closed. All three area airports, Newark, LaGuardia, and Kennedy airports are closed. Now, in Washington, the FBI was said to investigating reports around 9 o'clock, just before the first crash, of a plane hijacking. That's something that they're going to have to be looking into to see if the plane that crashed into the first World Trade Center building, Tower 1, was in fact
We got to be at war, right?
We're waiting for our president to speak.
Pretty close.
Yep.
Yeah, how are they going to figure out who's responsible for this?
Yeah, first, you can't declare war until you know who did it.
Yeah. I can think of some people to declare war on, though.
Right, yeah, I mean,
in general.
We can all come up with a list of candidates.
Yeah, we can use this as an excuse.
Exactly. It's not something to do lightly, though.
Coordinated this had to be.
I know. So coordinated. This is, you know,
This is not the
This is what we've all known is going to happen.
You're all saying we've been lucky this hasn't happened before.
It was either going to be the Midtown Tunnel or one of these big targets, and someone was going to blow it up, and now they've done it.
You know, a lot of TV channels are out.
The towers are up on the World
Is that right?
Trade Center.
Yes, and there's radio stations up there as well.
The footage of that plane flying into it was pure Jerry Bruckheimer. I mean, it looked like it was straight up.
Yeah, it's like an Arnold Schwarzenegger film.
There's Bush. You know what's weird?
Let's see what Bush is saying.
I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks.
Not those folks
who committed this act.
The country.
Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
No, it seems to be.
And now, if you join me in a moment of silence.
Oh, with the prayer. Moment of silence.
So you know what I want to hear, Howard?
Yeah.
I want to hear him say, we will find these people. I want him to be angry.
Yeah.
Look, we're going to find these people, and...
You know what I wanted to say? Planes are on the way.
President Bush, who was down in Florida for what was...
You know, you got to remember who his dad was. His dad was the head of the CIA. His dad is a strong, powerful man. His father's going to make sure that things are done.
He didn't do it himself.
Well,
Why didn't he do anything?
Because they were afraid if they got rid of Saddam, who'd come next.
Was that the same CIA that could never get Castro?
You guys can't forget, they bombed 3 different places. They tried to get bin Laden. In fact, we had rockets that hit the Chinese embassy. In
so why'd we give up?
We got in a lot of trouble for that.
Trouble. Who cares anymore? Let's go.
Can you imagine that we can't find bin Laden? Can you imagine that? Come on.
And you know what? It ain't even bin Laden. It's the whole frigging country.
Well, see, that's the problem.
Yeah,
why is it safe to be there?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, this could...
forget bin Laden.
He's got money.
Time to just literally say we were just attacked.
What country, though? See,
you know who it is. No. I'll tell you the countries right off the bat.
We don't. The CIA should.
I'm saying that you listen.
But it's terrorists within those countries, and it is it's the countries that house the terrorists. Absolutely.
Yeah, but the government is hiding behind those terrorists.
And I'm sure they'll take credit for it anyway.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to take credit for it.
Bush needed to make it.
The government of those countries hide behind those terrorists.
You know what? We got to wait and see what the deal is.
You can't rush to judgment.
Yeah.
Well, we could.
It's not like Pearl Harbor. We knew who the Japanese were.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they at least announced. We did it.
But Bush could have generalized. He could have made a speech along the lines of that Reagan one from 15 years ago. He said they count on America.
No one's been able to write him a new speech.
I agree with that.
He's afraid to. But Bush is the kind of politician. He's afraid to say something spontaneously. Yeah. He just said, "I'm going to say a prayer."
He doesn't have any spontaneity.
He's got to wait for Cheney to tell him what to say, and he's going to get. I'll guarantee. I'd bet $10 million right now. He's on the phone to his dad asking him what to do.
Well, you know what? The first thing he said was, "I call the vice president."
Yeah. Because the vice president's in charge. Dick Cheney's running the country. Anybody who doesn't know that is crazy.
And that the whole world should have a minute of silence in the middle of this.
Cheney? Does he have a military background, Cheney?
Cheney?
Yeah, he was defense secretary.
Cheney?
No, but originally.
What kind of accent do you have? Cheney.
Cheney. He's talking about his own chin.
The buildings are now buckling, they're saying. That literally...
Of course. I mean, the infrastructure's got to be...
A Boeing 767 from Boston, according to our information partner, CNN. We're not sure which plane that was, if it was the first airplane or the second. Again, looking into the possibility of a hijacking, a possible suicide mission. The FBI on high alert. All bridges, tunnels leading into New York City have been closed.
All 3 airports?
All 3 airports have been closed, all under the command of the Port Authority, which ironically is based at the World Trade Center. Also, the Emergency Command Center that's supposed to be bomb-proof and earthquake-proof is at 7 World Trade Center across there. President Bush, as you see on the bottom of your screen, is calling the crashes terrorist attacks, and he is pledging to a full-scale investigation to hunt down and find the people responsible for it. Marcia Kramer, you're in the newsroom. What can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you now that New York City is going on high alert. It's going into what you would call its terrorist alert. They've established a no-fly zone over all of Manhattan. The Lincoln-Holland tunnels have been closed.
How do you enforce a no-fly zone?
You get any plane that comes into the area will be shot down by the Air Force.
The Brooklyn Battery Tunnel.
The planes are up now. Our planes are all up. Our war planes. They're on full alert.
But see, that's what I was trying to say before, Howard. You'd have to have a military base next to the World Trade Center, right. Everything.
You can't. The only way you protect against terrorism is to be a very strong parent. We're the leaders in the world. We have all the technology to spank these douchebags and fix them for once.
We've been We're lenient parents.
We're too liberal.
We're trying to let everybody solve their own problems.
When parents are too liberal, the kids get spoiled and they act out.
Just buy the World Trade Center? Seriously.
I don't know who did.
They just confirmed at least one casualty.
Believe me, there'll be a lot more than that. The only saving grace might be that people weren't in the building because it was 9 o'clock, but like as we said, people get into work pretty early around here.
9 o'clock is late for the financial community to get to work. It really is.
Right.
Developed after the bombing of the World Trade Center.
And I disagree with Tom. After the bombing of the World Trade Center, nobody was hunted down.
There was nobody to hunt down.
Well, there was. They
put people on trial.
These aren't These aren't individuals. That's what I'm saying. People.
It's got to be countries. Countries have to be held responsible. Let me see. Mayor's emergency bunker located at the World Trade Center.
Every emergency thing is located there.
Protect its bridges and tunnels. The UN, the United Nations, has been evacuated. The stock exchange has been evacuated. These are two of the landmarks in New York City that police and FBI officials have regarded as potential targets of terrorist attack. Again, we have also learned that FBI offices all across the country have been put on high alert for the possibility that there could be terrorist attacks other places in the country. Again, President Bush said that he called it an apparent terrorist attack, but it will take some time for the FBI...
Listen, we let all of these terrorists live in this country. We do.
Did you see that the subways are shut down? It just said
I'm telling you, you won't be able to get home.
This is crazy.
All right, we got to take a break.
Right here.
We're going to take a break, and I think we should just come back. We'll wrap it up. I don't know.
I don't know how to wrap it up.
I'll wrap it up. You don't have to wrap it up.
It's just there's no wrap.
I'll find a way to wrap.
I'm going to call my kids. Goodbye.
Whoa. What do you mean you're calling your kids? How dare you?
Kids. Who's more important than us?
You're going to call your kids?
I want to make sure they're all right.
Wait. Whoa. Your kids
are
your kids something to do with the World Trade Center?
No, but just at a moment like this, you want to just worry about it. I feel really bad about it, like all of you.
I think the terrorists are going to avoid Garden City, Dominic.
Yeah, I think imagine they're going after Dominic's law offices.
I just have to tell you, I do eat more in moments of fear.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're going to balloon up.
Yeah, I think he's really going to get something to eat.
Exactly. Yeah, I think you have to go eat. Go ahead.
Already said there was one Danish left.
All right, I have to take a break, and when we come back, I guess we'll close up the show.
Yeah.
Okay, right after these words.
Howard Stern Show. We'll have more of the Howard Stern Show in a moment on WBCN.
Because of what's going on now in our country, that we're just going to come back and be with you. The Pentagon has just been attacked.
Hit by a plane.
Hit by a plane. The World Trade Center has been hit by 2 planes. This is what we know so far. And I got to tell you...
They evacuated the White House.
Let me put on the sound.
Side of the screen, you can see the World Trade Center, which was hit by two planes. The first plane that hit the World Trade Center was a plane that was hijacked from Boston. As a result of that, we can also tell you that Logan Airport in Boston has also been closed.
Wow.
New York City airports are closed. Bridges and tunnels coming into Manhattan
What's going to be next?
have all been closed.
Anything could
that
happen
could be a further terrorist target is now being closed down as New York City and apparently the Capitol go into
the Pentagon. How did they get a plane through to the Pentagon? That's what I want to know. Isn't that what
on the Washington Mall? So there's now 2.
How is the Pentagon?
It's 48 minutes since the first attack on the World Trade Center.
And they got through. And they got a plane through.
Does anybody question now whether this is terrorism?
Well, we know it's terrorism, and I'm telling you, a country has to be... You know, this reminds me of Japan attacked us in World War II, Pearl Harbor. They were the only country ever to attack the United States like this. And we took an A-bomb, and we blew the daylights out of them. Harry Truman knew. They were still screwing around at the end of the war.
It was 4 years later.
4 years later, they dropped an atomic bomb on their ass. And we got to drop atomic bombs.
There's got to be a war.
That's all there is
to
but a devastating war where people die.
No stopping this.
Burn their eyes out with atomic bombs.
I don't want to hear about casual
and about how civilians.
Casualties.
Far
we got civilian casualties.
People work in the trade.
If this guy Bush doesn't go to war right now, I'm telling you that
you still got to know where to go.
We know where to go.
Well, you know what?
Don't you know?
If they didn't do it, they better surrender right away.
Yeah, they should all surrender right now.
I'd rather Martin Sheen stepped up than Bush right now.
Vinny, be quiet.
Vinny, where did you come from?
Right?
That's Vinny Penn. Vinny Penn is still trying to be funny. He's like, hey, this was my day to be funny. This is my shot.
I got lots of
work jokes. In all fairness, he hasn't been here in 3 months, and he may not be back for another 3. He's going to make the most of it.
All right, Vinny, you make all the jokes you want. We understand. Wait.
As you look live at New York City's
Pentagon
Center buildings on fire from
the Pentagon is on fire.
That's brazen. I mean, to attack the Pentagon, it's brazen. It's like we don't care.
That
is the seat of our military.
Yeah. Had been hijacked. The second airplane were trying to get
scoping at us as those superpowers.
Are we done? I mean, do you think there's something else coming?
Yes.
Look, who knew that this was going to happen?
The Pentagon. How are they getting all these planes?
That's why they are evacuating the White House. This is serious. Very serious.
Black smoke.
Our president can't go home
that
tonight.
Aircraft was hit just a few moments ago, 9:40 this morning.
Should point out
he doesn't want to go home. He wants to be on that ranch anyway.
Washington Mall. No confirmation as to the cause of that. And the west wing of the White House and the Capitol buildings have been evacuated.
All these countries are jealous of us, our way of life.
They want us to be miserable like they are.
Right. And we are now miserable. And now is the time to not even ask questions.
Nope.
Just to be pissed off and drop a few atom bombs, do a couple of chemical warfare hits, let their people burn and suffer until they understand.
Empty our stores of everything, because we haven't been bothering anybody.
Right.
They started screaming about colonialism, we stopped.
John Slattery, I'm sorry.
Right. Dominic, what is it? I don't know why I'm going to you, but...
California. Watch.
Yeah.
Something in the Midwest.
There's something in the West,
Chicago.
something in L.A.,
West.
Chicago.
I mean, there's obvious targets, but I mean, Chicago, L.A.
Chicago or something in
Boy, they're going to the Pentagon.
They're doing it. They've shut down Wall Street.
Can you imagine they actually crashed into the
Pentagon?
How do you get to do that? I thought that's like that airspace is completely protected. And how are they not on alert?
Well, everybody's on alert now.
I mean, it's 48 minutes later. I mean,
so what? I mean, that's certainly enough time.
I'm saying that.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you.
You know, this is a huge country to try to protect, though.
I know. But the Pentagon is a target that is considered a highly desirable target.
But you know what? They probably are sitting there going, nobody would ever do this, just like they did during World War II.
After the White House, what's the next biggest target? It's got to be the Pentagon, right?
Yeah.
What's bigger than that?
Pentagon is bigger than the White House. It's where we have our nuclear capability.
Now, where does all the cabinet and the president go when you evacuate them? Where do they go?
They have bunkers.
If
they have to.
They have bunkers. What do you have, Baba Booey?
Well, we have the top. We can go to your apartment. We get a better view when the plane comes.
Yeah.
Hey, can you imagine if there was something in those planes that crashed? You know
there was something in there.
No, I'm saying
people.
Like a chemical or something like that.
They don't
that's
need
supposed
more
to spread.
than the fuel.
That's right. That's all they need.
No, he's got a point. What if there's some killer gas in there, some chemical?
That's
a good point.
I think we'd already be dead.
Oh, there's no air in this building. Not to make a joke.
We're the only ones left.
I swear to you, I'm getting queasy.
Oh,
there's every reason to be.
I'm having trouble breathing.
There's every reason to be.
Who do I sue?
We are under attack like never before.
Howard will be the only casualty.
No, I'm telling you, I'm starting to get agitated.
Well, don't have a heart attack before you find out what's going to happen.
I'm very angry.
I know.
We need to do a paper bag.
I'm very angry. I feel that people need to suffer now.
Scary.
We have to protect our way of life.
That's exactly true, Howard. You'll get no argument there.
Well, you'll see. They'll do nothing.
No.
I think you're wrong.
Here at Bellevue Hospital, they're expecting...
Listen up.
So far, 2 have arrived here. It seemed that the injuries were minor.
I feel like I'm watching a movie. That this can't be real.
A time ago, and alarms were going off. Right now, they're on external disaster, a very high alert at this hospital. Everybody gearing up for this disaster. And here on the FDR, continuously, there are sirens just whizzing by, police cars, fire...
Can I say something? I'm trying to think who is it that could talk to us right now to try to calm us down. The only person I can think of is on the phone, Cabby. Crazy Cabby. Yes, Cabby.
He can make sense of all this?
Yes. Cabby.
Howard,
yeah.
I live in Brooklyn, and I'm standing on the roof of my building, and it's disgustingly sick what is going on. Who did this, first of all? And second of all, it's time to stop toying and letting these people come into our country and blow things up and do it all over the world. You know, we keep guys like Osama bin Laden around because we need enemies. We need a reason to build bombs. And I swear to God, if this isn't a reason to wipe out every freaking terrorist on the planet Earth, today we have the technology. We know where they are.
We can do it.
It's just do it.
We're afraid of the world reaction. Now, don't be afraid.
Screw them. That's what I say. Screw the rest of the world.
I mean, you talk about attacking us at our heart. We're on the building with binoculars, and somebody said they think they saw somebody jump out of the building because the building's on fire.
Oh, my God. This is just
I can't. I'm in shock.
I'm in shock, too. And I'll tell you one thing. I'm getting increasingly woozy from this.
And they're closing down all of Manhattan. We will not be let off this island.
Look at it. Look at that thing.
Look at the burning Pentagon. The Pentagon you can't even see.
Right, it's engulfed.
They hit the Pentagon, too?
Oh, yeah.
You better go back inside.
They just blew up the Pentagon.
Oh, my God.
A plane hit the Pentagon.
Pentagon has been hit by an airplane 48 minutes after the World Trade Center was hit by two planes.
They are evacuating the West Wing of the White House.
It's time to stop screwing around with these people, and I'm talking all the way down to Saddam Hussein.
They're begging for it.
Yeah. Countries like Yemen and the United Arab Emirates who house these people and let these people do this.
All of them. Blow them all to sky high.
They are begging us for
bombs.
major attention.
Atom bombs.
Nuclear strikes all over the world.
Nuclear war. Just do it so that they're flattened out and it turns into a paved road, and we'll take the oil for ourselves.
Parks over there.
And we'll take the oil for ourselves, by the way. This is a good excuse.
How could a plane hit the Pentagon?
Well, that's a
wonderful
question, Dominic.
How could a plane hit a Pentagon 48 minutes after the World Trade Center's been attacked?
No, because it's probably a commercial airline that was hijacked. Think of all the people on these planes.
They just said a plane was hijacked from Boston, one of these planes.
767 is, I called my wife, and she said the report she heard was that it was a 767 out of Boston, and that is probably
the first one.
I think that's the second one.
Oh, really?
Cabby, thanks for the call.
Howard, this is...
I know.
One of the biggest travesties to ever hit the world.
It is it's certainly the biggest travesty in our lifetime.
I cannot believe it. I'm disgusted by humans, and we better take care of business, or we're all lost.
Yeah, our way of life will be destroyed. Absolutely. We have to sit in fear.
Exactly.
Now it's time to get busy.
Country on the planet,
if we sit in fear, we deserve to have our lives destroyed.
Right. Don't sit and listen to these other countries like France. You fakes.
Wait and see.
Yeah, how many times have we bailed their ass out, and they house terrorists, too?
Oh, absolutely.
Get rid of them, too.
Well, you know what? Just blow them all up.
There's debris falling onto the street from the World Trade Center, flames and smoke from both towers.
I can see it from I'm standing on the roof of my building.
All right.
It makes me cry. It's sad.
All right. Thanks, Gabby.
An evacuation has been ordered at the United Nations. Now they're getting everybody out of every tall building.
Right.
Hey, Howard, CNN just also reported that they closed every airport in the country.
Good.
Absolutely.
Let's get busy.
No time to be flying around. See anything up there, shoot it down.
Yeah, Dominic.
What's next?
Right. What's next?
What is next?
I never thought the Pentagon.
See, you can't there's no getting off Manhattan now. Everything's closed.
If they plan 3, they can do 5.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They could be all day long with this.
This could be going on every day now unless we act swiftly. And no investigation. You know what countries hate us.
You see what I say? See, I'm always, considered an extremist. But I say you declare war on everybody, and then whoever surrenders doesn't get killed.
Right.
But how do you kill every son and child?
I would.
I would.
They grow up to be terrorists.
You know which countries have to be flattened out.
They're in collusion.
If Bin Laden is behind this, boy, did he show us something.
They raised them to be terrorists.
It's not only Bin Laden. It's all those guys over there. They're wise asses.
There's somebody listening to him. He doesn't do this on his own.
Yeah.
He doesn't go out and bomb anything.
Right, he's alive. He's got people killing himself.
Exactly.
Do you realize how many TV stations are actually knocked out?
No, I don't.
How many?
4, 5, 7.
Oh, they're knocked out?
Out.
Channel 7's not on the air?
Out.
Oh, my God.
No.
What's on the air? 2?
How is CBS on?
Channel 2's the only one on.
2, and I believe...
They're on the Empire State Building.
Wait a minute.
Wow.
9 is out.
Look at that.
11 is out.
That is amazing.
Wow. Channel 2 is the only one broadcasting here in New York.
5 is out. 4 is out.
Hold on. Let me bring up some sound. What is it?
Hey, really important. Robin's driver is leaving, and he doesn't care how she gets home.
Is that true?
Yeah, he's going
Well, why don't you go?
Oh, that's
Robin, you can't get home.
He's leaving right now.
I'll be fine.
But, Robin, you can't get home.
I know. Everything's closed.
Robin, you can stay at my apartment.
No,
I
that's
keep hear,
all right.
you hear such conflicting stuff, Howard. Scott said that he heard somewhere, that Scott the engineer, that everything's open going outbound, that they want everyone out of the city. But
well, I just saw that they closed the battery tunnel.
That can't be true.
If anybody needs to leave, go ahead. I'll,
where can we go?
I'll hold down the fort.
I went upstairs and told everybody that as well, and it's everybody saying, where am I going to go?
No.
That could create pandemonium if everyone started trying to get out.
Right, it'll be like a Sylvester Stallone movie in the tunnels.
Does that mean I'm trapped here with Tom?
See ya.
Now we better go to war.
Let's have lunch.
Right.
I know a really nice, quiet place for lunch.
Yeah, I bet prices are cheap today.
here is that they were both suicide flights going in, and as I said before, there's unconfirmed word that even a third plane was on its way here. The disposition of that, we don't know.
Wow.
The studio, I can't hear you right now, but let me go back to you.
A third plane was on its way.
Maybe. And maybe they stopped it.
Lower Manhattan.
Giving us our first account of things from ground level. Let's go back to the newsroom now. Marcia,
we're sitting ducks.
Following the developments
well, you
from
knew
that
moving
vantage
into
point. Marcia?
Well, we're now getting some picture of the breadth of this national catastrophe.
Oh.
First of all, the White House was evacuated, the entire White House, after the Secret Service received a credible threat, I repeat, a credible threat of a terrorist act against the presidential mansion and residence. But that's not the only building that's been evacuated. We now can report that the State Department, the Capitol, and the Treasury buildings are also being evacuated. And believe it or not, in Los Angeles, they are on a tactical alert, and they are starting to evacuate key buildings.
Everywhere.
All bridges and tunnels closed.
We're sitting ducks.
No. It says into. It says
into Manhattan.
Yeah, into.
It's out too. Why would
it's gonna.
How are you gonna get out?
Yeah, Eric, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard, Dominic was wrong. Channel 7 is on the air. Channel 9 is off the air. Channel 9, you'll see what happens.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Zolar, you're on the air.
Oh, thank God you took my call, Howard. Now I'm looking at 7, I'm looking at 5, I'm looking at 2, I'm looking at 4. Let me tell you something, Howard. One word on the news.
Oh, no.
Wait a second. What happened? Tom, what happened?
Oh, my God.
What just happened?
Oh, my God.
What just happened? Look at that.
Oh, the whole World Trade Center just collapsed.
Yeah, I'm looking at it on Channel 7.
Oh, my God. The whole thing just completely dropped.
It actually collapsed.
That's it.
Oh, my God.
Anybody who had a chance of getting out of there
It collapsed.
doesn't have a chance now.
Are you watching the footage?
Yeah.
Oh, it's horrific.
The whole thing just collapsed.
Everything around there is in danger.
Let me put up the sound for a second so we can hear what's going on.
On microphone from Chopper 2 as he takes these pictures. Jim?
Yes, I am here, Michael.
Jim, tell us what's happening out there.
We just witnessed some kind of secondary follow-up explosion on the World Trade Center #2, the one
secondary
on the south that is difficult to make out through the debris and smoke, but it does appear that the top portion of the building has collapsed down to the streets below.
Oh, my gosh.
Unbelievable we have seen here. The debris and smoke just covering the entire portion of lower Manhattan.
Oh, my gosh.
Jim, we know this is terribly difficult for everybody. We're asking that you please stay with us. Hold your shot. Stay with us on audio. We should tell people our crews have been running from that scene, as have everybody, and the entire area has been under an evacuation for some time. And just moments ago, you saw it here live from Chopper 2, a horrific scene as one of the towers there appears to have collapsed. From what had happened earlier, a quick chronology as you continue to look live. Just before 9 o'clock this morning, word of a plane crash into Tower 1 that had been confirmed. A 757 hijacked out of Boston was the first impact. 18 minutes later, a second plane impacted Tower 2. Not long after that,
Videotape of that second crash.
Not long after this second impact that you will see here on tape, happening 18 minutes after the first impact,
and then
was the fire at the Pentagon.
Right, about 9:30 this morning.
Also confirmed
and this is the collapse. We're
from the
showing
Associated
you, this is the
Press.
collapse, ladies and gentlemen, on
Look at that.
videotape.
The whole middle of the building
just
came
happened.
out.
Unbelievable.
It's like an implosion, right?
Let's go to Marcia Kramer now in the newsroom as she watches what you're seeing at home right now. Marcia?
Well, the real concern right now for New York City emergency rescue squads is to get people on the ground away from that scene as soon as possible. If you live in the area, if you live in Battery Park City or any of the other housing developments in that area, you should leave the area. You should evacuate the area and get away from the scene. Right now, police have to determine...
Oh, my God. The whole World Trade Center just imploded and went down. The whole building's gone.
It's just gone.
It's gone, and people are in there.
Oh, yeah.
Not anymore.
Hopefully they were out.
Nah, no way. No way they got out.
Evacuated that entire building with fire going on.
No way.
They had an hour.
No way. I'm sorry, what is it, Dominic?
Look at that picture on 2. Did you ever think you'd see that in the life?
No. It's really war.
It's like a nuclear bomb hit the city.
Yeah, it really is.
It's so beyond Pearl Harbor. It's just so beyond.
It is beyond Pearl Harbor.
The entire city is covered with smoke.
At least Pearl Harbor was...
And the Pentagon's on fire.
Installation.
What went on at the Pentagon? The plane crashed into the Pentagon?
Yes.
Oh.
And now they're saying there's one other plane on the radio they think is still up there.
Oh,
I don't
no.
think
Really?
it's down yet. There must have been a third target in New York.
Zolar, go ahead, finish your thought.
Yeah, oh my God,
There's
I'm
no thought.
devastated, Howard, and I'll tell you what, first second I hear on the news that it has anything to do with a towel head or a dot head bastard, I'm going to go out there and start going to those Arab stores and I'm going to start kicking.
No, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. Don't say that, Zolar.
So, hey, I implore all Americans to get your arms together, baby. Get out there on the streets and go to your local freaking delis with them.
All right, I got him. He's just upset.
I understand, but he's an idiot.
No.
It's like we keep looking at this and we think to ourselves, how much worse can it get? And every 10 minutes it gets worse.
It's getting bad.
Yeah.
Cabby.
Howard, we were standing here and we were just discussing the things that were going on, and the second building just crumbled right in front of us.
It did. I know.
And how many people on the ground or other buildings were affected by that?
Yeah, the whole area.
It's a 110-story building.
There's another plane behind it. I don't know if you just saw it in the air.
Yeah, what is that?
I just saw a plane fly by.
That's got to be one of our planes, right?
Well, it's a no-fly zone.
That was, I noticed that about 10 or 15
No,
years
not
ago.
a chopper.
Oh.
There was a chopper originally, and then they cleared the whole area. The World Trade Center is not standing.
Downtown is completely covered by a cloud of smoke.
Here's Ed Moyer.
He's coming to get some.
This is our world. That siren is our world.
This is a disgusting display that is humanity right here.
Oh, yeah.
What are you going to say here? There's nothing to be said. I don't know what what good it is to have us on the air right now. I don't know.
They're not letting anybody into the city, are they?
No.
Tom, I don't think it does any good to have us on the air now, does it?
The only thing I'd say about having you on the air, it's some place for people to come.
Right.
Especially people in other cities.
Becomes a big encounter session. If you want to continue that.
All right, I'll stay on the air for a while. I don't know. I'm sure everyone's...
Calls if you want, as long as they're not going to be...
Abandon us for a news station?
Did you see that picture, Howard?
That footage
actually
Cabby.
I can't even believe this.
Cabby, where are you right now?
I live in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, right next to the Williamsburg Bridge. So my view of downtown, I have a complete view of everything that's going on right now. I'm on my roof. And all the traffic has been obviously stopped going into the city, and everybody seems to be making a quick exodus out of the city. And right now, you can't even see downtown. It's completely covered with smoke from the collapse of one of the greatest buildings ever built because of the ignorance of humanity.
If any of my staff has to leave, because they're still letting people out of the city, you should go.
Well, I already lost my driver.
Boy.
He always says, Robin, I'll take a bullet for you. See ya.
Yeah, bye.
Not a bomb.
I mean, do you think
I'm scared to get on the subway.
See ya, Robin.
Do you think it's worth making an attempt to go home?
Yeah, you should go do it. Go do it.
I would say go be with your family, absolutely.
I would go do it and...
Subways are closed.
Where's Casey going? He has no family to go.
Casey, you have no family. Get over here.
I hear you.
He runs out with Gary.
And Howard, obviously, if you want to go, we'll fill.
I got nowhere to go.
Casey's going to OTB.
What about guys in a situation like me?
The horses aren't running.
Cab it out and take a train and...
Well, good luck.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I don't think you Vinny, I think you're here for
We better
good.
get a hotel room together.
That means
Benny.
I can do the show again tomorrow, Howard.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
He's available.
Who even knows what'll be tomorrow?
Yeah, really.
I mean,
May not
seriously.
be here tomorrow with this going on.
We might have a state of martial law by tomorrow.
That's right.
And we probably should.
You know, I want to hear from our president again.
Yeah.
Yeah, where is it? Oh, never mind. I
know,
won't call him names.
Oh, we know where it is. Yeah, you got to get behind the president now. Doug, what's your story?
Oh my God, dude! I just can't even talk. I was just on my roof of my building, and we actually saw the building buckle a little bit.
Yeah.
And then we came down and we went on, the freaking building collapsed. But just think of all the countless amount of people on the ground within 25 blocks, and all the emergency workers, the police, the firemen, they're probably gone.
Overwhelmed at this point.
They're gone.
Said
and you know what pisses me off the most is our freaking president. What the heck? What a softie.
Oh,
well, let's not even get to that yet.
Yeah.
Let's see what he does.
I guarantee you,
Let me just say,
he's our president.
There was word, this is completely unconfirmed, but Governor Pataki has an office in
the World Trade Center.
It's not known. I don't know if
No, the
he was in
president
there.
said he had talked to the governor of
good.
New York.
Okay.
Yeah, they spoke.
And it is the most eerie thing. You look up on my rooftop, which overlooks the whole city, and, I mean, the streets are just empty. It's just a parade of
the
ambulances
devastation
and police
is...
cars and fire trucks. It's just...
The building
I mean,
collapsing
it's hard to even speak.
hit other buildings in the area.
I'm having difficulty
But just think, like
having anything to say.
The countless amount of people in that zone where the building collapses, they are deprived of air. There's no air going in there.
right now.
Yeah.
Hey, Howard?
Yeah.
I hear they closed all bridges and tunnels either way.
Oh, they did?
You're not going to be able to get
Tell
in.
Gary to abandon that.
I just pulled them back from coming.
If anyone needs somewhere to come, they can come up to my building if they're stuck.
Well, yeah.
And
I'll have everyone but Benji.
And I suggest
This is
people
really sad. I just feel like crying, Howard. I mean,
of course you do. This is unreal.
Sad. I mean,
of course you feel like crying. This is absurd.
This is our country.
You knew this was coming.
What did we do that was so wrong?
We were
did
having
nothing.
a good time.
We did nothing wrong.
You know when they did it, Howard?
These are people who live in countries where they're
enslaved. They're going to say that we've participated in terrorist acts as well.
You know what? Now's the time to stop their rhetoric.
That's their religion. This is our religion.
Now you got, for the first time, you got the excuse to really wipe out these animals. Animal countries. Don't target Osama bin Laden.
Howard, do you realize how many people are probably, dead or injured from
thousands?
This?
Oh,
but
thousands.
You know what?
Look at the collapse of this.
The thing you ought to think about is the people who are cheering that this happened
all around the world.
Anybody who's cheering.
And they should be gotten right now.
Howard, it's at the point now where...
F-16 flying overhead now.
Hold it a second.
Military jets in the air.
There are military jets in the air?
Military jets in the air. Let me see. I'm sorry, it's an F-15, which is an interceptor jet, which is meant to take out other aircraft.
Right.
I'm telling you, there's still one plane somewhere.
Yeah, they said that there was a third plane.
That they thought was headed
Well, they're
here.
obviously flying, and they're going to take it down.
Yeah, well, they got to, and how are they going to take it down? They're going to have to take it out down over Manhattan.
Which means there's probably people on the plane.
That's the problem.
They will take out those people on the plane. And
at this point, you have to.
Yeah, you have to. It's called collateral damage, and they're going to have to do it.
This is devastating. If there is a third plane still in the air, it's probably a hijacked plane with people on it. The military's going to have to shoot it down.
They won't even get close to Manhattan now because there's Air Force up in the air.
Right. Yeah, but what is it?
You know what? That's what they intended to do. They intended to take probably people with planes with people on them as
insurance
to keep themselves from being shot down before they
could hit a target.
And
you know what? Right. So if they get over the tip of Manhattan somewhere else and we have to shoot them down and a bunch of people die there, they've still done their job.
Let me recap. Planes have crashed into the World Trade Center. 2 of them. One at 9 o'clock, roughly a little before 9 o'clock. Then a second plane went into the building.
About 18 minutes later.
48 minutes later, the Pentagon was attacked.
And one of the World Trade Centers now is non-existent.
It's collapsed. Yeah.
And the other one is basically gone.
Doesn't have a chance.
They say even a third plane could be up in the air. All airports have been closed. Everything in and out of Manhattan is closed down. We're here in Manhattan broadcasting, obviously.
They say 3 planes, but 3 planes already crashed, already. I think maybe that's the only 3.
Would you ever predict the Pentagon?
Never.
No,
I mean,
they
who knows?
thought there was a third one here.
What's that noise?
That's one of the military jets that's circling over the tip of Manhattan and the tip of Brooklyn.
Howard, this is
visibility's got to be shot.
This has become one of those movies. I mean, the planes are flying over our home.
Yeah.
That is a warplane.
It's a warplane.
We're at war. We just don't know with who.
You know what's terrifying is that it's just a matter of seconds. We're watching the the other tower burn. It's coming down within minutes. You know that.
There's going to be another collapse. I hope to hell people are just getting out of that area.
Howard, now there's debris all over the ground, and other buildings in that area are affected.
It's complete devastation.
They must be trying to find that other plane if they're circling like that.
How many people do you think were in that World Trade Center at the time it was attacked?
The 2 World Trade Centers together got to be over 75 or 100,000 people. I mean, it's a lot of people.
They said 50,000 people work in the 2 buildings.
Between 50 and 70,000 work in the 2 World Trades.
Right. And the only thing we can hope is that well, wait a second. There's another report coming in. Let me see.
Speculation, obviously, going on. It has the markings of a Middle East act of terrorism.
Why do you say that?
Well, often in the Middle East, when there's a bombing, a suicide bombing or a car bombing, you'll find a second bomb going off when the emergency response crews respond.
Right.
To cause maximum
Which just happened.
They're so sweet, those people.
This is our worst-case scenario. This is something...
A fourth plane has just crashed into...
In the security industry...
I'm not sure where.
This is something
the fourth plane is...
And someone's on... Let me see. Someone's on the phone saying that... Palestine and that Ben Osama bin Laden guy is claiming responsibility, whatever his name is.
Oh, the second plane was from Jersey, Howard.
Both from an investigative
Hold on, I'll get to that guy.
From a response standpoint, is going to
another explosion hits lower Manhattan. Oh, my God.
Impossible.
Clearly, you can only do so much.
Hold on, let me see what this guy's saying. Yeah, Bob. Bob, you there? Bob? Okay, hold it a second. Wait. Bob?
Hello?
Yeah, you there?
Yeah, Howard, I'm here.
All right, what's this fourth plane?
Well, it's just being broadcast now, Howard, that a fourth plane, the two that hit the World Trade Center, then there was one at the Pentagon, and now a fourth plane has crashed into the South Tower and actually made the tower fall.
Is that right?
Oh, that was a...
And they're also saying that the Palestinians and Osama bin Laden are claiming responsibility for this. They've come out and said that they are the ones doing this.
Well,
they're not done yet.
Then let Israel loose. They're not done yet. Let Israel loose.
Let Israel loose. We have to do this.
Israel. Let the U.S. loose.
Let me tell you something.
We have to go to war
it can be taken care of in an hour. We could wipe them off the face of the earth.
You don't want governments who would allow this to happen again to stand.
An hour's too long, Howard. In an hour from now, they could have 6 more planes crash into the city.
Where is the fourth plane hit, Howard?
The fourth plane crashed where?
Into the World Trade Center.
Into the South Tower.
The one that collapsed.
The one that just collapsed. The reason for that devastating collapse was not an implosion. He's saying it was a fourth plane.
That's what's on the news.
How could a fourth plane possibly get through?
I'll tell you how, because they have hostages on there. Whatever the confusion is in this moment, we are not prepared for this kind of devastating attack. Because the Air Force was not in place.
I have questions, though. Why are these huge planes flying out of airports, hijacked, and nobody knows anything?
FBI knew about one of them.
No, but there's control towers that these planes are leaving their flight
here it is.
Third blast brought down tower.
Third blast. Maybe not from a plane.
Because the building could have blown up just because of the fire alone.
Well, they could have had a bomb on the...
Yeah, because that looked like a bomb.
I think what you're hearing in our background is Cabby is out in Brooklyn, and you can hear military planes going over. You can hear emergency crews.
Howard, I just have a quick question. Do you think that these pilots, do you think the pilots might have been, killed and taken? I don't see any,
an American would not fly into a building.
Probably killed the pilot and just steered it.
I would not see any pilot actually saying, okay, I'd rather, crash into a building than just die.
Yeah, how do you hijack planes that quickly?
I got to tell you, a lot of pilots aren't American.
Well, that's true. Well, Gary, you're absolutely right.
We got guys living in this country who are terrorists, and we let them in every day, and it's just...
New York City's filled with it.
Yep.
Yeah, remember that Egyptian air crash where the guy, the co-pilot, took over?
Yeah, but you'd think...
You know what?
I mean? You wouldn't think that... You think that they know these people. The CIA knows how many times someone takes a dump.
All right.
They don't know if a guy is
But it's odd that planes can leave their flight path, take off unauthorized, or do any of the stuff they'd need to do, and nobody knew.
Let me get organized here for a second. Let me get organized for a second. Bob, I'm going to say goodbye to you, okay?
Got it, Howard.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. Doug.
Yeah?
I'm saying goodbye to you.
Okay.
All right.
Howard, don't you think that...
Gabby, stay on.
I know that it's bedlam. I know that it's going crazy. But don't you think, as busy as he is, the president needs to be telling us something? Don't you think we need to see him to know? I
don't think the president needs to be out right now.
Yeah, I think
the president needs to be in a war room planning his attack.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
We don't need to know.
Yeah,
I feel like
I'm assuming he's not on his ranch right now.
I feel like I need to hear from somebody from the government that tells me they have some clue what's going on.
There's no clue. Who knows?
Well, you don't want to telegraph either.
That's right. You can't get on and announce what you're going to do.
You know what you don't realize, Howard?
We're aware of what's going on. We don't think there's any more planes. I mean, I don't know. This building will blow up in a second.
That building went down, and now picture all the fires that are now surrounded the Twin Towers. All those other buildings are probably...
Let me go back to CBS News and see what we can learn.
Believe it or not, reporting an explosion on Capitol Hill. Fortunately, the explosion happened after Capitol Police had started to evacuate the Capitol. We don't know if any of the senators or representatives were...
Is this a new explosion?
An explosion on Capitol Hill.
There is another explosion. That makes 2 explosions and a fire in Washington. An explosion at the Pentagon that we've confirmed was caused by a plane. An explosion at the Capitol, we don't know what caused it. And a fire on the Washington Mall, we don't know what caused that. but the fact that there have been so many attacks would seem to indicate that there are people on the ground as well as in the air that are helping to set off and to participate.
This is an organized...
Somebody is at war with us.
This is an organized effort.
If you could you please reiterate the information you had regarding
all right, listen again.
Schools in the lower Manhattan area?
Well, what we're told is that there are 3 schools in the lower Manhattan area. There is Stuyvesant High School, which is a high school for gifted students, and there are 2 elementary schools that are also in that area. They're in the Batteries Park City complex. What we're told right now is that the kids are safe. The kids are in the classrooms, but parents who want to go and take their kids home are going to be permitted to do so.
Damn right.
As of right now, I don't know what they're going to find when they get to the school.
In Washington?
What? Yeah, one more. The Capitol. Capitol's been bombed.
You also said Washington Mall is on fire. Now,
Wipe
where was
them all
that
out,
from?
man.
What?
Wipe them out.
Right.
Every one of them. Tactical nukes.
Thanks, Cabby.
Howard?
Yeah.
This is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. I want to hurt somebody right now.
All right. Well, listen, we're all feeling the same way. Let's see what happens.
You know, when I hear my dad...
Cabby, call me back if anything else. All the phone lines are almost all down.
Don't forget to listen to Kane's show for free.
Wait a second, Cabby. You might as well stay on because I'm learning now that all the phone lines are almost all down.
Yeah, they are. Well, I couldn't get through on my cell phone at all. Nobody up here has any phone.
Yeah.
I'm on mine. And
you and Dominic, I see... Let me see if there's anybody else able to even get through.
Look at that picture there. The face.
Give me a second here.
Completely changed.
Yeah, let me see what's going on here. Hi. Who's this?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
What's going on?
What's going on? You guys keeping in touch with the news?
Yeah, we're on touch.
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah. I don't know what this guy's trying to say.
He sounds like a...
Hi.
He's underground.
Hello?
Hello, can I talk to Cabby?
Yeah. Go ahead, he's on.
Yeah, what's up?
Cabby, what does Brooklyn look like? My girlfriend's someplace in there. Is that okay out there?
Yeah, Brooklyn's fine. It's they're not. It appears they're not letting anybody into the city. All the bridges out are filled with cars. People are trying to walk across there's a walkway going into the city. It looks like they're being turned back until they cannot go into the city.
Cabby, are people just like out on the street?
Yeah, there's people everywhere. I mean, I'll walk over to the edge of the building here. There's cars stopped, and there's people standing on the street. People are talking and looking up. I mean, that's all you can do right now is look up at the devastation that has been caused.
By the way, on my TV set now, I'm still watching the World Trade Center burn. It's basically gone. It's completely eliminated.
The South Tower is completely gone from the skyline. There is nothing there.
And there's about, I'd say, a third of
the whole top of the building.
The whole top of the building's on fire on the other one.
Yeah, I'd say there's a third of it left.
It started sort of in the middle of the building. Now the top of it is completely in flames.
Right.
Now, did you get the report that somebody said the last plane crashed at the base of the building?
There was a third plane that actually set off that second explosion that caused what we thought was an implosion at first.
It was another plane hit the building and it collapsed.
Yeah, hold on. Who just left? I think I lost somebody. Hold on.
I think it's because that first plane hit the center of
It's okay, I got you.
All right. Yeah, it's. I mean, I come up here every night and I look at these at the skyline of Manhattan because it's so beautiful. And to see this morning, I mean, I woke up and I'm.
Cabby.
I can't even believe it. I mean,
I'm going to.
What the hell is wrong with people?
I know. I'm going back to the feed.
Second crash, 18 minutes later, what we have heard from the Associated Press was a plane out of Newark. Then a third crash at the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., and a fire at the Washington Mall, and now a fifth word that there was an explosion at Capitol Hill, which had since been evacuated, and now the sixth incident right now. The State Department apparently had been evacuated as all this was going on, only to find out that there's been a possible explosion there as well.
And, Michael, I've been told by our guest here, Michael Hirschman, who's the president of an international security and counterterrorism firm, that there's an unidentified aircraft approaching an airport in Northern Virginia, possibly Dulles or Washington National Airport. Authorities there are scrambling to find out about that aircraft. An unidentified aircraft circling,
get rid of it,
approaching an airport in Northern Virginia. We're not sure which airport that is. You have Dulles there. You have Reagan International and George. Actually, those are the two airports there, scrambling to find out the nature of that aircraft. Can you tell us any more, Mr. Hirschman?
Only that's an unidentified.
Well, they taught us a good lesson. I hope. I hope we've learned something. That's Cabby's feed right now you're listening to. You can hear the emergency vehicles going off. It's complete bedlam.
They're trying to get closer, I believe, by going to the Brooklyn and the Manhattan bridges to get closer into downtown, because I'm sure the devastation from the collapse of the building has wiped out. It had to wipe out 20 square blocks around there.
Tom, what are you hearing out there?
My question is, was the first building the one that's still up? The second one was where the big plane went into the
That's right.
collapse, right?
Yep. And they're saying a possible third plane.
Is that?
I don't think so.
No, that wasn't a third.
It looked like the World Trade Center was almost tipping at one point.
It did.
I think it was probably
World Trade Center just doesn't exist anymore.
No, I think the one that's still up looks like it's almost buckling.
I think that's the one that got hit originally.
The U.S. State Department has been evacuated. The Pentagon has been hit by a plane. Let me see.
Doctors, nurses, and that they are getting people from everywhere into that hospital. It's now called the NYU.
That's the bottom line. We don't even know how many people have been killed.
That's all we have here.
Tens of thousands.
Yep.
Those lines, Cindy, every firefighter is...
White House, Capitol, Treasury has been evacuated. FBI security has been tightened across the country. They don't know where the next attack will come from, or if there will be one.
All the airports are closed in the entire country.
Yep.
Los Angeles is on alert. You realize that this building collapsing, it probably collapsed right in on the financial district, which is the financial hub of the world, Wall Street.
Well, that's what they were doing. First, they knocked out the financial district, and then they went after the government.
They were in the middle of actually evacuating the financial district, and I don't even know how many people got out of there before that building collapsed.
I mean, you're talking a 110-story building falling in on itself.
Yep. It was huge.
Yeah, children, if you're able to get there. Obviously, the area is still very dangerous, so we caution you against taking...
They just put up a graphic. Crashes...
These people wanted to throw us into chaos.
Yeah, they have. Crashes occurred 18 minutes apart. What?
This is not tape at all. This is the only remaining World Trade Center tower. The other collapsing not too long ago. Both victims of plane crashes. The tower that has collapsed, though we are told, collapsed because of a third.
This is chaos.
The source of that, though,
and
at this point, we don't know.
It shouldn't be put as a crash anymore. It was an attack.
Right.
Yeah.
Buildings were attacked. Countries have been attacked.
Somebody
a crash at the Pentagon,
is at
a
war
fire
with
at
us.
the Washington Mall, and an explosion at Capitol Hill, as well as one at the State Department. And we just received late word of a suspicious plane.
Exactly. And a suspicious plane approaching an airport in Northern Virginia, trying to determine whether that's Dulles or Reagan-Washington Airport.
Yeah, why can't you get in touch
Authorities,
with this
of course,
plane?
are scrambling to
What do you think is going on? You think there are more attacks coming?
Sure.
Sure, why not wipe out an airport while you're at it?
You look live at Chopper 2. You talked about the issue of going down and trying to get...
How many people are involved in this? How'd they keep it quiet?
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand how you... They say now that they got word that there was going to be an attack at the White House. They didn't alert anybody else?
But they probably figured the White House they can take care of.
Is anybody out there screening my phones? I do see some people are able to get through, not many.
Yeah.
Let's see if someone can stay on that.
You know, Howard, they got into all the places that are supposed to be the highest level of security. They got it to the Capitol.
Yeah, this is no amateur hour.
I don't know the Capitol's confirmed.
This wasn't
Capitol was bombed. Explosion. Yeah, it's been confirmed. It wasn't a crash. It was an explosion. They have people.
There's probably on the ground people as well as in the air people.
A car bomb at the State Department. How do
possible car bomb at the State Department?
I mean, they
now
went
being reported.
Our highest levels of security. They got into all of them.
That's the thing about terrorism.
But wait a second. How did the hell they keep this quiet?
Right. There's a lot of
many people involved.
There's going to be hundreds of people involved in this.
And this has to be people who were here for some time.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, you don't just hijack an airplane. It's not the easiest thing to do.
I mean, and to do it simultaneously?
Right. 3 or 4 airplanes. And you're not
Look at how long Japan planned to do Pearl Harbor. They did as much. They did as much work as that.
Well, this is a huge undertaking. This is a war.
The problem is we've been talking about Osama bin Laden planning some new major attack on the United States for about a year.
Yeah, we've been waiting for this.
You know, we'll never know till this whole thing is over, but for all we know, their plans failed miserably, and this is a third of what they were planning
to do. Yeah.
Good point.
The world thought they were going to do on New Year's Eve in 1999.
Right. Yep.
And they were smart and they waited.
They waited till a random day in the middle of the week in the middle of September.
By the way, let's see. There's not many calls coming through because a lot of phone lines are dead, but Barry's on the phone. He's a paramedic on the way to the World Trade Center. Barry, what do you know?
I don't know too much. I know what you know. I watched the collapse on TV. I'm a paramedic in New Jersey, but we're going, I assume we're going over there.
How are you going to get in?
I don't know. I guess we're going to use the tunnels. I'm on my way to where we get our units in Jersey.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. John wants to say something.
I think they just bombed the building in Jersey. That's what I just heard from,
Let me go back to the feed and see what's going on.
Explosion on Capitol Hill. This is so preliminary. We get so much information that it's going to change throughout the day. And at this point, they're saying no explosion on Capitol Hill.
No explosion.
Also, as you mentioned, the international flights are now being diverted to Canada, and air traffic is being stopped everywhere else. That's really all we have right now from the newsroom. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Cindy. We'll check.
What did you hear about Jersey?
A friend of mine just called and said they just bombed the building in Jersey.
I'm not hearing that here. Wait.
All the subways have been closed. We're trying to get an update, especially going into Lower Manhattan. Those have been closed, obviously.
The hell is...
You know how our intern who was answering the phones got so freaked out, she had to leave the phone. She was flipping out about all this.
Well, could someone who's not flipping out...
Yeah, I'm going to go back. I just want to tell you about the Jersey.
Bombings and the...
Second plane was from Newark.
That was the second plane that hit the World Trade
Center.
Yeah. Was open, going out,
they
trying to get
hijacked the
everybody to
plane
go out. One of the concerns, of course, was that the Emergency Command Center was at 7 World Trade Center, which is across the street from Tower 1 and what was Tower 2, unfortunately, and that the Port Authority was based at the World Trade Center.
Tower 2.
President Bush did comment earlier. He called it an apparent terrorist attack, but then updated that to call it...
seemingly at this point quite certain. He pledges the government's full support, as would be obvious, for the victims and their families, as well as full-scale investigation to hunt down those responsible. Let's go back to Cindy Hsu in the newsroom.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That's the other tower is gone.
Hold it a second. Let's hear this.
World Trade Tower Center
no more buildings
have collapsed.
If Jim Smith is with us still in Chopper 2, Jimmy, you there?
What?
Michael, we just saw that as well. The second tower, the only one that was standing, tower number 1, we saw some kind of explosion, a lot of smoke come out at the top of the tower, and then it collapsed down onto the streets below, much like we saw the first tower just about a half hour ago.
Gosh, this is an unbelievable, it's incredible, incredulous.
And truly, as you're looking at at what there is of the Manhattan skyline at this point, the two most prominent landmarks, the World Trade Centers,
they're gone.
Reduced to a pile of rubble and ash.
They're gone.
Billowing above the city. Jim Smith, stay with us if you will.
That's like knocking New
It's unfriggin' believable.
It changed
That's
the
like
face of New York.
Teeth out.
I've seen the entire lower half of Manhattan just completely covered in smoke, debris, dust, everything well south of Canal Street is just completely and covered in this smoke and dust at this time. There is not anything recognizable of what were the two trade towers, nothing standing out from those clouds of dust.
They're gone now. Yeah, I mean, that's the end of the World Trade Center.
What have we done so bad to deserve this?
Well, nothing.
Now we're going to go to
the only thing we've done is...
Look at that. Look at how the debris has rained down on the street.
Isaac, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard. Listen, I was in Israel for a year. This stuff happens every single day.
I know. Well, now it's been brought home, and this is what the Israelis have been saying, and really the world has not allowed them to wipe out these terrorists. But
to be completely honest with you, it's like it's almost like to say that all Arabs are bad, that's wrong. But to say that we should stop ourselves from, retaliating against Hamas and the PLO and organizations like that's only purpose is to destroy. In other words, talk about human rights, fine. But this is not about human rights. This is about terrorism, and you have to fight an army with weapons. There's no way.
Yeah, no, you got to take out countries. Frank, you're on the air. Frank? No, Frank, he's gone. I don't even know. So a lot of the phone lines are giving us trouble.
I can't make calls going out.
I've made a couple. If you keep doing it, it comes and it goes. But within the city,
this is unbelievable. Kathy, you're on the air.
Yeah, Howard. I'm calling from Phoenix. I just wanted to give you guys a kid's perspective. I got a 9-year-old sister that just called me and asked me, why do people hate the Americans?
Well, because we have everything, and we have a way of life that's organized and free, and they're jealous. It's an easy question to answer.
Yeah.
We have it all.
I said, honey, I'm sorry you have to witness stuff like this.
Because these other countries live in fear of their leaders.
It's unbelievable.
They're raised to hate, and we have to now recognize.
And they make us responsible for all of their misery.
It's no different than when you were a kid growing up and you were beaten. I mean, it's you either take out those that beat you or you accept it and the behavior continues.
Right. And to see a broadcast, live over TV while she's getting ready for school just... Yeah. It hit me hard.
As Robin pointed out, for a year now, they've all been saying, well, bin Laden's is preparing a big attack on the United States. I don't know if it's been laid in on this particular thing, but once I hear he's preparing an attack, level the country he lives in. Yeah. They're protecting him.
Exactly.
Why do we care? We're a country that has it all. Now's the time to level. There's too many people in the world anyway. Level them out.
And how many other attacks have to happen that's already happened before we do something?
I hope this is enough.
Yeah, we're too worried about...
I hope this is enough that we don't care about public opinion.
Yeah. And I'm angry. I'm angry right now. I'm not even trying to... I don't care how the radio show sounds or not. I mean, I just genuinely feel this way. I don't understand if we are so hated and so at war. And there are people... I mean, what are we waiting for?
Yeah.
What are we waiting for? Michael, go ahead. And then I'm going to get out of here because there's no point in me staying on. I'm sure people are tuning to television. Don't you agree, Tom?
You know what? I think for callers like this, as long as you want to stay. Okay. Because I think you've got I think you have a significant purpose at this.
Okay. All right. Good. All right. Then I'll stay. Michael, you're on the air.
I believe that.
Howard, good morning. Actually, I had an appointment in Brooklyn this morning. Obviously, I didn't make it, but I've been stuck in my car and down by the courts here, and actually seeing our military is now flying over all of Manhattan.
Yeah.
I've noticed 3 or 4 planes already.
Are you in a dust storm right now?
Yeah, basically we were right by the courts over there, and the dust storm was unbelievable. I've gotten out of that area finally now. I'm on my way back out to the island. But you can see the military flying over, and the police are basically asking everybody to go home, and, you know, stores are closing up, the courts have locked up. Everything is locked up down here in Brooklyn, and Brooklyn is a disaster.
This is unreal, and we don't know what else is to come. Hey, Frank, yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Howard.
Hey.
Listen, are most of the antennas located on top of the World Trade Center?
Yeah, a lot of antennas are down, right? A lot of the radio stations and television stations can't broadcast.
Yeah, Channel 9, Channel 13 are definitely out.
Yeah.
And also, the last time we were attacked, most of the radio stations went off the air.
Yes.
Why didn't that occur this time?
I can answer because most of them have moved.
Yeah.
Most of them are now on another building.
Right.
Don't even want to say.
Hey, Howard, I got a question. If you're down right in the mix of all that, you know, with the smoke and everything like that, I mean, can you breathe in that stuff?
No. It's very difficult.
Yeah, we were just watching. A guy was completely covered in dust.
Yeah.
This is probably what...
we're watching now. If you're watching the news on Channel 2, New York is covered. You
can't even see Lower Manhattan.
Here's Ronnie Munn.
Yeah, I'll give you an update on downtown. My daughter-in-law works at 25 Broadway, which is like 5 blocks from there.
Yeah.
They're all sitting in the offices with gas masks on.
Oh, my goodness.
She can't get out?
No.
Where are they getting gas masks from?
I guess they have them. It's a city office. I guess they have them on hand.
So you spoke to her inside the building?
No, my her mother did.
And she's sitting there with a gas mask
on. They're all
on.
sitting with gas masks.
That's amazing.
Howard.
Yeah.
I'm on actually on the Jersey side, looking into New York City from Weehawken and Boulevard East.
Yeah.
You can literally, it looks like a volcano.
It does. That's what I'm seeing. It's a volcano all over Manhattan.
It's Hiroshima.
It looks like, something from a natural disaster. An earthquake, a volcano, something.
We're lucky a nuclear device wasn't dropped onto Manhattan. Yeah. This is nothing compared to what they could have done to us, and we gotta go.
And we're sitting around twiddling our thumbs.
We're going to kick some serious ass. It's got to be.
New York City lacks in security because it's unbelievable that these planes were able to get through.
Yeah, well, how do you protect it?
I mean, how do you stop it?
How do you stop? You know how you stop it? You regularly go up. As soon as you hear of terrorism going on, you blow up the whole goddamn country. Why should we risk our way of life?
Exactly.
Let's teach these clowns a lesson.
Well, you know, to remind you one more time, these terrorist attacks kept happening during, I think it was the Reagan administration, and he finally just sent bombs over to Libya. He bombed the country.
Yep. Right. Exactly. That's what you got to do.
That's enough.
It's very simple.
You want to keep these terrorists around, we're going to bomb you.
Until you get rid of them.
Somebody's paying a price, and he said, you're going to pay the price, and all of a sudden it stopped.
Right.
Yeah. It wasn't worth the price.
That he exactly.
Oh, I'd blow up Iran, those clowns, the Palestinian, all of them, all these nudniks.
Afghanistan,
all of them.
That's where Bin Laden
is.
Yeah.
They've been keeping him company.
It's a big joke. They keep these guys, and these guys pay them off. Blow them all up and be done with them. And you know what? You won't miss a night's sleep. You won't.
Exactly.
And you know, it's really as simple as they're children over there, and they're spoiled, and they've gotten comfortable.
Howard.
Yeah.
After we got bombed the first time at the World Trade Center, if you went to like all the airports, they had you could not get your car anywhere near the terminals.
This is embarrassing.
Hey,
Howard. This is embarrassing.
Even since then, you can.
Well, they've got our government running out of buildings.
Our government is scared, Howard, to fight. What?
I'll pick up line 12, because the guy says that there's a report on Fox right now that there's a plane heading to Washington.
Hello?
A hijacked plane.
What are you hearing?
I'm watching Fox News right now, Howard, and they're saying there's a hijacked plane en route to Washington right now.
All right, let me go up on the news here, and we'll see if we can hear anything.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep.
We told you that unidentified plane flying to one airport. We're not told which one, somewhere in northern Virginia. We can only reiterate the developments that have happened to this point.
Speaking of developments, Michael, I can't admit what happened in Washington, D.C. beside the explosion of the plane going into the Pentagon. We heard earlier that there was an explosion at Capitol Hill. We're relieved to say that it did not exist, that did not happen. There was no explosion at Capitol Hill, but we did hear reports earlier that there was a fire at the very popular Washington Mall in Washington, D.C. Cindy Hsu is in our newsroom. She's keeping up abreast of...
Where's the pictures of the Pentagon, by the way? Is that blacked out?
You know, I'm sure a lot of people are making calls down to friends, lower Manhattan. The phones in the city are overloaded. Do not be surprised if you cannot get through. We're having a lot of trouble on the phone lines. We have an update on the schools. Now listen carefully. PS and IS 89 and PS 234.
Holy cow.
The students there are being walked to PS 41 at 116 West 11th Street. Let me say that again.
Howard, can you hear me?
PS and IS 89.
What are you saying?
Students from PS 234.
Wait. What?
They're bringing kids to my kid's school right now.
Right.
That's where she is.
Hello, Howard.
Yeah. Who's there, Cabby? Hello, who just talked?
That was Cabby.
He went dead.
Howard, I'm here.
Oh, there he is. Okay, yeah, hi.
The police have gone up on the Williamsburg Bridge, and now people from there's a walkway that goes across the bridge. They're running back into Brooklyn. I don't know why, but they're running. They're not walking back.
What's going on, Tom? What did you just hear?
Saying that part of the Pentagon has collapsed.
Part of the Pentagon just collapsed. Wait.
There are about 100 people inside of the command center of Bellevue Hospital right now working on patients. We're told there are 8 patients here right now. One of those patients is DOA. They have closed the hospital down to all patients except for those being brought from this tragic incident from lower Manhattan. They say they have the ability to triage hundreds of patients here, but they say they have never had a disaster like this, so they will really be testing their mettle under these circumstances. And they have called all staff, all doctors, all nurses, all aides. Everyone has been called into the...
We hate to interrupt you. We've just been told.
A fourth explosion. Now in the area of the World Trade Centers. Obviously, neither tower still standing. We don't know the source of this fourth explosion, but we do have Cindy Hsu in the newsroom. Perhaps she can shed a little light on this for us, Cindy.
Can't tell you much about the fourth explosion. What I can tell you is happening right now. 20 minutes ago, a 767 from Pittsburgh was hijacked. We believe that plane is headed towards Washington or Northern Virginia. 767 from Pittsburgh was hijacked. Also, a plane has gone down in Pennsylvania. That's according to CNN. A plane down in Pennsylvania. And the Board of Elections, also on the elections, the Board of Elections has canceled today's primary. So voters stay at home. Board of Elections has canceled today's primary. That's the latest now from the newsroom.
All right. Well, we mentioned it just a minute, Michael, ago, that there was an unidentified aircraft that was approaching an airport in Northern Virginia. Apparently, it is that 767 from Pittsburgh that's approaching Northern Virginia Airport.
And Cindy, if you're still there, I just want to clarify. You're saying there's a plane down, a report of a plane down somewhere else in Pennsylvania?
Yes, we are getting that from CNN is reporting that there is a plane down in Pennsylvania, a large plane.
As well as now a fourth explosion at the site of the World Trade Center. You continue to look live at the scene. Across New York Harbor, what is left of the skyline is truly just smoke and ash right now. And parents, as you continue to watch with us, here's what Cindy had told us regarding children in that area. The kids from PS 89 and 234 were taken to PS 141. And those students at PS 150 were taken to PS 3. The children are not obviously going anywhere. We're told that they are safe. We'll have the parents there to pick them up, but clearly in this chaotic situation, we don't imagine that you'll be able to get in there to get them. However, take some comfort in knowing that the word from those schools is that the children are doing okay. Cindy?
What can you tell us? Cindy, back to you in the newsroom.
Right. More bad news. Part of the Pentagon has collapsed. That's according to CNN. We're now hearing that part of the Pentagon has collapsed. Let's go locally one more time with those schools. It's PS 89 and 234. The kids are actually being walked to PS 41, and that's at 116 West 11th. And students from PS 150 are being walked to PS 3, which is located at Christopher and Hudson. And again, that's where parents can pick up the kids. And once again, I just have to reiterate, the phone lines are really, a lot of people are having trouble getting through, so that has to be really tough, but that's happening citywide.
All right, again, Cindy, do me a favor and repeat those schools changes again, too. I know a lot of people are needing to hear that.
Right, it's PS 89 and PS 234, and all those students are now being walked to PS 41, and that is located at 116 West 11.
Okay. Cindy, stay with us as we continue to update people. We just want to recap what it is that's happened today, and you can help us fill in some of the blanks as we're all getting bombarded with information.
Robin, I'm just trying to...
they're just about to update.
Okay, let's hear it.
Out of Boston, American Airlines Flight 11 hit the first tower before 9 of the World Trade Center. 18 minutes later, a crash in the second tower, then a crash at the Pentagon, and you're now reporting that a portion of the Pentagon has collapsed?
Yes, that's what we're hearing from CNN, and we're also hearing that the Pentagon is monitoring that 767 that has been hijacked from Pittsburgh, which is believed that plane is believed to be headed to Washington or Northern Virginia. So they're hoping to, head that off before something else happens.
Just a reminder, folks, if you're joining us now, you're looking at a live picture from the Pentagon there on the left of your screen, the New York,
actually, it's the
tape of the Pentagon, I'm sorry, and the New York skyline there on the right. Cindy, if you're still with us, we have a confirmation then of a fire at the Washington Mall as well, and an explosion at the State Department, which right now the Associated Press is reporting that it was, in fact, a car bomb.
Right. And, okay.
All bridges and tunnels closed into Manhattan, as you would imagine. The city under a lockdown, an emergency alert as the mayor, the governor, round up their people and try to assess the damage.
Robin, I haven't been listening, but John just came in and said he heard that another plane has just been hijacked in Pittsburgh.
Right, that's what they were saying on the tube, was that a Pittsburgh airport plane had been hijacked, and that's the one flying toward Virginia.
Okay. Yeah.
And I don't know what they're doing. They're watching it.
Maybe at this point we should just keep listening to the feed for a while and see what's going on.
It's freaking scary.
There's a bunch of people on the phone now, so people are able to get through on their phones.
Only on some.
On some.
Oh, the primary day has been canceled. You're supposed to go out and vote for a mayor candidate.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be doing that today.
You're not doing that today.
You're looking live now, but we're going to, in a minute, rewind the tape and then show it to you as it started. Here's a tape of the second plane that went into tower number 2. At just about 9:20 this morning, it crashed into the 110-story tower, exploding into flames, sending debris everywhere, and that happened at about 9:20, the first plane having crashed into tower number 1 at 9 o'clock.
40,000 people working between the two centers right now, and we only can imagine what's happening as far as buildings nearby. We have not heard too many reports from the other buildings in that area. Now you're looking at tape from the collapse of the first tower, and not long after that, the collapse of the second tower.
About a half an hour later.
Again, children in the area, in the schools in that area, we are told are doing well. We're told they're fine. Of course, they're being held in those schools. Children from PS 89, PS 234 taken to PS 41. Kids from PS 150 taken to PS 3. They're not going anywhere until parents can come to get them. And frankly, folks, from what we're able to see, this could take quite a bit of time. And just now, the Associated Press reporting that a large plane, to reiterate what Cindy Hsu had brought us, a large plane crashed in western Pennsylvania. Officials at Somerset County Airport are confirming this. The AP report. We've also heard reports that there was a...
Yeah, there is a hijacked 767 out of Pittsburgh that is circling an airport in Northern Virginia. Not sure if it's Washington National Airport or Dulles Airport, which is now Reagan Airport. But that the authorities, of course, have a beat on that, but that we understand that 767 out of Pittsburgh has been hijacked.
Let's refocus our attention, if we can, on the situation here in New York City. Lou Young joining us on the phone. Lou?
Well, we were just trying to get to City Hall a few moments ago. Walking down from Canal Street, everything, as you know, was completely blocked. Seas of people coming the other way, dumbfounded by the collapse of the first tower, and some of them covered with soot, many of them trying to just get out of town. City Hall, of course, was blocked off at that point because it was literally in the shadow or the potential fall zone of the second tower, which was at that point in danger of falling. We worked our way around to the south, trying to link up with...
All right, so we're trying to figure out what's going on here. Double A's on the phone. Where are you getting this report from?
I'm watching Channel 42 News. It's New Jersey. They're saying that 2 more planes got hijacked out of Boston, and they're headed for L.A.
Oh, my God.
This is sick, man. What the hell's going on here?
This is an organized effort like we've never seen. I mean, how could the FBI or the CIA not be aware of this?
Heads will roll on this one.
Has anybody...
If there are any heads left when they're done.
Right.
Has anybody said that... They're also saying that the White House knew about this stuff? They had
a credible report of a terrorist attack. We're aware that the plane that was was hijacked out of Pittsburgh has crashed?
It has?
Yes, that's what
It
we're.
did crash.
That's what I've been. That's what I've been.
Where did it crash into?
About 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh.
So in other words,
that's what I was just told right outside.
We don't know if it was shot down.
We don't know.
And there are people on that plane? I'm talking about passengers?
We would assume so, but we just don't know.
This is a sick day.
I just don't ever recall a time where a plane was hijacked. We didn't immediately know about it.
Why are they still being hijacked?
All right, here's what I know. The plane crashed in Somerset County, Pennsylvania.
Hey, Howard?
Yeah.
Maybe the pilot just flew it into the ground.
You think the pilot's, just saying, I'd rather crash in an unpopulated area at this point?
Let's just kill ourselves.
Yeah. Maybe that's what they're doing.
But now, Ganger just told me that people are assuming that the actual pilots are not,
I don't think so.
That can't be. No, that they're not the actual pilots. They're just like some...
Right, I think some terrorists.
Howard, there's an exodus of people, it appears, walking on the FDR towards the Williamsburg Bridge through the park here.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you right now, Richie was in the Times Square area, who works for E. He says he's walking to Queens, and Casey and Benji are asking me, do I feel safe here? I was like, I don't feel safe anywhere in this country right now.
Yeah, where are you going to go?
What am I going to do, walk to Connecticut? I mean, what do you do?
Well, Casey just bailed out. He told me he didn't feel safe in the building, and he wants to be on the ground.
He lives on the ground floor, so fine.
Like, I want to be on...
He's going to go home to his basement.
There's a guy,
that was their plan, Howard. They instill fear. That's what they wanted to do, was the fear factor.
Don't expect KC to defend us.
Yeah, like, I want to be the foxhole of KC.
I like the way...
I'll tell you one thing. I've never been, the Vietnam War, I never want to go fight, but I'll go fight this one.
This is something to fight
I'll
about.
enlist right now, goddammit, fly over there and help blow up these pricks.
I'll be right with you, Howard. I'll be right there with you.
You bet.
You know what, Howard? You know what I keep saying to John?
Casey, you get on the ground floor, buddy, if you're nervous. I'm serious. I'm not even making fun of you. You go ahead. Go ahead. Get down. I'm serious. If you're not comfortable, leave.
Go where you're comfortable, because nobody's comfortable here now anyway.
Being up on on a high floor like this.
Good. All right, so go.
Think about canning.
Don't worry. You can go. This is a real thing. If you have a real fear, you should leave.
Hey, Howard, you know what really scares me now is the bedlam on the streets of New York now. Is it going to be a lot of looting now? Are people going to go...
No. I don't know. I hope not.
I hope to God that we have the respect and dignity not to do that.
You know, Howard, you know the thing that freaks me out? How on earth will I ever explain this to my son?
You won't.
Can't. What do you mean? Just say that...
Well, if we don't do anything, you really will have trouble explaining it.
Bush has got to come to play here, man. He's got to...
Well, yeah, he's probably busy right now planning something.
I'm telling you, and you know who's going to have a big, heavy hand in this is Colin Powell.
That's the man.
He's gonna go in and tell them this is what we got to do.
Fox
Howard,
News.
any confirm on who it is?
Yeah, Fox News is reporting a second plane is headed toward the Pentagon. A second plane. Let me go.
There's supposed to be no planes flying. If a plane is flying,
let me go to the feed and let's see if we can hear what's really going on.
It takes time to land.
Take off at all. Virtual, no fly zone, no aircraft within any distance of Manhattan at this time.
That's completely understandable.
Jim, we know you're about 5-6 miles away from downtown Manhattan, but from your vantage point, what update, if any, can you give us on what you're seeing along the streets there?
Well, Michael, we can tell you that some of the smoke, dust, and debris is starting to clear out. Earlier, we were unable to see anything on the lower half of Manhattan. We are currently looking towards the Battery Park area. And we could see some buildings now becoming visible that we were unable to see earlier. We have noticed a lot of...
We're not learning anything new there.
No, nothing there.
Let me see something. Someone's got to report that the PLO is taking responsibility. Josh, where did you hear that? Josh, are you there? Josh? Yeah,
if Yasser Arafat had anything to do with it, I mean,
well, I'm sure he knew about it, believe me.
Now the traffic lanes on the Williamsburg Bridge are filled with people that appear to be coming from the downtown area. They're walking slow. Looks like they're covered in soot. They're just getting out of the city.
All right.
How are we still? I thought our antenna is somewhere over there.
It's not. We moved it after the last
explosion.
I don't know what to say at this point. We're watching. Third explosion caused the collapse. It's just out of control. Out of freaking control. Let me see if anybody's got any information here. Darren, go ahead. Darren?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Howard, you need to stay on the air. You have the best coverage. You have a bird's eye view with Cabby and Doug in New York. I'm out here in Boston, and your coverage is fantastic, better than the network.
Okay, good. Then I'll stay on the air.
You're doing a great public service right now. You have a network of listeners.
I turned off my microphone for a while. I said to Tom, should I get off the air? And Tom said, believe it or not, you're doing a good job here, and people are calling like crazy. You need to speak, and especially for people outside of New York. So I'll stay on the air.
Definitely.
All right, thanks.
Doing a great job.
All right.
It appears that the smoke coming out of downtown has now turned black.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming that there's buildings on fire. I mean, that's what only one could assume, because when the building collapsed, it was clear, kind of a cloud of dusty smoke, and now it's pitch black smoke.
They said other buildings were affected, Cabby, when the buildings collapsed.
Hey, Cabby.
Well, no, I'm saying they're probably on fire now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They were.
Other buildings are affected now.
Yeah.
Hey, Cabby.
Look at the people. See, they're covered in dust. They're walking out of that area.
Yeah.
I see a guy in a suit covered in dust, freaking out. Let's see. People are in shock. I'm talking about that other guy next to him.
That, of course, is traveling for miles.
The two towers, 110 stories tall each. And
I'm not getting any news about what's going on. Well, let me talk to Doug.
Country. How do they breathe in that area of the city right now?
I'll put Doug on with you here, too. Doug?
Hey, so basically the whole city is under major caution for the quality of air. They're afraid the wind is going to shift now. They evacuated our rooftop because if the wind comes, they're afraid, like, basically anyone in New York City or within a 5-mile radius is practically in serious danger, is what they're saying, because the air once the air shifts, people are it's just going to take people by storm.
All this dust is going to come flying.
You can't survive in it. And the other thing is, Howard, a public service you should do right now is make the best attempt to find how people can volunteer, because the city is beyond, you could get 4 states worth of emergency workers and you're still going to be understaffed.
Hold on, let me ask you a question, Doug. Where is the smoke headed now?
It's headed towards downtown Brooklyn.
It's probably within 30 blocks of my apartment, and I'm about maybe 90 blocks away from from the Twin Towers.
What direction are you?
I am north of the Twin Towers by about probably 2.5 miles or 3 miles. But I mean, it's so visible.
Cabby, what are you doing?
I'm going to go.
You're going to leave? Go ahead, John. What is it, Cabby?
The smoke is going basically out to sea almost, like past downtown Brooklyn, towards the Coney Island area.
That's where it's going now, but they're afraid that a wind shift is going to be devastating.
I can imagine, because it'll cloud the whole city up. Right. And when we were in the Persian Gulf, Howard, when Saddam Hussein lit the oil wells on fire, we were in smoke very similar to this for 2 days, and it is impossible to breathe. I mean, we had our gas masks on, of course, at times for 12 hours at a shot, but even through then you had to rechange the filters, and all these people in Manhattan have no gas masks. They have no... Right. So, I mean,
Nor do the emergency workers. They're not prepared for this.
So what do? You can't leave, and yet you can't breathe.
And someone just put a thing up on my screen that the Port Authority police are calling in more bombs in the World Trade Center. Is that? Can someone give me who's writing that down and what's going on? Let me see. I got to know what's going on with this.
But Howard, I mean, they need help. Is the bottom line. Now is not the time to help, but someone should call in and. There's got to be a way for people to volunteer to help.
Well, right
I'm
now,
ready to go down there and do something, but
I have no idea how you do that.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
I don't know, but I mean, the police can't handle this. No emergency crews can handle this.
And who knows how many police and fire were down at the base of that thing and are under all that debris.
I know. This is devastating.
Channel 7 just had a shot a block away once the building collapsed, and I mean, you just can see fire trucks just disappear.
Oh my God!
I don't know if they were, if they were crushed, but they just disappear in the smoke, and you can only imagine. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, you're talking you're talking 220 stories of concrete, glass, and steel.
Billions of tons of debris.
Yeah. I'm monitoring the TV. There's nothing new on there right now, so I'm just.
The Williamsburg Bridge is now completely filled with people, which is usually filled with cars, and they're all coming into Brooklyn.
Some British dudes on the phone. Hello? Hello?
No, Brit?
Yeah, hi. Oh, Brit. Oh, I thought it was a British dude. It said.
Hi.
Sorry, Brit. What is it?
What? Hello?
What?
Hi. Is this Howard?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes.
Howard.
Yes.
I was listening to your show this morning about 8 a.m. You had on the hiccup guy.
Oh, God. You've got to be kidding me.
Thinking,
hang up on her.
There's really nothing going on in the world. It's eerily quiet. There's a violent hatred brewing in the Middle East. Who's thinking about it? What the hell are we doing about it?
In the Middle East, it's already brewed here, woman.
Yeah, she's a little out of it.
Oh, my God.
She prognosticated something.
Yeah, she thinks when we had the hiccup guy on, she thought about the Middle East. I don't even want to... Listen, forget that.
I would not be surprised, because when I was in the 82nd Airborne, Howard, when incidents around the world would happen, we were immediately put on standby. And I would not be surprised if our troops of the Special Forces, of the Marine Recon, of the Navy SEALs, are not flying to places to eradicate these types of situations.
Well, I would guess, Doug, I would guess the people in the military are going to be brought in.
I mean, you know what? Anyone who claims this, whether we have proof or not, just freaking annihilate the country. Don't worry about the kids, the old people. Just freaking wipe the country.
Yeah, teach them a lesson.
Everybody there.
Wipe them out. You see how they wiped out the Twin Towers? Wipe out the country. Babies. Who cares about their babies?
Yeah, no one cares about their babies. Not me. Hey, listen, let me go up to the CBS feed here. We'll put it up and we'll see if we can learn anything new.
Specifically, security is clamped down across our state, and there were plans to increase security at border points. Governor George Pataki has canceled his New York City events. Let's go to New Jersey, where airports and river crossings to New York City are closed. Traffic is reported snarled on the Jersey Turnpike. Path commuter trains canceled. At Newark International Airport, there are officers with shotguns block the road leading to Port Authority offices and the air traffic control. There is no service into New York City on the LIRR or Metro North. And again, we've told you that subway service is shut down here. Now, as far as people trying to find out about their loved ones, we keep telling you that the phones
I'm live with my...
You talk about your love. I was just trying to contact my daughter who lives in Manhattan, and I just got a hold of her. But I mean, it's like it's crazy.
Yeah, my wife Marlo is she's in the 20s, and she's in a panic mode. She can't get home. She's just running on the streets.
Yeah.
Wow.
She's running home as quick as she can, and it's scared because she doesn't have a cell phone. I can't get in touch with her.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take like a 5-minute break. I'm going to put up the CBS News feed. If you guys want to hang to the feed for a while, I'm going to try and regroup in a few minutes.
All right.
Thanks, Harry. You're doing a great job.
Many people, thousands of people that had been here in the street had been moving in waves in order to get away from the billowing smoke and debris that came as the towers came down. There were people who said that they had run down the stairways in the buildings, and they said that while they were getting rather sooty as they were coming down, it was quite controlled. Everyone was orderly. But then when they got to the ground, some people said they were fortunate enough to come out the right side of the building where no debris was coming out, and they were able to join people in the World Financial Center and also people at Stuyvesant High School and the school across the street, where everybody was coming out, and lots of people were crying, holding on to each other, and many of those people were covered with soot as they tried to move ahead of the waves of incredible billowing smoke that was coming. When one jet fighter scrambled the area, some people were saying, where were those guys earlier? Because a lot of these people had said they were in their offices and they witnessed not only the second plane hit, but they saw the first plane hit. And then a portion of World Trade 1 came down, and that's when everybody started really moving. Before that, the police, in trying to control the area, kept moving the perimeter farther and farther out, unclear of what was going to happen. They got word that there might be a third plane that was going to hit the area. They moved the perimeter back. Then a portion of World Trade 1 came down. They moved the perimeter back. Then World Trade went down, and the place just went up for grabs. Everybody was running. Emergency people were running. Police were running. It was an unbelievable sight. And the people who were caught in it came out absolutely covered with debris, covered with a very fine chalky powder, and many firemen were suffering the worst of it in having breathed this. Some hoses have been set up by the fire department for firefighters to take off their bunker gear and to try to get the soot out of their noses, out of the powder out of their noses, out of their mouths, and off of their heads and their eyes. There are people that still, there are cars around that are covered with this thick soot. And Carol Marin from 60 Minutes was one of those inside. I'm going to hand this over to you now, Carol.
John, I can't hear, so I don't know who I'm talking to. I just came out of and around Battery Park. After the second tower went down, I was trying to make my way to a CBS crew or to try to help CBS crews if I could. And then, I don't know what it was, John, but another explosion, a rolling blast of fire, a rolling column of fire towards us. if my respect for fire and police already knew no bounds, given the danger, it now exceeds what I thought it could, because a firefighter threw me into the wall of a building, covered me with his body as the flames approached us. And another police officer in New York named Brendan Duke, wherever he is, got me through smoke that neither one of us could see more than about a foot ahead of us. There are still people in there. Excuse me, I've breathed a fair amount of soot. The personnel, the police and the fire working in there are doing so against really dangerous odds, and they still don't know if there's something else left to explode, John.
Where were you at the time?
I was, not being a New Yorker, you'll have to help me here. I came around Stuyvesant High School, and that street is North End, and I came up and asked if anyone had seen a CBS crew. And I was directed by a firefighter who said, walk down the middle of the road because you don't know what's going to come down, at which point we heard a rumble like I've never heard before, and a firefighter ran towards me. We ran as fast as we could. I lost my shoes. I fell down. He picked me up and slammed me into a wall and covered me with him until we could make it more to safety.
Was this from the first rolling blast or the second?
John, I looked at my watch. It was about 10:44 is what my watch said. So it was after the second, I think the second tower explosion.
All right, Carol Marin from CBS 60 Minutes. I'm John Slattery, back to the studio.
All right, John, thank you.
We're going to go to Marcia Kramer now. She's got another update for us. Marcia?
Well, we're trying to keep track of those 8 hijacked planes. We now have word that one of those planes may be in the area near Dulles Airport. Again, one of those hijacked planes may be in the air near Dulles Airport. We seem to have been able to account for a total of 5 of the planes. There's the one in the air right now near Dulles. There's one that we now have unconfirmed reports that crashed near Somerset County Airport in western Pennsylvania, and there are the 3 that have struck American targets, 2 at the World Trade Center and 1 in Washington at the Pentagon. That's 5. The question is, where are the other 3 planes and where are they headed? Again, we do have a report that one of the 8 planes that have been hijacked is on its way somewhere near Dulles Airport, some target in the Texas area. Back to you, Lisa and Michael.
Okay.
Marcia, thank you. Just to quickly recap, if you're just now joining us, you're looking at live pictures
on the left side of your screen
of a scene that cannot be described. The World Trade Centers hit by hijacked planes, exploding, collapsing. You're looking at crews as they scramble to help anybody at all. 50,000 people work at the trade centers. 200,000, Michael O'Looney reporting, move through that area every day. And we spoke a moment ago with John Slattery, who is just north of the trade center site at West Street and Murray. David Diaz also on the phone. He's down in Lower Manhattan with further details. David?
Well, this is the situation. Some people remember the phrase in the movie The Day the Earth Stood Still. Well, it's kind of like that for New York City today as I was making my way down the streets. The people standing still, pouring out into the streets, looking in awe, amazement, shock, and grief and anger at what they were seeing in front of them, what used to be the World Trade Center towers up in smoke. The streets full of people also running, however, so not everyone was standing still. People were running north, people bending over from exhaustion, other people just hyperventilating from the shock of it, other people around phone lines, in front of phones, some of them on the phone, crying hysterically, others trying to calm them, other people very anxious and getting very upset, trying to get to a phone to find out whether any of their loved ones were in the area as they suspected they were. You had other people coming to their aid, comforting them, having them sit down, bringing them water. Tremendous cooperation on the streets of New York City this morning in this tremendous shock wave, not the shock wave physically from the buildings themselves, but a shock wave that terrorism had apparently struck so forcefully and so visibly to everyone here, and people just poured out of their offices. Work will not be done in New York City today as everyone is out on the streets. The subways, where I started my journey trying to get down to the World Trade Center, became total gridlock before finally they were closed down, people pouring out of subway entrances. But usually there were announcements in the subways, in fact, what had happened, so people knew what this was all about. But that also added to the edge in the subway system, because once people started hearing this and assuming at that point, not even knowing that it was terrorism, suddenly, of course, thoughts started to come into people's heads that maybe some bombs would be planted in the subways as well. So terrorism, striking terror into the hearts of people, that has been accomplished, because New York City is feeling terror today, and the streets are filled with people experience it, and the grief and the uncertainty that follows all of that. That's the scene as I've seen it on the streets as I've approached the World Trade Center, 7th Avenue, 6th Avenue, 8th Avenue, and all of the surrounding streets. Almost all of the movement is northbound, people trying to get away from the scene of the explosions, fearing that there are more to come.
You're still seeing debris and soot all around you, David?
Yes, the clouds keep billowing. The soot actually seems to have not reached much further at this point than just about Canal Street. And the wind is blowing mainly towards the east, so I would expect that it's being carried towards not only over the South Street Seaport area, but into downtown Brooklyn, the Brooklyn Heights area. I suspect would be getting a pretty big dose of it as well.
David Diaz, stay close.
Yeah, you know what? While we're waiting right now a further report from our Todd McDermott, who's been working the information and the phones all morning long, we want to reiterate to parents as you're watching this whole scene unfold, there are schools in that area, as you're well aware of, and those children in PS 89 and PS 234, students from those schools have been taken to PS 41. Students from PS 150 have been taken to PS 3. Those students are under what's called lockdown. They're not being released on their own. They're just waiting for parents to get there to pick them up. But frankly, folks, from the pictures that you're seeing here from Chopper 2, there is no telling how long it will take you to get to those children.
Hate to interrupt you. We got to go to Jennifer McLogan, who's live at JFK Airport. Jennifer, take it away.
Kennedy International Airport right now entirely closed down. We're in the midst of a terrorism sweep behind me. Cars are being inspected. Individual air terminals are being emptied as canine units that walked before us a short time ago and explosive experts make their way through. Gridlock on the ground. Skies are empty of planes, but billowing smoke from those towers can be seen. It's very, very visible here. No one wants to fly, even if they could. Everyone is panicked about being hijacked. That's what they're telling me. Their lives forever changed by today's horror. The control tower is being evacuated. People feel helpless, confused, unable to make a decision. We are outside the American Airlines terminal. Its employees now being evacuated, worried, hurt, concerned about co-workers and passengers that may have been on that plane out of Boston. It is a nightmare that no one wants to
experience.
It's a nightmare that
nobody wants to.
We want to awaken from. And we're a little, I was distracted there because a gentleman from the airlines has just come up and told me that we must evacuate now because they're still worried about bombs, even here at Kennedy.
Okay.
Sure,
Lisa,
we understand. Jennifer, thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate it. And let's go to Todd McDermott. He's been working on a report in our information center. Todd, what can you tell us?
Well, first of all, there are now reports from CBS News that a plane apparently has crashed at or near Camp David, the weekend White House, if you will. Right now at the White House, they have decided they are making plans right now to get all the major leaders of the government out of Washington. Also, another key element here as we try to piece together who did this and why it happened. It has been pointed out it is the anniversary, September 11th, of the Camp David Accords. Again, speculation that the reason this attack has taken place is in retaliation for U.S. support of the Israeli government. Also, we have reports that the jet that has been circling Dulles Airport in Northern Virginia, perhaps to launch another attack on the Pentagon, is surrounded by American Air Force F-16s right now. Again, that is believed to be another hijacked aircraft at this time. They are trying to hail that plane, but it has been surrounded by F-16s. Obviously, in this situation, should another attack perhaps be possible, it may be up to the Air Force to decide to shoot that plane down. Again, we have no confirmation that is a plan at this point, but they have surrounded the aircraft as they try to determine what the next move is, but that is believed to be perhaps another hijacked aircraft. Again, another key here is the responsibility. Who will take responsibility for this attack, if any group ever does? There have been various reports from the Reuters news service of unconfirmed taking responsibility for this attack. So far, we do know that one well-known terrorist or Arab anti-Israel faction has denied responsibility for this attack. It remains to be seen whether anyone eventually takes responsibility, but we do know, again, there is a report of another plane down near Camp David. Further reports that the American government is making plans to evacuate all government leaders from the Washington, D.C. area. And, Michael, Lisa, back to you.
Hey, Todd, real quickly, Marcia Kramer reported earlier that we had heard perhaps 8 planes had been hijacked, and we are trying to account for as many as possible. Does that crash at Camp David lead us to think that perhaps there are more than 8 planes?
Actually, right now, CBS News has reported that the FBI says 4 planes were hijacked before they crashed into targets. It still remains to be seen if there are actually more still in the air.
Hi.
At this point, we can't confirm that.
I'm back. I took a break. I called a couple of people, family members. I can't even get through on...
I was going to say, you were able to get through?
Well, I got through to Allison. I spoke to my daughter, who lives in Manhattan, and was able to get through there. But
I haven't been able to get through to anybody.
I can't get through to other people, though.
If you call a lot of times, like I called about 5 times, got through to my mom in Florida. And, if you just have to keep hitting speed dial, but it's sort of working.
Yeah. What the hell is there to say? I don't know. I don't even feel like being on the air anymore, but Tom tells me I should do it.
I mean, it's only been 2 hours, and it's hard to believe
that
the World Trade Centers don't exist anymore.
I was so nervous. Like, I just called my daughter because,
She's downtown.
Yeah. She's okay. I said, just stay indoors, because aren't they saying that smoke and debris can really overcome you?
Yeah, they're saying if you breathe the air now, you'll get affected by this.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Have you been listening to the news?
A little bit. I was trying to contact people, too. I was unable to, but there have been a couple of other reports that there was a plane attack on, a crash at Camp David?
Camp David. Doug,
am I here?
Yeah, you guys are all back.
Hey, Howard, can I just make an announcement?
Yeah.
There was just a desperate cry for blood, so I have a bunch of numbers. The blood main number is 800-933-BLOOD, and locations right now that are up and running waiting for people to donate blood. 53rd Street in Lexington in the City Court Building. That's 53rd Street in Lexington in City Court Building. 168th Street in Broadway. 150 Amsterdam Avenue, which is on the west side of Manhattan. 67th Street and 2nd Avenue. And, of course, all 4 of those are in New York City. There's also nybloodcenter.org. They desperately need blood, is what it looks like. Anyone between the ages of 17 and 65 years of age. If you're able to get down there, do it ASAP. And if you have a cold or anything, they will not accept you. So only healthy people in good health right now. That's what they're looking for desperately.
Cabby.
Howard, what the news was saying was that the plane that is flying over Dulles Airport is a hijacked plane, they believe, and it's surrounded by Air Force F-16s. And today is the anniversary of the Camp David Accords, where the United States and Israel really became tight.
Oh, is that right?
So this is why today was chosen.
Yeah, I knew there was some significance to today. I have no idea what it was.
Yeah, it was a big deal to them.
It's the religion that's causing this. Is that what it is?
Yeah, they're doing this in the name of Allah.
Yeah, I got something for Allah.
Now Bin Laden has denied any involvement.
Yeah, okay.
Right, now nobody's
cares?
taking responsibility for
Yeah, but you know what? Who cares? Let's go get him anyway.
Exactly.
This one you did others.
Yeah, you did others.
Get him on the way to
so you didn't do this one.
To get the real people.
Right.
Even he's afraid to take resposibility for this.
Well, I think he's beginning to realize they missed their target, and there's going to be retribution.
Yep.
I just saw a shot from downtown right by the zone. It looks like it snowed. There's so much soot. It's thick. It's inches thick on the ground. They're all wearing gas masks.
Yeah,
my wife just got home, thank God.
Yeah, that soot is traveling through the sky. I mean, like, I don't know.
It's like the ash from a volcano. You don't want to breathe it.
Yeah, they're saying it's toxic if you breathe it in.
Kennedy Airport's completely shut down, and they're searching cars, and the soot appears to be heading that way.
Marlo, pick up the phone. Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have Marlo pick up. She just ran home from downtown. She said it's
Where was she?
Chaos. She was down in the 20s. Howard, Molly, you're on the air with Howard.
Hey, Marlo.
Hello, hi.
Where were you?
I was just walking back from the office, and I didn't even want to get into a cab. Actually, there was I don't know. I think it was like I don't know if the driver of the cab was Arab or whatever, but some guy was punching the windshield of the front of the. I'm sorry, I can't even breathe. I just walked in the door.
Right.
mayhem outside.
People were punching the cab driver?
No, not the cab driver, but the windshield.
They were attacking the cab.
The cab driver, or the cab itself.
Because he was an Arab?
I think he was black, actually. But I don't know. I don't know why. I just walked away because I didn't want any gunshots or anything.
Is that like looting, Tom, you think? Or what do you think?
I think that people probably thought it's a taxi. It must be an Arab driving the taxi and must attack the taxi. I mean, I would think...
Yeah, that ain't the right way to go.
No, exactly.
No, that ain't the right way to go.
That's what they would love. They would love for this country to collapse in chaos.
Yeah, we have to unite. We get united behind the president, no matter what you think of him, and he's got to come up with the plan, and then let's hope that this dude comes up with the right plan. And you all know what the plan is.
He's going to have the advice of the best military minds in the world.
Do you have Channel 2 on right now?
Yeah.
You see that?
Let me put it up.
Fire trucks they're just destroyed.
Yeah, those are the fire trucks. Everything's flattened. Everything around the World Trade Center is flattened out.
I haven't even seen anything on TV.
Oh, wait till you see the pictures.
I just saw it right now.
If that doesn't get you crazy, nothing will.
Everyone was in the office we had a huge board meeting, and everyone just left or trying to... They don't know what to do with themselves. Just walking around like...
I know. The same thing's going on here.
Stunned,
We're all walking around not knowing what to do. Some people have left. Some have stayed.
I think you should stay. I think you're doing a big service to a lot of people.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Because you have, all the feeds coming to you. You could just pop anyone up. I think it's helping. There's more information coming through you.
Plus, Doug, as you continue to get information like you've been feeding us.
Yeah, this is good.
Keep feeding that information. That's important public information that we need to get out.
Look, that is an ambulance or a fire truck.
All right, speaking of information, here's Stormin from Cleveland. Stormin, hi.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Now, what are you hearing?
I'm hearing over here on the TV they got in Cleveland, the mayor's on the TV saying that there's a jet on the runway. They're not letting take off that supposedly has a bomb on it.
This is a guy in Cleveland now.
Yep.
Holy cow.
They got it on TV right now. The mayor's on the TV saying something about a jet on the runway.
They are everywhere.
Yeah, how the hell did these guys organize something like this and no one in the intelligence community picked up on this?
Well, you know how it happens? We have a free society. You can move around and congregate.
I know, it's just amazing that nobody even squealed.
And then you can take advantage of it.
How is everyone quiet?
Can't they monitor cell phones? I mean, with the tech
they do.
They have.
I don't understand
they're not using that kind of communication.
Jesus Christ, you can't hear the slurpy bastards.
I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard in the elevator coming up that there was two airplanes coming over from England that are hijacked.
Oh.
Well, there's a guy on the phone. Hey, Jeff. Jeff, you there? He might be gone.
No, this is Marlene.
Oh, Marlene, hi. What do you want to say?
I'm from Pittsburgh, and that plane that was hijacked to D.C. come from Pittsburgh. They've shut Pittsburgh down, basically. They got the USX Tower, the federal buildings, and everything all evacuated. They're checking all our tunnels. They're stopping cars, checking them for bombs.
By the way, one of the things I'm having trouble getting through on the phones to the people that I care about, people in my life that I'm trying to check on who live here in Manhattan. One of the things that's working, I was just talking to my daughter, AOL, the instant message is working, two-way pages are working, and the internet's up and working, obviously.
Oh, my God.
What?
You said both World Trade Towers have collapsed.
You didn't even know that.
I'm sorry. I'm too late. I've been walking.
That's all right, Marlo. Yeah, that happened a long time ago.
Howard, they've evacuated the White House and the United Nations. They've closed down all three airports locally here, which would be JFK, LaGuardia, and Newark.
Well, the worst thing is that our American government is making arrangements to hide all of our leaders.
Yep, we're under attack.
Yeah, but they've got to have somebody left to make plans.
Let me go to Travis. He's got new information out of Detroit. Go ahead, Travis.
Yeah, I'm just calling. I'm under the understanding there are not supposed to be any planes in the air, and I'm driving around about 30 miles north of Detroit, and I have seen, I'm assuming it's the same plane, about 3 times.
Circling.
He's got no place to land, probably.
Well, I
you
don't
better
know
go to Canada.
Howard, switch over to Channel 7 if you can.
Hey, Gary, come over and switch channels for me, will you?
They just got off the shot. It looks like a snowstorm, and that was like 20 blocks plus away. It's just inches and inches of white soot.
Yeah, that's all right. I got the same shot here on Channel 2. I'm okay. Wow.
Unbelievable. There's so many buildings that the towers collapsed on that also it took down with it, obviously.
I hesitate to say that there's no new information. The fact of the matter is that there's so much information and there's so much chaos that we literally can't confirm anything. We don't know what's going on.
It is so eerie looking outside. I mean, it is just dead. The FDR Drive is just, there's not a car on it. The bridges are all completely, there's nothing.
We're under attack.
Eerie. Yeah.
It's so unbelievable that more things you keep hearing.
American Airlines confirms loss of 2 flights.
Maybe we better go up on this.
Yeah, let's listen to this.
Information that's available to them at this time.
You are also setting up triage centers in front of the hospital so they don't even have
Wait a second. We're going to CNN now because there's United Airlines passenger jet crashed near Pittsburgh.
And American saying they've lost 2 planes.
Fit into what we believe flies Chicago to New York is also down as well.
We're forgetting the drama that goes on in these planes.
I do not know
because they are
the
planes full of people.
There.
Right.
Let me just go back on okay, I do now. It's a United Airlines plane. So we have a number of planes down, a number of planes involved in these attacks. The Boston to Atlanta, if I'm reading the notes correctly, had an American 767 with 81 passengers on board, 9 flight attendants, 2 pilots.
Flight 11.
Reported down. That's American Airlines Flight 11. And American Airlines Flight 77, which is a 757 jetliner, Dulles Airport outside of Washington, Los Angeles International, with 58 passengers on board, 4 flight attendants, 2 pilots.
Oh, my God.
They're crashing planes. They're just taking them and
there is this United Airlines jet, which crashed.
They're insane, and we're fighting insane people. And you ever fight anyone who's insane, you know it's almost impossible.
There's
Chuck,
nothing to do but shoot them.
Chuck, go ahead and say something.
Howard, stay on the air, bud. You're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you.
So far, L.A. standing tall. We're all deployed, obviously, watching you guys.
A Taliban news conference soon.
What is a Taliban news conference, Robin?
I have no idea.
That's what's that guy's Bin Laden? I think that's Taliban.
That's a terrorist organization.
I think they're going to call a press conference to deny any involvement.
Oh, they're involved.
Yeah.
Don't buy it.
When you get your cameras in there, shoot them.
Exactly.
That will be done immediately.
Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
Have you heard the FAA can't account for all planes right now either?
That's right.
Well, that's what we're figuring
That's what we're hearing now. Bush denouncing apparent terrorist attacks. Well, we heard from him early this morning, but now he's...
Say something else.
Yes, say something.
No, he's in hiding at this point.
Say something. I mean,
vows to hunt down those responsible.
Why don't they tell us that there was a collapse also? I mean, give us...
You know what, though? Now is not the time for Bush to speak, because he'll speak with anger, and they need to plan things up.
Yep.
They're probably sending troops places right now, I guarantee it.
Hey, Cabby.
Yes.
How do you... That plane that got the F-16 circled?
Yes.
That's not Air Force One, is it, coming back from Florida?
No, the planes that are flying around here, the only planes I've seen were they were F-15s, and they were circling Manhattan, and now there are no planes, and it's just police helicopters, and I can't even explain it, man.
Yeah, Cabby, you were in the Air Force, so you know what an F-15 is.
No, I was in the Army, but I was air defense, so I had to know. My job was to fire missiles at airplanes, so I had to know the Stinger missiles. We had to know all the airplanes. So.
All right. Hey, Mike, you're on the air.
Hello?
Mike, go ahead.
What's up, Howard?
Hey.
Listen, I think this is like Armageddon going on.
It is.
It is.
It's the worst disaster we've ever seen.
I mean, this is, people all over America are uniting right now, and, there's so much crap going on in this
Let me
world.
tell you something. Right now, most of the world is cheering. That's the scary part. And you know it, and I know it.
Muslims on this planet than any other religion.
They hate us. They hate our way of life. They're jealous of us. And I don't care what Osama bin Laden says.
Yeah, they got tired of waiting for Allah to bring us down.
Yeah, trust me, he's in them. They're all in on it, and it's time for them all to die.
How could you respond to these people who, 2,000 years after Christ died, they still fight in the desert over a piece of... How do you
out of trash land. Nothing. Garbage.
How do you reason people?
You don't. They're willing to kill themselves to kill us.
Now, wait a second. What's that?
I mean, what are we looking at now? Hold on a second.
Earlier this morning, approximately 60-foot section of this building, which is, of course, the headquarters of all...
That's the Pentagon we're looking at. It's on fire.
Was on fire as a result of this crash, and then collapsed.
The Pentagon collapsed.
some of the pictures we've been bringing our audience from the Pentagon. We've watched people being treated by first aid personnel there. We have no information yet.
I'm getting a note that on WYSP in Philly, Detroit, and Cleveland radio stations we're being interrupted, so I don't even know what stations we're on at this point.
Although emergency
and what are we being interrupted with? I don't know.
We're definitely on in New York, that's for sure.
No, I know that. What's interrupting us?
Don't know. I'll try and find out.
No, I'm just curious.
Can I ask Tom a quick question?
Sure.
Yeah.
Tom, should I stay here or should I try to walk into work?
I think you're doing a great job. I would stay there.
Okay.
Yeah, stay there.
All right, I'll stay here.
Okay, I think you've been great.
Thank you.
For once.
Get off me.
Howard, the scariest thing right now, I can't get through. I have a friend who literally lives 3 blocks away from the Twin Towers.
I have a couple friends that live right down that same area, man.
I know, and there are people I'm trying to contact. Anne Marie's out there dialing for me.
They say for the first time in history we have stopped all domestic flights and diverted all international flights to Canada. We've never had to take that kind of action before. This
is you know what? It hasn't even sunk in with me yet.
No, it seems like you're watching a movie or something.
Yeah, it hasn't even sunk in that the World Trade Center is gone.
Pearl Harbor. I mean,
that thousands of people are probably dead.
Tens of thousands, Howard.
Tens and tens, probably 50 plus, I would say.
I would say at least.
Yes, and that the Pentagon, God only knows what was going on there, and who knows what else is going to happen next.
Well, our government was attacked.
And there are
probably not one of us in this New York area or in this country who's not going to know someone who was killed in this.
Right. I can start by telling you nothing's wrong with her, but one of our interns, one of our brand new interns, was supposed to start today. Her mom called to tell us she's being held in a garage in New York City because her building's gone.
Wow.
You know, people on staff who
There's a plane in Cleveland loaded with. What is this? I don't know. On a runway with a bomb. Oh, there's a plane in Cleveland loaded with people on a runway with a bomb.
Well,
that's probably why.
Yeah.
That's maybe what's going on with our Cleveland station. If anyone can find out.
I've been hearing that on the other stations that they're interrupting our reports with news reports.
I see. Yeah, they're probably going to local programming. Because each city, some of the major cities are all having their own story.
Yeah.
You know, I don't mean to blame anybody, but, it's funny because, you think you're so safe in this country. And we were taught when I was in the military that, that the Air Force is always up in the air and there's always someone watching. And for airplanes to just be hijacked in numbers like this and crash into our own populated areas.
Well, let me tell you something.
Well, what we learned in Vietnam is when you're using guerrilla tactics, it's impossible for the military to stop it.
And remember the mistake.
Crash into our own populated areas.
Well, let me tell you something.
Well, what we learned in Vietnam is when you're using guerrilla tactics, it's impossible for the military to stop it.
And remember the mistake in Vietnam. We should have nuked those dudes, and we never did. And if we don't nuke some of these countries over there, I mean literally nuke them, fry them, fry their children, fry everything, they will never stop. They will never stop. And I know it's an unpopular thing to do, but you got to be the strong one, and Bush is going to have to make that decision. Target 3 countries over there and level them.
Yemen is one of them.
Disintegrated.
You know what it feels like now? It feels like almost like, remember when we fought the British? It's like we're the redcoats. Like we're standing.
We're playing like idiots.
Yeah, we're playing fair while guerrillas
we're standing in line waiting for people to shoot us.
Yeah, military action has changed. We're all about.
U.S. Army general, I think, who's talking now.
Okay, let me see.
More trouble before all of this concludes.
He's a retired Army general.
Protect the American people first. We've got to look after those who are injured. We've got to deal with
former NATO Supreme Commander Wesley Clark.
That's underway with a lot of responsible action by people everywhere. The damage at the Pentagon is unclear from all the news reports that I've seen.
Who knows what's going on?
One report that said it crashed into the Army side of the building. There are command centers in various places of the Pentagon, and there are many other alternate command centers. So I don't think there's really any issue about the command and control of the United States Armed Forces. I'm sure that's very solid right now.
Well, you see what he's saying? He's saying that the reason you attack the Pentagon is to knock out all the leaders of the military, because each military unit has a command center there. You have the heads of all of the Navy, the Army, the Air Force right there in the Pentagon.
In Philadelphia, we are on the air. They're just interrupting for any kind of local news. We're on in Louisville, and they'll stay with us as long as we stay on. It seems like all our affiliates are still with us. So
yeah, I'm telling you, it's the best coverage. You have, access to 7 different networks here.
I know. And if we hear anything, we just go right on the air with it. So we're trying to... we're just sitting here in shock.
You see the pictures from, the Gaza Strip when there's a car bomb? You see,
but it never feels real enough.
It's us.
Yeah, now it feels real,
the
right?
exact pictures you see from overseas that you just say, oh, my God, you can't even imagine that. This is us in New York City.
As someone said earlier today, this is Israel every day.
That's right.
No, you don't take down different towers.
I mean, this is worse.
The only affiliate that's not with us is Cleveland because of the bomb report at the airport and the airplane with the bomb. They're probably going to local coverage. A lot of our phone lines are down. We do have people calling in. I'll keep going to the phones. People here, I know, just in our building, people in Manhattan are devastated. Everybody knows someone who works at the World Trade Center.
Of course.
And everyone knows someone who's involved with the financial community, which is where we were first hit sometime before 9 o'clock in the morning, a few minutes before 9. 18 minutes later, a second plane goes into the World Trade Center. We've seen the complete collapse of the World Trade Center. We've seen a plane go into the Pentagon, just crash right into it.
That's the scariest thing of all.
There are other planes now with bombs, and also they're saying there are terrorists with bombs not in planes, but are also running around. That's what we know.
Doug, do you have that information on blood supply?
Yeah, let me give that again. For blood, the main number is 1-800-933-BLOOD. 1-800-933-BLOOD. The website is nybloodcenter.org. And let me give those 4 locations that I know of. I'm sure there's more.
We're all lucky to be alive. That's all I can say.
Howard, can I give those 4 locations?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Sorry.
53rd Street and Lexington Avenue in the City Corp building, 168th Street and Broadway, 150 Amsterdam Avenue on the west side of Manhattan, and 67th Street and 2nd Avenue.
And if you can give blood, do it because, just imagine if this was you. Oh, my God. You're minding your own business, and this...
Yeah, you're just trying to get to work.
This nightmare happens.
Howard?
Yeah.
We're getting reports. Someone in my building here said they saw on the news that the 2 hijacked planes that were supposedly headed towards L.A. are now being considered not a problem. Maybe they've been shot down.
Yeah, we don't know.
Or maybe they're legitimate.
They're not supposed to be up there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Rob, how long ago was that? Like 2 hours
Yeah, it was
ago?
a long time ago that they said no more flights over domestic airspace.
Yeah. Colin, go ahead. You're on the air.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Robin. I just wanted to say thank you, all of you, for staying on the air, and I just want to make sure you stay on as long as possible because all the insanity you people bring me every day, this is the most sanity I have right now. I can't even explain to you what you guys are doing for me. I appreciate it.
We're sitting here in shock, I'll tell you that. I was just out in the hallway for 5 minutes, took a 5-minute break, and I tell you something, it's just unimaginable what's going on.
Right. I walked up to the deli just about the same time.
People are in shock.
We went on break, and there were people just wandering around watching TV.
The noise you're hearing is Crazy Cabbie's phone connection. He's right in the thick of it. He's seeing it, and you're hearing emergency workers running around. We saw military planes flying over New York.
There's thousands of people on the Williamsburg Bridge walking into Brooklyn. The exodus from New York is just people on foot now. Everybody's leaving.
Minutes before 9 o'clock, we were on the air, and when we first saw the report of the World Trade Center on fire, and even though there was a plane going into it, it almost didn't even, you didn't even know. It didn't seem real. You didn't even think it was, you don't know what the hell was going on. And then another plane, then the Pentagon. It is the most organized attack you have ever seen.
Unbelievable. How do you penetrate security at so many different airports and hijack planes?
Well, here's Gary with something. Go ahead.
On line 2, and I checked this out, so it's for real, is Congressman Gary Ackerman. He's from the 5th District of New York.
Yeah, we know Gary Ackerman.
He got a briefing from somebody, and he wanted to come on the air and talk.
Hi, Congressman. Congressman? I don't think I have him. Congressman? Congressman?
Yes.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
What'd you hear?
It's an absolute nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare. This is going to go down as Black Tuesday, and it's going to change each of our personal lives as well as our civilization forever.
You're not kidding.
The way we do business, who we do business with, our security precautions that we're going to have to take. I think this is driven home in the most dramatic way that anybody with a suit and a blue tie can get on a plane and do all kinds of damage almost at will.
Congressman, were you briefed in any way on this?
No, everybody who's supposed to be in secure places right now is there. We've closed down the whole Capitol. I'm in New York. I stayed here for the primary, and I was going to go down a little later.
Right.
And I just voted. Of course, the election's now been called off.
Right.
But our offices are all shut down. But you can you can surmise that the members of the Supreme Court, President's cabinet, and all officials who have to be are in the places they're supposed to be at.
Where do you think the president is right now, and what's going on? Do you have any guess?
He's not anywhere anybody can get to him.
Well, we don't want to guess out loud, but he's probably right now in a very safe and secure place. You know, we do have places. Some of them are known, some are not. And the president is in one of them, and it's always good to know that nobody knows ahead of time which one he's going to be at. But certainly there's a command post where he is, and regardless of any of our politics, we're all going to pull together.
Yes, we are. Absolutely. We are all behind the president and waiting for his word, yeah.
But, Congressman, isn't this an attack against the government?
Without speculating recklessly on this, Howard, I mean, we know really of only one group that really has the capability and the resources to be able to pull off something like this.
You bet.
But they did.
They targeted. We've seen that happen in some of our embassies previously. Now we've seen.
This is what goes on in Israel every day.
People. You got it right. People now understand, I think, dramatically and unfortunately, what the Israelis have been going through, and how do you deal with this?
Oh, I know.
And to do preemptive strikes against people who are known terrorists suddenly makes a little bit more sense than to allow something like this to happen and then ruin it after.
That's absolutely right. We can't sit by.
People attack our government.
It's different kind of warfare. We saw it. It's the world today is different. It's not. You know, we got to kind of feel like the sitting ducks of the world, like the British. You know.
But you have to feel they plan to throw this country into chaos and to cause anarchy.
They did.
That's exactly it.
Didn't they
done this in a startling and very effective way
organized
today?
It's amazing
they have to know that we are going to respond with the full force and might of the United States.
Do you know when the president, Congressman,
when you're dealing with a country.
Congressman, do you know when the president will talk again?
No, I don't, and I think everybody's busy getting information. But as soon as the president is able to impart information or give us a sense of direction, I'm sure that's going to be done.
By the way, I got an update. I have one update, Congressman. The plane in Cleveland is safe. It's been evacuated. The one that was
that had the bomb.
That had the bomb. It's good news.
That is very good news on this otherwise bleakest of days.
Yes.
Despite the fact that this is probably not coming from a country that has a government in specific, that we do know the address of where these people do their training very often.
Exactly, and stop forgiving the governments for hiding these guys.
That's right.
You bet.
I think that people are going to understand that sometimes collateral damage has to be done, and innocent people are going to suffer who live in the neighborhoods, unfortunately.
Or else we're sitting ducks. And
what we had was collateral damage. You first attacked the World Trade Center, so you take our eyes off the government.
Right, and the World Trade Center was a diversionary tactic. Absolutely. The World Trade Center was not even the target. What it is
that was it.
To get to today the Pentagon was attacked.
See, I think
this is unbelievable.
10,000 people dying in the World Trade Center is more devastating than
No, I do too. But the real thing is they were trying to get to the White House and the Pentagon.
I think you're absolutely
This was an organized, thought-out military operation. We are at war.
Executed brilliantly, unfortunately.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Brian, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, they just reported that there was 164 people killed on the plane crashes into the World Trade Center.
Right.
That's on one of the planes.
That's on the plane.
Yeah. One plane.
On one plane. Yeah. On one plane, there were 164 people.
But we're going to be talking in terms of thousands of people.
Tens of thousands.
Anybody within the sound of your voice, and that's millions of people, are going to personally be mourning the loss of somebody they know by the time we ferret this all out.
A United Airlines passenger jet.
Sort of third person and surrealistic, but when it's all said and done, this is going to be one of our bleakest moments.
Congressman, I want to thank you for calling in, and if you hear anything, please call us back.
We'll get back to you.
All right, thanks a lot.
And you know, Howard, that probably half these bodies or more are not going to be able to ever to be identified, if they're even found.
I'm going to Terry Lieberman, who's our program director in Detroit. Terry, go ahead.
Howard, how you doing? I wanted to let you know in Detroit, tensions are running very high. The largest Arab population
outside of the Middle East is located in Detroit.
That is true.
So obviously tension's very high.
Yeah, well, let me say something about that. I mean, listen, the people who live in Detroit, you got to understand something. The Arab population there, these aren't the enemy. It's the same way that the American Japanese were not the enemy during World War II. We know what's going on overseas. There are many Arabs in here illegally, and who come over here on student visas and things.
Absolutely
surreptitiously.
right.
We're not talking about the...
This is not the enemy. Tensions are running very high.
It's going to do us no good to start punching out taxi cab drivers.
I did want to let you know that the Ambassador Bridge has been shut down, the Windsor Tunnel, so no one
Everyone's
is
on
being
alert.
allowed inside the United States or outside the United States from Detroit into Canada.
Right, the Windsor Tunnel, of course, connecting Detroit and Canada.
Yes.
Right.
GM World Headquarters shut down. That's the Wren Center. That is being evacuated. The Ford World Headquarters has also been shut down. So tension's extremely high.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Howard, I just got... they're watching another TV in the other room.
Hold on, Terry, thanks.
Thank you, Howard.
All right, that's Terry
saying
Lieberman.
that there's reports of Arab cab drivers being attacked in New York City.
Yeah, it's
quite
not
frequently
cool.
now.
Again, this is exactly what these people would want to
They want us. They want us to turn on each other. We
They
can't
want us
do
to
that.
look like animals.
What is it, Gary?
It's no big breaking news, but courthouses, city hall buildings, schools are being closed in almost every major city across the country at this point.
Yeah, and right now, most of our affiliates are still with us. Phoenix, Orlando is with us.
Atlantic City's with us. Detroit's with us. Philly called us. They just break in once in a while, but they're sticking with us. They love what you're doing.
All right. Well, yeah, I'll stay on for a while longer then.
They're showing shots on Fox right now. Just people down.
Yeah, no,
all over
the strength. I mean, who the hell? I mean, where the hell are you going to go? It's just unbelievable. Rosemary, you're on the air.
Good morning, Howard, or I guess it was a few hours ago. But thank you so much for staying on the air and to your staff. And God bless you for your composure on such a devastating time in our country.
We don't even know yet how devastating this is. I don't think it's hit anybody. I'm watching unedited video on Fox, and you're just seeing bodies on the ground. We've got to stick together through this and understand that there is going to be the retribution. There is going to be a payday.
Yeah.
There's going to be payback. There's got to be.
Well, again,
and our day will come. Our day will come.
And it better be swift and strong.
Yep. Our day will come, and I don't think we should even have to risk American life. There's a way to just punish these countries.
Tomahawk missiles.
You bet.
Nuclear warheads.
Right.
We have the most advanced military system in the world. We should be taking advantage of it.
And you got to ask yourself, how is it that all of these planes can be hijacked within the same 2-hour period?
Amazing.
How do you walk a bomb into the Pentagon?
8 planes were hijacked?
How does it happen? I don't understand. I mean, I know there's airport security. I know that how did they... This has been brilliant.
You almost wonder if some of the... I mean, and I'm not throwing accusations, if some of these hijacked planes weren't hijacked by the pilots who were flying them.
You don't know? I mean, it's just...
Because terrorists don't necessarily know how to fly 767.
And again, I say, they got 8 planes. Who's to know that they tried to get 20 and couldn't get them?
Right.
Wow. I mean,
and you must remember that when that Egyptian airliner was brought down, it was a co-pilot who took over the control.
What you're seeing is the president on TV now, but that's from earlier, Gary. He was talking to a group, and he just said he, basically gave a standard comment. He didn't really say anything.
And he can't because he'll say it out of anger, and we don't need that.
No, that's fine. Hey, the president, we're all behind him. Let's see where he's going with this.
He's got the greatest military minds at his left and right with Dick Cheney and Colin Powell. They were the ones who orchestrated the swift victory in the Gulf War.
Well, Howard, you've been an incredible voice of reason this morning.
The World Trade Center, the first time, it didn't go right. They had five also bridges
let me
to
tell
blow
you
up.
something. You're absolutely right. We've been hearing that guys like Osama bin Laden have been planning an attack on New York and on the Pentagon. We've been waiting for him to do it so we can respond. There's no time to wait anymore.
Well, you also bring up we got real angry after the World Trade Center was bombed the first time, and we grabbed that guy, the sheikh who was sent back to Egypt, and we broke up his cell.
Right.
And everybody then got comfortable
And everyone got
again.
Well, listen, the death toll now is in the thousands. That's confirmed.
Tens of thousands.
Yeah.
I have 3 family members that are in that building, and I have no idea what's going on.
I can tell you what's going on.
Now, I'll tell you this.
Wait a second. What do you see, Tom?
There are 2 American airline flights unaccounted for.
Right.
Let me correct you. There's 4. We just got to report there's 4 unaccounted planes total.
Right.
When we had the chance and we were sitting down across the table with, what's his name?
Thank you. I got to move on. I hear what you're saying, and you're absolutely right. Darryl, go ahead.
Yeah, I know you're a humble guy. I know you're doing a good job and all that good stuff, but let me just get to the point. I'm kind of worried. There's a woman named Marlene who she works in that building as security. And
World Trade Center?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And I don't know what happened. My wife, Christina, might have went down there to find out what's going on or to get home by PATH train. I need to get a message out to Sean, who works at Audubon Payne, because I know yours is like the radio station that's going on right now.
Give the name of the person, and maybe they can call you.
Yeah, the cell phone is up, the phone is up, but AT&T won't let me make any calls.
All right, so who are you looking for?
I'm looking for Jesse and Samantha. I don't know what schools they go to. I'm out here in Jersey right now, and just to call me and let me know so I can go and find them.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot.
Good luck. All right. Debbie, go ahead.
Howard?
Yeah.
This is Debbie Schlossel from Detroit. I'm a political analyst here in the Detroit area, and I can tell you that with all due respect to Terry Lieberman, while most of our Arabic community are honest, decent, law-abiding American citizens, there are Hamas and Hezbollah cells here in Detroit in January.
Absolutely.
Customs and FBI arrested American citizens, the Boumelhem brothers, who were trying to smuggle arms to Hamas and Hezbollah over our
Debbie,
border.
let me be clear on that. I'm just saying for people to randomly go pick out cab drivers or a guy who owns a party store in Detroit and punch them out is not going to do us any good.
I agree, but I just want you to understand, Howard, that there's plenty of support for these groups. That's how they succeed here. And unfortunately, these FBI agents and customs agents are hamstrung because of laws on profiling,
I know.
etc.
Profiling.
That's true.
We are not allowed to racially profile, and we're not allowed to do. Our hands are so tied, and someone's going to have to untie our hands and realize we are now in a war. That there are people living here in this country.
But one thing she doesn't point out: oftentimes these people also intimidate the other people who live in their community.
Yep.
To get their support.
They do.
They're held hostage.
Right, they make them feel guilty.
That's right.
Yep, and we've got to really sort of, I mean, what the hell do I know? I'm a friggin' disc jockey, but the fact of the matter is that it seems to me, it's like almost like when you raise kids, you can be so lenient. For so long that your kids start walking all over you. Now,
you keep saying you cannot negotiate with crazy people.
Right, and you got to really just kill them.
You got to realize that's who you're talking to.
We got to make the world safe for us again. Debbie, thanks for the comment. You're right.
Thank you, Howard.
All right, Debbie.
If, Howard, you go to any mosque here, they have speakers like Farrakhan who support attacking the U.S. government. And
there's another guy, Farrakhan, talking about... Yeah, get rid of him, too. Let him live there.
He wants to be somewhere else,
doesn't he? You go to any mosque here in Detroit, you translate what they're saying in Arabic, and they are openly attacking the U.S. and Israel. And the problem is, when you negotiate with terrorists, when you force Israel to constantly negotiate with suicide bombers, and they aren't allowed to respond, this is what happens.
Yeah, That's right. The World Trade Centers disappear.
And what do you think? Israel has done nothing wrong. It's a shtick. These guys are carrying on. They're looking for reasons to attack. They hate the United States. It's not about Israel. And they want to get us, and now it's time to get them.
Thousands and thousands and thousands of years people have been fighting over that part of the world.
Right, I know.
Like Syria, which hosts
Syria is the worst.
Absolutely.
Syria is the worst.
We've been coddling Syria. Our State Department has been coddling them.
That's right.
For what purpose?
You know what?
With Hafez Assad.
Syria is among the worst. Worse than Iran.
Yep. Same with Yemen. There's a country called Yemen.
Oh, absolutely.
And the United Arab Emirates and you know, even countries like Saudi Arabia, who we helped in the Persian Gulf, house and hide terrorists.
Right.
Kuwait. I'm sorry. It happens all over there because when it comes a bigger issue, when it becomes the religion aspect.
Nuclear devastation for that part of the world.
You don't want to mess up the oil.
No, in about 5 years, after they're all dead, we'll go in and take our oil for ourselves.
Exactly.
See what the half-life of that stuff is.
Really?
It's all right. I'll tell you, your car will run better with nuclear crap in it. I'm telling you.
It'll sure go fast.
Wire reports New York City officials say as many as 165 bodies now.
There's got to be thousands.
165
Those are just the recovered bodies.
That's what they were able to find.
Have been recovered following planes crashing into the World Trade Center. That's just right off the top. And we don't know what else is doing in that building.
But this is exactly like one of those situations in some far-off country where they have the buildings collapse in an earthquake. We now have to dig under rubble to try
it's going to be weeks before we know the exact toll.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know what the devastation was.
Yeah, and you see a building collapse. It's 3 stories of the rubble. This is one of the largest buildings in the world. Times 2.
I'm getting a little bit woozy at this point. I don't know how effective I'm being.
Howard, if you can get C-SPAN, you can see the Pentagon, the collapse. It's unbelievable.
We've seen that.
Yeah, we saw it. What's to say? Are planes still missing?
Yeah, they said there were planes unaccounted for. I think
4 is what we just heard.
Yeah.
4?
4 planes.
4 passenger jets unaccounted for.
Doug, announce the blood supply again. Anyone who is in New York who is able to give blood if you don't have a cold. I guess if you have a cold, if you're healthy.
Yeah.
There is such devastation that blood is needed, and Doug has the information.
Yeah, here's the information. The main number, and I'm not sure if this is a nationwide number because obviously other cities need help too, but the number I have is 1-800-933-BLOOD. The website for New York is nybloodcenter.org. The locations, again, are 53rd Street and Lexington Avenue in the City Court Building, 168th Street and Broadway, that's 168th Street and Broadway, 150 Amsterdam Avenue on the west side of Manhattan, 67th Street and 2nd Avenue, and that's for people in good health right now, age 17 to 65.
I wish this was just a radio bit like War of the World, but it's not.
I'm going to go down and donate blood.
Okay, Doug.
All right, Doug.
You know, they just
Doug, I'm hanging up on you.
Okay.
All right, bye.
If I hear anything, I'll call you.
Cool.
Bye.
All planes into L.A. are being diverted to Canada as a result of these attacks, and there were reports that some of these missing planes may be headed to Los Angeles. So
let me go to Tim. He has some new information. Let's see what's happening. Tim, go ahead.
How you doing, Howard?
Hey.
We got they just did a press conference right now. It's the head of Massport.
This is in Boston?
This is in Boston. I'm watching it right now. He obviously he's trying to answer the questions, but he's really sidestepping everything here. It's not
nobody knows what's going on.
He's not sure. He doesn't know what's going on.
No one knows.
He's asking, that people are asking questions about how he thinks that it's secure. Logan, obviously it isn't. I mean, 2 planes left here, fully armed.
I'm still reeling from seeing the pictures of the World Trade Center completely disappear from New York.
Yeah, there are no World Trade Centers anymore.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't even tell you.
how incredibly devastating that is. That's amazing.
2 of the biggest buildings in the world, the financial
hub,
World Trade. I mean, that's what it means. And they're gone. They're completely gone.
It's unbelievable. And the fact is that, I mean, even Boston right now, Boston's shutting down.
Boston, Cleveland, New York, Los Angeles, Philly, all the major cities are shutting down.
Pittsburgh, they had their...
Yeah, Pittsburgh had one of the planes.
And the governor have all moved out to Framingham. There was a big state trooper caravan leaving on the Mass Pike.
What are you hearing, Gary? I know you're exhausted, but I can tell you that almost every affiliate is sticking with us, and he has either called me or emailed me to tell them that this has been phenomenal and that it's very helpful.
Okay. I'll stay on a little bit longer, but I'm just starting to get dopey.
And there's really, what do you say?
What am I doing? I mean, what good am I doing?
I'm wondering where these people are all going to go, all the people that are coming into Brooklyn over the Williamsburg Bridge on foot.
I know. I don't know where anyone's going.
Yeah.
We don't know where anyone's sleeping tonight. John, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard, I just want to say you guys are still going strong in Albany.
Yeah, I know. We're on. All of our affiliates are with us, but I'll tell you, at some point, I don't think I'm going to be effective.
You're doing a super job.
I'm getting a little distracted by trying to get in touch with my loved ones, so I don't even know that I can concentrate anymore about this.
As far as how safe you guys are, for some of us that aren't familiar with New York City, where are you in relation to the World Trade Center?
Would you say we're about 7 miles, 8 miles away?
No, more like 4.
We're about 4 miles from the World Trade Center.
We're in the center of the island. That was down at one end.
Yeah, we're closer to Central Park.
Yeah, we're right near Central Park, and the World Trade Center is further downtown.
Is that the southern tip?
South, yeah.
So we're about 4 miles from there.
You got the best coverage, man. I appreciate what you're doing.
All right, thanks.
But be safe, too.
Later.
The World Trade was at the southern tip of Manhattan.
Exactly.
American Airlines is saying they have 2 flights unaccounted for.
Yeah, I believe there are 2 planes unaccounted for, right, Brad?
There could be more.
Yeah, according to what the newscaster said, Howard, it said that the 4 planes, 3 of the ones that crashed into the buildings, and the other one was for the one to the Pentagon, or the one in Pittsburgh or Newark, New Jersey.
Brad, are they saying anything about how these planes were taken? In other words, was it like
was it a passenger who stepped forward?
Yeah, I can't. Does anybody know?
What went on?
I don't want to sound like...
Was this crew?
I don't want to sound like a wuss, but this is hitting me like I can't even tell you. There are so many people, it's kind of like when you have an alcoholic in a family. There's so many more people affected. So many thousands of people are dying.
I know.
And have died. And just multiply that times 5 to every person. And that's how many people being affected.
Yeah. Oh, forget it. We don't even know who's... You know what? I know I've lost people I love right now, and I don't even know who they are.
Right.
You know, and I want to say this is the worst way to possibly ever be to get on your show. But I'm really glad you guys are safe and that you're okay, and you're doing a great job, Howard. And I'm going to go because I'm really emotional.
All right, take care. Adam, you're on the air. Nothing
Howard,
wrong with
how you
being
doing? This is
emotional.
Adam calling from Brooklyn. I just want to voice my opinion of what's going on here. I don't know if you guys have access to televisions there.
Yeah, we do. We're going to it every once in a while, but there hasn't been any new information that I've opened up to you.
Yeah, they showed some video camera, satellite camera in the Middle East, I think maybe Palestine. And they're just celebrating in the street.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, they're celebrating.
They jumped out.
Wreck their lives. Wreck their lives. For once, allow us... Whether you need Israel to do it or the United States to do it, I don't care which.
You know, to me, that alone is a reason to bomb them.
Allow us to bomb them.
While they're out in the streets, throw a bomb on them right now.
Bomb them now in the street.
Howard, they have kids in the street, 5 years old, jumping up and down, celebrating.
5-year-olds. Those 5-year-olds will grow up to attack our children.
They're showing it right now.
Kill them.
If you look at NBC,
Kill them for celebrating. Kill them.
In their schools, at 5 years old, they're being indoctrinated.
And God is great. People were thrown.
They're all celebrating in the streets.
Yeah, like they killed.
Horrible.
The Palestinians are celebrating in the streets, ladies and gentlemen. They're putting up the victory sign. Children are cheering.
They're cheering.
The parents have taught them well. Let them all live. Go ahead.
Feel that the U.S. government
Go ahead, and more of us will die.
With Israel.
I think you know what Bush needs to do. I mean, he needs to grow a set of you-know-what.
We all know what needs to be done.
If Bush doesn't do it, he's gone. We have to get a new president. We got to get a new president.
He hasn't said much, really, Bush, but wait for him to come on and say, I mean,
look at them celebrating in the street.
This is why I say you cannot negotiate with these people.
They are so happy. They're so insane.
Unbelievable.
Today, drop the nuclear bomb on them.
There's no reason for those
to teach them a lesson.
Give them nuclear warfare. It's the only thing they understand. Like the bastard children they are.
This is terrible.
I can't even believe that. Name, but on behalf.
I think it's great you guys are still on the air, though. You know.
I'm getting too worked up, and I'm starting to say stuff. I
really want to say nasty, awful things.
I know, Howard. This is getting me worked up. My blood is pumping right now.
I'm so
Somebody said to me earlier, where do you think it's safe? I said, I don't care about safety at this point. They're bombing my country.
Revenge. That's it.
Revenge is going to be sweet. The thought that these people are celebrating the death of others, please do something.
This is horrible.
I'm sick of seeing it.
It's one thing to strike military targets, but when you strike the heart of a city like New York,
I'm sick of looking at them. I'm sick of looking at them celebrate.
I can't imagine these little school kids. They probably don't even know what's happening.
They're all celebrating.
With their
they are taught to hate America at the youngest age.
And they're going to grow up and kill our children.
Yep.
They're going to be worse than the parents. It's time to stop the madness now.
They don't even have to. They do it in schools. It's organized. The teacher stands at the front of the classroom and says, this is a country and a people you should hate.
Look at how good the Japanese behave now after World War II. They're on such good behavior. We stripped them of all their dignity, and it's time to do it again. We have the power.
Now they just want to do business.
This country has the power. It's time to show the power.
Japanese now are playing by the book.
Can't be soft anymore.
The Japanese, they can buy up all they want. The Japanese can build stuff for us. They can be our servants. But we don't allow them to smile anymore because we burn the smiles off their faces.
Yeah, it just goes to show how vulnerable, even we're vulnerable to this.
You know, dun, 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 dun. Remember that? Boom. That's that song in Hiroshima.
Oh.
Yeah.
Boom. Boom.
You're not
Pop goes the weasel.
You know where George Bush is right now, don't you, Howard?
Where is George Bush?
George Bush is probably in Air Force One because it's considered the safest place to be during any type of attack. Because we can usually control the air, and I'm sure George Bush is flying in Air Force One with his advisors, and he's probably planning the attack right now. I would almost guarantee it by nightfall when those terrorists go to sleep.
Let me go switch to this phone caller. Joe is in Michigan right now. There's rioting in Dearborn. Who is rioting? Joe.
Yeah.
Who is rioting?
The Arabics.
What are they doing?
Billy, what are they doing? One of our friends, Maz, was leaving work, and all the cops have the streets blocked off, and everybody stopped. And I guess they're rioting in the east side of Dearborn.
Why are they rioting? Are they pleased with this or upset?
I I don't know. I live on
I would hate to be an Arab guy living in Michigan, law-abiding. They're not the target. They're not the enemy right now. And as that woman said before from Detroit, yes, there are groups sympathetic to the Hezbollah and all that, and we should weed them out. But the fact of the matter is that it's time to go to war.
But you do sort of understand what happened in World War II at this point.
You do. The internment camps of the Japanese. We didn't trust anybody.
No. Well, we couldn't.
We shouldn't trust these people. They come to our country and they take everything.
There, unfortunately, are people who come to this country and hide behind.
There are innocent people who are being hidden behind, and they will be hurt by this, probably.
Let me go to this report on TV and just see if there's anything new we can learn.
And good day to you all. We want to go right to Tiwa Chang, who
Nothing
is good about
the day.
We're told, with Mayor Giuliani, who can give us the latest information on casualties.
That's who should be the president, by the way, Mayor Giuliani.
May have perished in this.
He would clean up in 5 minutes.
Thing called Tiwa. Are you there?
Yes, Jim, I'm here. I cannot tell you where I am because for security reasons, the mayor's office and the police department have moved the emergency center away from Lower Manhattan, evacuating the police headquarters to a degree, and they also left the emergency bunker, which is at 7 World Trade Center, right next to where the 2 Twin Towers were. I talked to the mayor directly. I rode up with his motorcade, and he said, when I asked him about the 4 planes that were in the air that were possibly filled with bombs or whatever may be the case, he said, that's not a problem. That has been taken care of. I don't know what he meant by that, but he said that is not a concern now. Ooh. I also ran into the fire commissioner, Mr. Von Essen, Thomas Von Essen, and I asked him how many casualties were there. He said, I know many, many firemen and police officers were in those buildings when they went down. I do not know the extent.
Yeah. I can't even listen to this. Let me tell you something. The image now is circulating in my brain of the celebrating going on in Palestine, and I am sick.
As these police officers and firefighters and innocent victims were crushed in these buildings.
You know, and the sad thing is that the initial plane crashes into those buildings brought down all of the emergency services workers, and that the secondary explosion killed them.
Yes.
Howard, the really disturbing thing about that footage of the celebrating in the streets, too, is the little kids holding up the peace sign.
Yeah, the victory sign.
It's a victory
sign. That ain't no peace.
They think they've won something.
Richard, go ahead.
They're going to win the wrath of America, I'll tell you that.
They better. Richard, you're on the air. Richard? Will, he's with the military intelligence. Will?
Yes, Howard.
Yeah.
I was just, I'm in the Army Reserves, right?
Yeah.
And I'm stationed in Staten Island. I have a lot of friends who work at the Port Authority. We have these air defense guns that can supposedly shoot down a baseball. If you could throw a baseball from Manhattan to Staten Island, it can shoot a baseball to 4 pieces and slice those 4 pieces into another 4 pieces. Now, I'm just wondering, why weren't these things used in place?
I don't know. We don't have the answer to that. Todd, go ahead. What are you hearing? Todd. He was coming on. I don't know if this was any truth, but that there's Rhode Island is reporting a plane crash. Rhode Island? Anybody hear anything about that?
No.
All right. I don't know if that's legit or not. Mike, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hello, Howard?
Yeah.
My name's Justin, but anyway.
Sorry, Justin.
All right. All these Palestinians that you're saying, the terrorist ones, they're Americans. They're American Palestinians. They didn't ship them over and put them on planes.
Yeah, Palestinian. There are many Arabs living in this country who are here on student visa that are part of this terrorist movement.
I said these people had to be here for some time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This shipped over.
And we know that. But I'm saying randomly going in the streets and punching out cab drivers is not going to solve that problem.
Why not?
Why not? Because there's a lot of innocent guys there. You don't want to do that. You don't do that.
That's exactly what they want us to do.
That's right. They would love us to become Sarajevo or Croatia.
And start to ethnic cleanse.
I think what we ought to do, though, and this we've been threatening this for years, take them one by one who are in this country, and any ties to any terrorist organizations, we get rid of. Anybody here on a student visa, get rid of. I don't need them being educated.
But you know what? We also should not let them immigrate into this country.
Absolutely not.
Come from countries like this. We don't want you.
It's the truth.
Public executions, man.
Yep.
Put them in camps like they did World War II.
That's right. They absolutely should.
Those camps were real wrong.
Separate them,
No, they weren't.
Yeah, they were.
At the time we were at war, we didn't know. You know, retrospect is, people say in retrospect, Harry Truman shouldn't drop an A-bomb.
Oh, no.
Harry Truman was right. He knew what to do. What is it, Gary?
I'm just looking at this thing off of Reuters. It's saying that, I guess, an Arab journalist who has access to bin Laden interviewed him 3 weeks ago, and he warned of an unprecedented attack on the U.S. interest for support of Israel. And
right. There you go.
Yeah. But I thought,
that's enough for me.
And they said earlier that he's saying had nothing to do with it.
Oh, you think he's a brave man, Tom?
No, clearly not.
But this is a journalist who claims he interviewed him 3 weeks ago. It's all for Reuters.
Pat, hi, you're on the air.
You know what? Honestly, guys like Bin Laden say this all the time, and it doesn't necessarily ever come to fruition. And
but the point is, I'm crediting him with this attack.
No, totally. You know he did this.
Yeah, Pat, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Howard. I was doing work on a rooftop in Jersey City, and we didn't see the first crash, but we saw the smoke, and as we were watching, I saw a plane coming in from about 3 or 4 miles out.
Wow.
And I had commented to the other guys on the roof. I'm sorry. But I commented to the other guys on the roof, and I said to them, hey, look at this plane, coming in pretty close, too. And I just said, oh, my God. I said, it's going to hit it. And as I said it, it just hit it. It hit the second tower.
Well, you're never going to get that image out of your head.
And it was, when it hit, you saw the fireball go past it.
Awful. It's just awful, and it's just ridiculous.
We've been too lenient with these people for way too long.
We have. That is the truth.
And that's the problem. You look at it our own backyard.
I've been in radio 20 years. I've been screaming about that the chickens were going to come home to roost.
But you look in your own backyard, what we do to our own people, and we just smack them on the wrist. These people don't even belong here, and we let them get away.
Yeah, our society has become too lenient.
But we've also ceased to be amazed that people will actually launch an attack in which they know they will be killed.
Yeah, Elizabeth.
That is not amazing to us anymore.
Yeah, we have to just level them all out. Elizabeth, you're on the air.
Yes, I happen to be thanking my blessings right now in my grandparents' house. I was in my office when I saw this flying balls of fire and debris after a hard crash. I worked in 2 World Trade Center.
You were in the World Trade Center?
Yes, in the 2 World Trade on the 35th floor.
Well, you were on the 35th floor, and what happened when the plane hit? How did you get out?
When the plane hit, it hit one, but we thought it was another building. We never had an idea that it was the World Trade Center. We only saw flying debris, glass, and balls of fire hitting our offices. At that point, we were told to go to the lobby, like for a fire drill, to evacuate the building. I was fortunate, for whatever given reason, somebody dragged me into the freight elevator, what happens to be right there at that moment. When we got in the freight elevator, the mechanic told the guy operating it, hurry up and push the down button, because this elevator is going to stop the minute there's a fire in here.
Wow. And
I'm watching the floors coming down, 35, 34, until we made it to 1. I said, thank God. Open the door. I ran out to the concourse, the World Trade Center concourse, and all I see was mobs of people running, and the cops telling us to be cautious, but go ahead and run out of the building. I kept on running out of VC Street all the way up to Chambers Street.
Good for you.
And then, because when I got to Chambers Street, good thing I work out, I'm very healthy.
Right, you were able to run.
I know. I heard a boom, and when I turned around, I said, oh, my God, there's my tower. That was 2 World Trade.
Oh, my God.
That got hit. At which point
let me ask you something. How many people were at work on your floor?
Let me tell you another thing. My floor, my co-workers are the actual victims of the first bombing.
Oh.
They were in B1 level when the actual bombing happened back in the 90s.
So when you say you got out, there was a lot of people still on the floor,
There was a lot of people because there was one space in the freight elevator. I don't know who pulled me in there. And usually the elevators stop because if there's a fire, they automatically stop.
Well, you are real lucky.
You have no idea. I have no idea how lucky I really am.
Oh, my God. What was your job at the World Trade Center?
I was actually the signs and the coordinator for all the signs and all the directories of the World Trade Center. I work for the Port Authority.
You work for the building, the World Trade Center?
For the Port Authority.
Right. Oh, my God. You are so lucky.
I tell you, I was about to call the secretary to see if she survived it, because she survived the first one.
Oh, my God.
Because she was in B1, the first bombing. She was in B1 level, so was my boss. Everybody, all my co-workers were actual I wasn't there in the first bombing. I was only there now. I am so lucky to be alive and be able to save this.
Well,
I'm so devastated. The towers are gone.
Everything's gone.
I don't know what happens tomorrow.
Well, there's got to be retribution. Not even retribution. For self-preservation, we must attack.
I tell you, this is ridiculous.
And I said it at 9 o'clock in the morning when I first saw the news. I said, now it is their excuse. Now you finally have been pushed.
I mean, really.
Now let's not stop.
I would love to know what they're saying in Europe now. All the people who always
the rest of the world is laughing at us.
How about I don't even care. I don't even care what Europe's saying. I'm saying now we have to make a decision.
Yes, we do. Yes,
we know the countries that harbor terrorists. Don't wait to even find out who is responsible.
Why even let them into this country? Why we should stop letting people in already?
It's enough immigration. We got too many people here. Enough with immigration.
Now stop that.
Stop it all. Put an end to it. Put Put an end to the madness. Close down the borders.
Thank you.
And bomb the crap
Thank you.
out of
It was built on immigration.
Hey, Cabby, name this. Thank you, ma'am. And thank God you're all right.
Thank you. Yes, thank God.
We report that the bridges are open again. Triborough, Throgs Neck, Whitestone bridges are all open. And we know that the GWB was opened.
So you can get in and out.
You can get out. We don't know if you can get in.
I don't think you can get in because everybody's walking out across the bridge. No one's going in at all. Now, Howard, I wanted to say something, and I was going to say before, when I first came on the building, there were some other people that live in the building here up on the roof, and there was one girl, and she said to me, I go, oh, my God, what happened? And she goes, this is what we get. This is what we do to other countries. And I said, what?
Oh, that's so
and you know what it is, Howard? It's the liberal thinking in this country that we deserve.
Well, hold on. What is it, Gary?
I just said I'm going to head out if that's okay with you.
You're going to head out?
Well, they just said some stuff is open.
Yeah, you might as well. Well, listen, Tom, I think...
So, you know what? We only have an hour left on the satellite anyway.
Yeah.
So if you're about ready, then...
I'm about ready.
Okay.
Cabby, I'm going to go.
Okay, Howard,
Thanks,
this is one of the most this is the most disturbing act of humanism I've ever seen in my life, and I've seen some pretty sick things in the military in other countries, but it's the liberal thinking that this is okay. We need to take conservative action. We need to blow some people up, and it's, just wipe them out. Wipe them out, Howard.
All right, thanks, Cabby.
God bless.
Cabby, you were great.
Yeah, you did a good job.
Yeah, I think we lost a lot of liberals.
Yeah.
In this.
I hope so. Well, sorry, Tom, what?
It's these moments you'll never forget. You never forget where you were when Kennedy was killed. You'll never forget the moment that attack happened. You'll never forget standing here watching that first...
Oh, that tower come down.
All I know is in a moment of frivolousness, I was defending the fact that I had kissed Pamela Anderson and not gone any further, and then 2 seconds later... Now I'm sorry.
That was dumb.
You weren't there, in all fairness. Well, this is a devastating day. What is the date today?
It is
September 11th.
12th, 11th.
The 11th of September.
Just remember.
Evidently, there was some significance in the Arab world.
They say the signing of the Camp David Accord.
Camp David Accords, but that was the Camp David Accords brought peace to Israel and Egypt.
Yeah, and Israel. Yeah.
Hey, Howard.
Who knows? Yeah.
This is a report from the AP just to show how horrible what just happened. The mayor says he arrived at the World Trade Center building just moments after the first blast and witnessed people jumping from the windows to their deaths.
Oh.
Wow. Imagine jumping out of the World Trade Center.
No, and there's no way of surviving that.
Doug, you wanted to get one last word, and go ahead.
Yeah, Howard, it's Doug. I just saw the tail end of a news report. I'm not sure where this is taking place, but there's a report that over 3,000 Palestinians are somewhere cheering.
Yeah, we've seen it. We watched it on television.
Where
and
is that?
It. This is in Palestine. I think we all know.
Right there, right now.
Yeah, I think we all know what has to be done.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, spoiled children are being allowed to live.
Hey, Doug, don't hang up. I want to make sure we have all that information so we can continue to give it out today.
Yeah, the blood information. Hold on.
Okay.
Well, we're going to go now. There's not much more to be said. You guys can tune to TV and radio and everything else, and I'm just devastated by this.
We'll be doing what you're doing.
Yep. We'll all be sitting around waiting to hear what goes on. And... this is a great day in the Arab lands. This is they're cheering for us.
Let it be the start of the worst moment of their lives.
Yeah. Let this be the day that we woke up. Please.
Much like when the Japanese had struck their blow against the United States, it was just the beginning of the end.
It was the beginning of their nightmare.
This is the beginning of the end.
I think this is the wake-up call. Unfortunately, it's an unfortunate wake-up call, but it's here. I guess we were never
the world has been plagued with this long enough, obviously.
Let's free the world of terrorists. Yeah. It's time to do it now. It's going to take about a month to really nuclear attack them and do it in a devastating way where they don't live, so that maybe only a roach will live in these Arab lands. Today is the day that we must wake up. I don't think I'm being irresponsible by saying that.
Absolutely not. If this doesn't wake us up, this is affecting our way of life. They want to take our way of life away from us.
As we sit here now, we don't even know who is alive and who is dead in our personal lives. We don't, especially those of us who live here in Manhattan.
And just imagine if we capitulate, how our lives will be affected from now on.
Head for the hills if we capitulate. Head for the hills, because this will go on a regular basis, just like in Israel.
Their celebration will be a real one.
Free the hands of the Israelis. Free the hands of the United States. And may we unleash as they call it, a holy war on our enemies who have...
And we do have
ripped
enemies.
us a new a-hole.
We do have enemies. Don't sit there for a moment thinking there's nobody to blame.
Let's hope the war ain't over yet. Let's hope that we don't sit there and say, let's negotiate. Let's think about it. Let's keep a level head.
Let's move in measured tones.
AP Wire, I'll leave you with this. The military is at full threat level, and we'll see what happens. And
that doesn't mean we're attacking anybody.
No, just means that we're on full alert, which means nothing.
Like we're waiting for another blow.
Yeah,
we might
sitting
catch
ducks.
it.
Let's hope that Bush has got some balls. I know he avoided military service. I don't know what he did.
Well, wasn't he in like the National Guard?
National Guard, but I think they got a couple of guys in there like Cheney.
Well, I know, Clinton didn't serve, and he figured out how to, fire a few bombs off.
Bush Sr. Was a military hero. I'm glad about that.
And Cheney, I think, has a few fights behind him.
Cheney's got a few rounds.
Fights under his belt.
Yep. We are at
no time to fool around.
Right.
How happy were you yesterday now, looking back?
What does that mean?
Meaning just, you don't...
You were carefree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and we shouldn't have been.
Because today was coming.
For 20 years, I've been on the radio saying this. And I'm not saying...
I remember you saying this when we first started working together, and I was like, shh.
Yeah. And
stop it.
I know, and I've been saying it. I said the chickens will come home to roost. It's going to happen, and we should really wipe out terrorism now. But we were afraid of what France will say. France never fought a war in their lives.
And if they say don't use our space, take them over.
Yeah. I mean, we're the
I
leaders.
was just there like the country, but take them over. They don't know what to do with a country.
Kill them before they kill us. All right, listen, this is all empty rhetoric anyway. It's up to the military.
We really don't do it.
We're just venting because we are pissed. And let's see what happens. We'll see you tomorrow.
This concludes the Howard Stern broadcast day. Stand for identification. This is 92.3 WXRK. Are you ready? Here we go. 5.